Ashley says, Steve, hope you're getting better. Well, no, actually, but I always think it goes worse before it gets better again. Don't worry. As for a heated steering wheel, surely it would make your palms sweaty and slippery. No, not if you, no. It's like putting your hands on a radiator. That doesn't make any difference, does it really? I don't think so. So heated steering wheels, I mean, not for me, because I don't really use something like that. And also, sometimes my hands get a bit cold in the car, but it's only because of the air conditioning. But I don't want to heat them up again. I'm not interested in warm hands. I am a man of the people. You're quite right, actually. I like being man of the people. Makes me a bit more edgy. I like the word edgy. It's very good indeed. The Rubettes singer wins a legal battle over the band name, because they were sort of discussing this some time ago on who can actually use the name. 5-star reviews for the show Anything Goes at the Barbican Theatre. In fact, they couldn't be more praiseful for it. And the comic Rod Gilbert has revealed he's being treated for cancer in a hospital he's campaigned for years. And now he says, I'm being treated in the hospital. He said, but they are absolutely brilliant, as indeed we always knew they would be. And gym haters could burn more calories by gardening or house painting. Because people go, does it really work? You don't need to go to a gym to be fit. You can walk upstairs in your house or anything else. You don't need to actually join a gymnasium and spend money. And some of them are quite inexpensive now. Thank you. Back to oh God, it's cold. Back to the freezing cold water again, which is very nice. I bought a drink the other day from Starbucks. I think their drinks for the summer are rubbish, but that's just my opinion. And it was cold coffee with water. They topped it up with water and then put loads of ice in it. And I spent most of the time sucking the ice cubes because it was particularly delicious. And they were little ice cubes. They weren't big ice cubes. They were like slivers of ice. It was very nice. Very, very nice. So I was quite pleased, actually. Steve, the fair has come to town. And I love it when it arrives in Brightlingsea. It is Bert Stock's Fun Fair, established 1821. Somebody said, Lorna says, is your voice going or is it my radio? It's probably your radio, actually. Probably your radio, but it's one of those sort of things. I love a fun fair. I love a mobile fun fair. Ashley says, get some honey and lemon and get well soon. It's just, it goes a bit sort of throaty. It goes a bit throaty. It doesn't hurt. It just sounds a bit annoying. And sort of, we've got the sniffy nose as well. New Ben & Jerry's ice cream flavour named Netflix Chill, which sounds lovely. Walk the calories off this morning. That's what you have to do. If you eat something the night before, then the next morning you walk it off. Because I am, as you know, a bit of a fitness guru and a bit of an icon. People look to me and they go, wonder what Steve Allen's doing for his fitness today. And it's quite good, actually. Still pouring in Scotland, which we should hurry up here. What did he say? What did Darren say? Did he say next week, I think, or something like that? It's going to go from 35 to about 27, which is good. We like that. And the pals helping Jacques, as Love Island have been accused of failing his mental health. He knew because he's been having mental health issues since he was 9. Why do they even put him on the programme in the first place? Don't they check? They really should do, because now his rugby pals are going to have to help him out, which is, not the kind of situation you want to be in. Thank you very much indeed. It's 4:15. Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's throaty version of the early breakfast show this morning. But it is Friday, which is quite nice. Steve, my 8-year-old Range Rover has a heated steering wheel. Yeah, but who drives Range Rovers now? Nobody. Just for a heat. Why would you have a heated steering wheel? I don't really understand why that is. I've got a leather steering wheel, and that sort of retains the heat. It's very nice. But I wouldn't want it heated. I really wouldn't. I mean, I've got very good heating in the car, although I did have a car years and years ago. And if you had, a car that pootled along and it was all very nice, and you had cold air coming out, if you then change it onto heating, everything misted up. All the windows. I'd have to sit there rubbing the windows to try and get rid of it, because it was an absolute nightmare. Britain may run bone dry, they say, as the heatwave storms on. I think it will. I mean, I'm looking at pictures of reservoirs which are bone dry, looking very dry and uninteresting. And I'm thinking, what do we do if we run out of water? Gatwick Airport did. They didn't have enough water to run the toilets, which is always the worst, isn't it? It's like you get on a train and you go to use the toilet and suddenly realise the last person has not flushed the toilet, which drives me absolutely to distraction. It's one of those, some people can get away with things like that. Why they can't, pull a chain, I've got no idea why, but some people can't do it, which is a shame. Jail the water firm bosses over pollution, say the watchdog. And Bronson Parolgi, we've done that one. The law firm, which has hiked the salary for junior solicitors up to £180,000 a year. Now you wish you'd studied longer at school, don't you? Then you could be earning £180,000 a year. And skinny people aren't more active than us. They just eat less. That's all it is. Some people have a small capacity to eat food. I don't have a small capacity to eat food, but I'm not eating as much as I used to. I've noticed that recently, whether or not that's, all the sort of the disciplines I've had to sort of take on board. But I think I've always maintained that skinny people are skinny because of their metabolism. It's as simple as that. Some people are fat, some people are skinny, and some people are chubby. That's just the way it goes. You can't do anything about it. You can't, the only people who lose weight are people who've either had gastric bands fitted and stuff like that. Because it's very difficult to accept in your body that you need less food. And you can obviously get by with sort of using less food. It just depends whether you feel a bit ill at the end of the day. Marguerite says, get well soon, Steve, after your 9-day stint. It is 9 days, isn't it? I was trying to explain to Elliot how many days. I said, because I did Saturday and Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and now we're into Friday, which is lovely because we like Friday. Steve, you don't want to get a heated steering wheel, says Kevin the Milkman, for the Bentley. Your other staff will accuse you of favouritism towards your chauffeur. I know, I don't. Do you know that would be my ultimate luxury, a chauffeur? Somebody just brings the car round and you just... No, I wouldn't let you drive my car. You're far too tall, Elliot. There's no room for people like you. I had to remember to adjust the seats when a friend of mine got in the car. He kept banging his head on the roof. And so I said, no, you push the button. You can take the seat down to the floor. It goes down to the floor. It goes up and sideways and all sorts of things. It's very comfy. I mean, I love it. Like sitting in an armchair, which is very good. So I'm still thinking about poor Jacques on Love Island, and he's come off for his mental health. But he's been suffering since he was about 9 years old. And so the pals at his rugby club are looking after him, which is good. Somebody should have said to start with, have you had any mental illness? Because if you had, they shouldn't have put him on the programme. Rebecca Vardy, last night preparing to evacuate her holiday home after being caught up in terrifying bushfires. Only she would milk this one for what it wasn't worth. Apparently flames are close to the villa where Becky and her 5 kids are staying. Worried hubby, Jamie, is in Leicester for training. He's not stupid. And so they've sort of managed to milk it. We're still waiting for the Rebecca Vardy outcome of her and Colleen. Who's actually... It's been 2 months now since the end of this trial. 2 months and they're still faffing around. But I don't know what the delay is. I've never heard anything like it, unless they can't make up their mind who's telling the truth, which, of course, could be the thing, because they've got to... But, 2 months. They sorted out Amber Heard much quicker. The villa that Rebecca Vardy's got is worth $8 million. Well, she can't have paid for it. It must be the old man who does the football. I shouldn't imagine she's earned anything like that. It's got 6 bedrooms and 3 pools. Why do you want 3 pools? How stupid would that be? Use some of the water, Rebecca, for putting out the flames. That'll help you, won't it? But Gatwick runs out of water and the toilets. And apparently, Duncan Bannatyne and his wife had to flee their Portuguese home as the wildfire raged nearby. So they got out fairly quickly. I hope the Beckys are insured for this kind of thing. The view from their window is the flames aren't too far away. It's by a village green. So, could be a bit dangerous. But I never liked her in the first place. I don't know why. There was just something deeply, deeply unpleasant about Rebecca Vardy, and I can't work out what it is, and I shall probably never work it out. Nigella Lawson says telly shows like Gordon Ramsay's Hell's Kitchen and the BBC's MasterChef are a theatre of cruelty and humiliation. Well, they certainly are when it's got Gordon Ramsay. They put him back into Claridge's the other day. And the first thing he said in the kitchen was he was moaning and effing and blinding all over the place. Silly old man, honestly. Nothing worse, is there really? But speaking about the trend for bad tempers on food programmes, Nigella says, I don't like that at all. I think it's counterproductive. It certainly is. But Gordon just doesn't know how to behave in company. You know, he really is very badly behaved. And should, you know, people should, no, we don't want this anymore. Somebody's going to, you know, they're going to get very upset about the whole thing. Ali Ross, talking about people on Love Island. Producer loves Love Island. He's been catching up and watches it, and it's one of his favourite programmes. Although, you know, nobody's buying into the Gemma Owen relationship with, what's his name? Luca. Apparently he's a fishmonger. Have you ever heard of a fishmonger called Luca before now? I haven't. Luca Bish, yeah. Luca Bish sells fish, yeah. The trouble is he's obviously hoping. I mean, I don't think she's remotely interested in him at all. You know what they've done, though? They've got to the end and somebody's gone, oh, you're coming to the end of the competition. You need to kind of up the ante. So you can pretend when you come out that you're going to be an item, because that way you make a bit more money. If you don't come out and tell them you're an item, you're not going to make the money. And you'll disappear. And I mean, he's about as boring as a plank. He comes up with stuff like, oh, yeah, because, you know, I think you know that I really love you. I'm thinking, what are you, 12, dear? How old are you? They're both a little... And then she goes, oh, that's so sweet. And I'm thinking, God, blimey, you're even more stupid than I thought you were in the first place. Because they have to convince you that they really are items, but I don't believe they are. I really don't believe they are. I'm sorry, I just don't believe a word of it. I think it's all just made up. But Danica was listing her ideal qualities in a man to the new arrival. He's got to be slightly older with a nice athletic figure, she explains, but above all, be somebody you can build an empire with. She's a lap dancer, by the way. I just thought I'd let you know, Danica. This is one who dances around poles. Whenever they say, I'm a dancer, you go, what sort of dancer are you? And then you look at her, and then you listen to what comes out of the mouth, and you know exactly where she's coming from. What are you doing? What? A bit like that. But, so it's interesting. And at the moment, it looks like Danica will be very happy with Vladimir Putin. That's what she's looking for, quite clearly. Her mother's desperate to palm her off on anybody. Seriously, the mother said she will move from Leicester, you know. Of course she bloody well will. She's got nothing else going for her, has she? Poor soul. So Rod Gilbert has announced he has cancer and will disappear for a while. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. And... the BBC apologised. They're always apologising, the BBC. They have to. They make so many blooming cock-ups. They reported on a soccer ace accused of a sexual offence in front of a picture of the innocent Raheem Sterling. The image of the new Chelsea signing stayed on screen as host Mike Bushell moved on to another unrelated story on another Premier League star. Bushell appeared to be stopped by a producer as he told of an unnamed player who'd not been suspended by his club despite being arrested on suspicion of rape. I mean, you can't what the hell's going on? You can't believe some of the cock-ups they make on the BBC. I mean, do they have... I know they say they have producers. I'm not totally convinced they do. Not totally convinced. They seem to get it wrong on so many occasions. So many occasions. There's a girl in a pushchair yesterday, among at least 21 civilians to die in the latest murderous Russian outrage in the Ukraine. Because we've said to you before, Putin doesn't care whether he kills men, women or children. Makes no difference at all. Totally indiscriminate. Something the matter with the screens or something next door? What do you do? You're just fixing them. Oh, God, it's like the blind leading the blind, isn't it? You're trying to fix the screen. You've done it. Okay. What have we got now? The Cartoon Network or something? We love things like that. And a waiter, CBeebies. A waiter at a top gentleman's club has lost a claim that he was let go because he complained about a gay colleague making passes at him. Jean Angé Cippinini was made redundant by Brooks Club in central London when the business tried to recover from the pandemic. He said bosses were unfairly biased against him. A tribunal threw out his unfair dismissal claim after ruling the club, 260 years old, frequented by politicians, aristocrats and peers, had given him written warnings about repeated moanings and poor customer service. They all do that, don't they? There was a woman the other day, do you remember? She fell over on holiday and she wanted 100 and something thousand pounds. And they went, no, I think not, dear. You should look where you're going. You know, she was going, I can't walk. It's changed my life. Yeah, well, change your life with no money, love. Change your life with no money. That's the way it goes. Adele is finally ready to let fans say hello to her life behind the curtain. We're still waiting to find out. She's going to reschedule the shows in Vegas that they pulled out of. It was all done, but then at the last minute, she said, it wasn't ready, the show, which I thought was a bit of a shame. And AJ Pritchard's girlfriend, Abby Quinnan, has been going to the opening of an envelope recently. Nothing worse than desperate, is there? The dancer and model? Don't think so. Has revealed why she's constantly being pictured on red carpets. She's making the most of life after her near-death experience when she set fire to herself. Seriously. A blazing wine bottle exploded over her after a video stunt went wrong, and she spent 18 months, and so she's sort of getting back to doing it. I love the way that, if in doubt, if you can't think of anything to call somebody, call them a model. Makes it much easier, doesn't it? You go, they're a model. We're all models. I'm a model. You're a model. Everybody's a model, except the producer. But you can't be a model. You're too tall to be a model. Models are not as tall as you. And also you wear glasses. I've never seen models wearing glasses. Specsavers. Yeah, you could be a Specsavers model. Yeah, you could be. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Pose. Everybody's got a pose, haven't they? Dale used to have a pose. Every time somebody wanted a picture, he had a pose for it. Steve, oh my God. You don't know what you're missing. My RAV4 has a heated steering wheel, and in the winter, when I leave at 6 a.m. for the gym, it's bliss. Don't care for the heated steering wheel. It's such a luxury. Don't care for the heated seats. So I quite like the heated seats. But I don't really need to worry about that part of my anatomy being warm, thank you. Thank you, Sharon, very much indeed. And Steve, I don't put the heated seats on because it makes me want to go to the toilet.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company this morning. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast. Sounding a bit throaty. Ashley says, Steve, what vintage car was it that had an electric blanket for the engine to warm it up? I have a feeling it was a classic Bentley Rolls. I don't know. I've got no idea. I've never had anything. An electric blanket. Sounds a bit interesting, doesn't it? It's amazing, actually. My producer was just telling me that his mum's got a vehicle, it's a Range Rover, which has got refrigerated seats, which, of course, is great in the summer, except you feel you wet yourself. You sit on a refrigerated car. Can't imagine anything like that. Fancy having refrigerated seats. How flash. And very nice, so I suppose, if you like that kind of thing. Yeah, if you switch it on by accident for a second or two, you think you wet yourself, says Dan. God. Steve, I know exactly what's causing your throat problems. I had the same thing happen to me. It's the aircon from your car causing the throat and nose problems. So I only, says Maggie, put it on for very short bursts now. Well, but I've been using aircon for years. It hasn't affected me in the slightest. Seriously, it's amazing. Another one, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. There you go. In fact, opposite Steve, I'm in Aberdeenshire and the weather's been just glorious. Perhaps it varies. I love it when you drive down the motorway and you hit rain and you go, oh, God, and then all of a sudden it just stops. It's like you've gone through a little portion of rain, like a little rain tunnel, which is great. Ron says, Eddie Spiker had this happen. Phone rings at 1 a.m. Old mate wants to borrow £100. What am I, a bank? Answer, yes, it seems. I love things like that. I love that. You used to get phone calls, didn't you, from somebody saying, well, you used to get a text message. I'm at the airport. I need £100. Can you text it to me? How'd you text £100? I used to go, yeah, that's okay. That's fine. I'll do that. And just put the phone down. Never sort of worried about it, actually. And Steve. Why do you sound very different today? Because I've got a bit of a summer cold. But it doesn't matter. It's something that's sort of doable. What I should have done, I should have brought my Manuka honey, because the producer said, oh, should we send out and get some honey? I said, no, they don't do Manuka honey in the supermarkets. They just do normal, honey on toast and stuff like that, which actually, I don't think I've ever had honey on toast. I don't think I've ever had anything like that. But Manuka honey is very good. When I had my burns, they've got plasters which have got Manuka honey in them as well. Manuka honey plasters, and they give you a little tube of it to take away. It's like a present. And you put Manuka honey on because it's very good for healing properties. So that sounds quite nice, doesn't it, really? A lot of people guessing what colour Dawn Neeson is going to be wearing today. I think it's going to be cream. I think cream sounds very nice indeed. Do you reckon? Definitely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And there's a woman who fell onto a live tube track, was saved from death by her boots. By her boots. Apparently, Tegan Badham suffered burns to her back, legs and arms after tripping onto the rails. How you trip onto the rails, dear, I've got no idea. Apparently, but as the 21-year-old lay stunned on the track, her thick rubber soles were in contact with the live rail and acted as insulation from a fatal electric shock. Because it's the middle one, isn't it? Middle one. She comes from South Wales, but she was at King's Cross when this happened on Sunday night. She said even my hair extensions were fried. Well, I think so too, actually. Don't wear hair extensions. But I was very shocked. And I managed to sort of get out. A spokesman for Transport for London said, we'd like to thank those who helped her, wish her a speedy recovery. I think so too. It looks a bit dangerous. I've always worried about that, but how you fall into the actual tube line, I've got no idea. Sounds a bit worrying, doesn't it, really? And another one here. A woke council has been slammed for printing more than 36,000 pages on eco-issues. This is Oxfordshire County Council, previously sparked controversy by only serving vegan food at functions. So they're all very odd councils, aren't they? Local councils are very strange. I don't know why we just don't get rid of them. The moment they make a mistake, you get rid of them all, start again. And a sick teen banned from her school prom due to poor attendance was thrown a surprise party. Molly Douche, honestly, I ask you, has Crohn's disease and finds full school days too much. So she was left a bit hurt by the snub by St Edmunds in Portsmouth, in Hants. So Mum Claire set up the bash at a local pub, and Molly went in her prom dress. She says, I'm really happy. It was really nice. The school was asked to comment. So they didn't want her there. So she had it in a local pub. Well, at least she got the thing in the first place, which I think is actually quite nice. There's a woman here who's bought a collection of Pokemon toys. I don't know anything about Pokemon toys. I've heard of them, but I don't know enough about them. And she's bought 300 cuddly Pokemon toys, and she spent $4,000 on them. That's like buying a load of teddy bears, isn't it? Load of teddy bears. But that sounds remarkably more interesting than Pokemon. Oh, look, Greg Wallace again. Something creepy about Greg Wallace. I can't quite put my finger on it. He says, I feel more attractive. I'm nicer to be around. And let's be honest, my wife, Anna, is 22 years younger than I am. Whilst I can't change my age, at least I can change what I look like. So he's sort of got some online fitness and food thing. What is it about middle-aged men who get a bit panicky going, oh, my God, I've got to do this. So he ballooned to more than 16 stone. He's 57. And so now he's joined forces with the Sun to help you eat healthily for the summer. Well, yeah, but he wasn't always like this. Back in 2007, he was a fat, bloated bloke. Because, some people eat a little food and they put on weight. He's lost 4 stone. And the idea is now he's staying sexy for his young wife. Just losing weight doesn't make you sexy. Really doesn't. I promise you. It's personality and having a good bank account, with lots of money in it. That's what makes you very sexy to people. Comedian and telly host Patrick Kilty has revealed he once held the record for committing the worst speeding offence in Northern Ireland. I should like Patrick Kilty. He's married to, can't remember what her name is now. She's a former presenter, used to be with Anton Deck. Cat Deely, that's right. Cat Deely. And they've been together. He always looks amazingly young. I remember he was on a show once with Anne Widdecombe. And he was very rude and all the rest of it. Anne Widdecombe was horrified, absolutely horrified. And actually sort of somebody being that rude. Kerry Katona, you can't keep her down, if only. If only, we'd love to, actually. I get so bored with poor old Kerry Katona. She's reinvented herself as a TV personality. No, she hasn't. No, she hasn't. She's still exactly the same person. She made an absolute fortune on the adult sharing site OnlyFans. As long as you pay your tax, dear, nobody cares. But it's the latter she said she's most proud of. She says it puts her on a par with Angelina Jolie. A Paul Chowdhury podcast. Why is it okay for Angelina Jolie to look like she's been bent over? It's okay to watch that in a film, but it shows a bit of nipple. If I show a bit of nipple, that's poor kids. What's the difference? Well, if you don't know, dear, nobody can explain it to you. It's as simple as that. I mean, you're not bright enough. Her addiction to cocaine with her children. And I remember thinking at the time, how sad and tragic. How sad and tragic. MasterChef John, I'm a werewolf. This is John Turode. He's more agitated when it's a full moon. It never even crossed my mind that things would change when it's a full moon. But there you go. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson was too busy to host the Emmy Awards. I nearly got an interview with him once. He was due to be coming in, and then for some reason he didn't get here. Very intimidated, I know. That's Steve Allen. Ooh, hard-hitting interviews. And Gatwick Airport was likened to a third world nation after the water supply failed during the heatwave. So the toilets went out of order. But of course, you still get people who use them, don't you? People just seem to be sort of totally ignoring things. The Aussie-born cook, this is John Turode, confesses he feels different during a full moon, just like the mythical beast. Do you know, I watched the other day, I watched Michael Jackson's Thriller. Very clever. Very, very clever. For this is Thriller night. Well, I just noticed it was cleverly done. I thought the makeup was very good. The dance numbers were very good. Did you not see? Did you see the? You've seen it? It's just dancing, says the producer. What a heathen he is, ladies and gentlemen. What a miserable person at Christmas, Elliot can't dance. He's got two left feet. He's got no coordination at all. I mean, you can tell he hasn't got, because he's the one who, because he's so tall, he'd be standing in the corner at parties, sort of doing a little dance by himself, shuffling one foot against the other one, and laughingly thinking that's called dancing. But we all know it's not called dancing, because tall people can't dance. Well, not very many of them. Why would you want Prince Andrew's story of the Newsnight interview made into a film? I can't think of any more boring. He was as boring as he thought it. The funny thing was, he was so naive. He thought he'd actually done really well on that interview with Emily Maitlis. I mean, he really did. Rich says, the trucker, heated and vented leather seats in the truck, lush either way. Yeah, because I should imagine, if you're sitting in a truck, and I've never driven a truck because they seem fairly high up, but people bomb down the motorway in these things. I should imagine you need heating and ventilation. And, Steve, I can start my car from my phone, so it's either defrosted or cooled prior to getting in. All right. And, Steve, I need to go to bed, but I can't stop listening to your programme. I'm probably due a prostate exam, but my GP is hands like Jeff Capes. Thank you for mentioning it. Well, listen, nothing the matter with it. It's a very straightforward operation. Very straightforward. I mean, easy peasy, I think. Very easy peasy. Waz says, what do you think of Billy Joel? Starting to listen to him more and more, and one more chance to come, Chicago. Oh, I think he's great. He's very good friends with Elton John. They toured a while ago, which is good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody at Waj says, how's the bubble gun? It's very nice. Have you seen my bubble gun? Oh, it's fab. You not seen the bubble? No, you haven't seen it. There are pictures on my Twitter. On the Twitter. What it is, it's a gun with batteries in it, and the front of it, because it's for firing bubbles, is 26 holes. And you have a little tray, and you fill it up with the bubble liquid. You dip the gun in there, take it out, and dip it like that, and you get a stream of bubbles. I mean, it's fantastic. How old am I? 12. What, playing with a bubble gun? What's the matter with that? I think it's quite good, actually. I'm sure it's on Twitter. Yeah, we'll have a look in the break. And you'll look at it and you'll go, wow, you'll want one. Seriously, you will, because you get so many bubbles out of this thing. And I bought some bubble stuff the other day. I was telling Joe that I bought some bottles of bubble liquid, loads of them, but then I got even more carried away the other day. You know those bangers you get and you throw them on the ground? Well, I must have had a couple of sherbets because I ordered them, and this huge box turned up, and I'd forgotten 144 boxes I've ordered of all these bangers. Do you like those? I'll bring some in for you. I'll bring some in. They're very, very good. And I like them. I like them a lot. 12 minutes. No, it's not. It's 14 minutes to 5.
LBC. Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
Stuart, now Lord Rose, Conservative peer, phenomenally successful businessman. Who do you think would attract the business vote of these Super Six still in contention?
I'd back Rishi. He is competent. He has been around in government. He does have a big brain. He does understand the need for us to get our economy back on track.
Years of inactivity by a Conservative government. Did you ever consider leaving the Conservative benches, Stuart?
Well, I have to tell you, I've looked at myself in the mirror from time to time and asked myself, can I support what is going on? I'm not very comfortable with the right-wing turn of this government.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Back this morning from 7. Listen on your radio and on Global Player. LBC.
Hey, Harry,
Hello, mate.
what are your tips for the racing?
Funny enough, I'm just at the cafe circling my favourites. Now, your best bet is to get a pen and paper and write these down. She's running this Jockey, and the trainer is Gary. And her name is Tomato Ketchup.
Is that actually her name?
No, me bacon salad is here and I just needed some ketchup. Sorry, mate, I've got to go.
Harry? Listen to Harry and make your best bet at BetVictor. 18 plus, please gamble responsibly.
Bike too small. Football boots a bit battered. Sports kit looking tired. It's time to freshen things up. For the flexible way to shop everything for their new school year, say hello to VeryPay. Choose pay now or over 3 months and pay no interest, or pay later. VeryPay. Nice and flexible for when life is anything but. Search VeryPay. VeryPay credit provided subject to status by Shop Direct Finance Company Limited. 18 plus representative 39.9% APR variable.
If you've been injured in an accident at work, talk to Harris Fowler. With over 25 years' experience, we've helped thousands of people claim compensation to which they're entitled. Our experienced and specialist team are ready to fight for you. It's no win, no fee, no risk. Call Harris Fowler today on 0800 213 214 to see if you have a claim. You've got nothing to lose and perhaps a lot to gain. Harris Fowler, a personal injury solicitor.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Pink is back with a protest song to help Michelle Obama. I like Michelle Obama. I quite like Pink, but there was a woman who was a Pink impersonator on Britain's Got Talent. And so she comes on, da-da-da-na-na-na-na, I'm going to start a fight. Do you remember that one? And they go, have you got something else to sing? You know, and so she does this other song, but it wasn't very good either. And then she says to the panel, she goes, but you told me to sing a Pink song. And they all look round. I think Talisa goes, we didn't tell you. We didn't tell you to sing a Pink song. And so anyway, in the end, she has a bit of a tantrum, throws the microphone down. But it was interesting watching people having tantrums on that show, because you have to appreciate they're making a television programme. There was one bloke came on stage ages ago, and he can't sing. And the whole purpose of the programme is you've got to be a singer. And he comes on with these two girls, and they're a total disaster. Total disaster. And so years later, he pops back up again. He's quite clearly not the full ticket. And so they say, excuse me, do you mind just asking, what's different about you from the last time you were on here? He said, I think I'm matured. And I went, well, you haven't. And he still couldn't sing, and he got really angry about it. And I thought to myself, why can't people just be honest about somebody? You know, if you can't do something, well, tell people you can't do it. Because you know if you can sing or not. I mean, I'm lucky I'm perfect pitch. And so I could, not this precise moment in time, I couldn't. But how tall, says David, is the producer? Well, he's about 6'4". That's even without heels. You can imagine, can't you? In heels, 6'4". It's amazing, really. Steve, says Ash, driving. Heated seats, air conditioning, heated steering wheel, chauffeurs. I remember the time when just having cloth seats in your Ford Cortinas was considered the height of automotive decadence. Have an amazing day. Ash is in Margate. Yes, I mean, I'd never had leather seats until I started buying sort of Bentleys and Rollses. I thought you used to think it was quite good, actually, having a leather seat. It didn't make any difference to me. They're just a bit more sort of comfy to sit on. Because there's nothing worse. You can sweat in some cars. And not for me. Warren says, it sounds like you got COVID, Steve. Are you okay? I'm fine. I've just got a bit sniffly, unfortunately. But he says, I was talking about you the other day with Gloria and Cliff, Hunniford and Richard. I met up with them. We also talked about Danny LaRue, 25 years in the business. It'll be more like 60 now or 70. Remember, he used to say, they all love me. They come and see me. They're all in the front row. Shirley, Barbara, they're all here to see Dan. It's true, actually. He did used to say that. I looked at a picture of him the other day. He went over to Australia. He'd put on a huge amount of weight. And he was one of our biggest stars, as I've said. Apparently, historians digging around at a tomb linked to King Arthur could disturb the medieval legend's spirit. It's Arthur's stone. They want to shed new light on the mysteries surrounding the leader. He defended Britain against Saxon invaders, said to have slain a giant. Well, this is rubbish, isn't it? Said to have slain a giant. They don't do any of that slaying of giants, I'm afraid. But somebody said King Arthur returning to his tomb is a possibility, and one I'm sure the workers on site will be able to tell in the coming months. I love the way that people sort of like to buy into these things. And they get carried away and they go, oh, yes, definitely, paranormal spirits and all this kind of stuff. The tomb is in Herefordshire. It's being studied by archaeologists from the University of Manchester. It doesn't make any difference who's actually studying it. It's still a load of old hokum. They're not going to find anything, are they? What do they think they're going to find? Did you find the pictures of the bubbles coming out the gun? I think it's definitely coming out. It's at Steve Allen show. I think that's what it... I don't know. I can't remember, actually, what it is. But it's sort of got... we took a couple of pictures. Joe's sort of put them on there. And then you see these bubbles. You'll want one of these bubble guns. Seriously, they're amazing. Has he found it? Have you found it? Yeah. That's how many bubbles you get out of it. That is a lot. But seriously, you dip it... pull the trigger, and off they go like that. Is it on a video? Is any of them on a video, or is it just a photo? That's an awful lot of bubbles out in the machine. It's phenomenal. I should have brought it in to show you and to show off, actually, because I like it. I saw it being advertised. It came up on my telephone, and so I bought two. They're only like $20 each or something. People would be... I remember I pulled up at the Albert Hall some years ago, and I've got umbrellas which light up. They've got all fibre optics into the canopy and everything else, and they change colour. So when you put the umbrella up and then you push the button, it all lights up inside and outside. And the amount of people who are coming up to me going, where'd you get that from? So I was telling them. And I liked the picture of me as a baby. We thought that was really cute. Yeah, it was really cute. I think that's really lovely. Baby Steve, says Mr. Neil, you haven't changed much. I haven't, actually. I was still exactly the same. I think that's so clever. We had loads of these pictures that we were going to put up. There you go. It's another one. I look like one of the Bee Gees. I look good, don't you? Have you ever seen these before? They're very good, aren't they? Yeah. I think I don't know. I look good as a baby or as somebody with a beard and a hat and all the rest of it. They look quite good, actually. I'm better looking than I thought I was. Unfortunately, I only ever dressed up as somebody else, which is probably not the good thing. Steve, the mention of the blanket on the car engine reminded me of my friend from college days who is sending over to use a donkey jacket over the engine to help it start on... Do you remember when you used to go and start your car on a cold morning? You'd pull the choke out. Well, I don't have a choke to pull out of my car. You just literally... The car starts, whether it's freezing cold or iced up, or failing that, the old starting handles. Yeah, like, oh, chitty, you chitty, pretty chitty, bang, bang, chitty, chitty, bang, bang, we love you. Oh, chitty, pretty chitty, bang, bang, chitty, chitty, bang, bang, loves us. Look, you're moving away in there, you tell you. You're getting on your groove thang, aren't you? Near, far, on a motor car, on chitty, chitty. Steve, you mentioned Nigella Lawson, and that just came on TV promoting My Kitchen Rules starting next month. I wonder when she came to Australia to record the show, says Shane. Is she definitely in Australia, is she? Are you pretty certain? Because sometimes people cheat and you think they're doing it. It's like when you see the This Morning people and you look at the film that's playing in the background of the Thames. Well, they're nowhere near the Thames. They're at the BBC Television Centre. That's where they are with their programme. So that thing at the back is a film of boats going up the Thames. Because I used to think, oh, that's quite clever. But no, in their other studio, yes, there were boats going up the Thames, but not recently. Steve, I get texts all times of day and night from my daughters asking to borrow money until their paydays. Oh, listen, if you've got children, you just have to put up with things like that. Hi, Mum, could you let me have 20 quid? He used to appear a lot in Hyacinth Bouquet with her son, and he'd phone up, and the husband would go, no, we're not giving him any more money. Nigella's in London. She filmed it in London. Yeah. Actually, the funny thing was, in, what was it? They were saying it was in Hyacinth Bouquet's son. He was touring with his friend Tarquin or something, who I think was a window dresser somewhere. It's just, you obviously realise from this that he was gay. But, of course, it was never mentioned because Hyacinth didn't want to talk about stuff like that. I love it. Going off camping this weekend. It's a lot of effort as you have to take everything with you, even the washing up bowl. Outside loos, open air showers. No, only mad people go camping. Seriously, we don't do things like that, do we? You go camping? Yeah. Producer goes camping. Lorraine says, I sound the same as you. And I tested positive for COVID. But I feel absolutely fine. Yeah, I feel absolutely fine. Doctor friend told me this week, if you think you have a cold at the moment, it's almost certainly COVID, says Jason. Nothing like drama queens, is there? Oh, it's definitely COVID. No, it's a summer cold, I promise you. And what was the other one that I quite liked? Talking about this camping for the weekend. Ian Dale told us he was 60 today on the radio last night, just after he gave you a mention. I got a mention? What did I get a mention for? Oh, that's right. He also spent a few minutes trying to figure out how much he was worth. How much he was worth after a listener said they'd heard he was worth 5 million. That's what it said I was worth. In one of the papers, it said, how much is Steve Allen worth? And it said, I think it actually, was it worth 5 million or 2.5? Whatever it was, grossly underestimated. Ridiculous, honestly. Heavens above. Martel, thank you very much indeed. I can imagine Ian being really good about things like that. And just to let you know, Steve, I'm listening and taking notes to your show, if not participating, which were moaning earlier this week. You couldn't find any slush puppy machines in London, says Joanna. And look no further. I found you the perfect machine of Dr. Slush. Sandown Seafront, Sands Hotel, and thought you might like to take a trip to the good old Isle of Wight. Photos attached will hopefully entice you. I'm sure it will cure your throat. Oh, I should imagine it probably will, actually. How lovely. And I promise you the owner, Ian, will give a shout-out on your show if you allow it. 9 exotic flavours, including pina colada. I love pina colada, cherry, anything really, but you get throat freeze. I do. I'm not sure if I like pina colada. I like getting caught in the rain. Making love at midnight. I go to bed at 10. What are you on about? Who wants to make love at midnight? Actually, I'm in bed long before that, actually. Joanna says, feel better soon. I shall certainly try. We'll take a short break. We've got the news at 5 coming up. And we'll try and get through as many... But I can't believe we've already done an hour. Phenomenal, isn't it? Where does the time go when you've got a sore throat? The answer is it drags. Something chronic. What else we got? Oh, God, we've got tons of stuff. All after this.
Son had been found 27 years later.
I shouted, "You found my baby, you found the baby." And I turned to my husband and said the same words. They found the baby is coming. And it was a 27-year-old man who is my baby, and a lovely young man he is.
It's going to get hot and even hotter this weekend, with temperatures predicted to soar over 35 degrees Celsius. The Met Office has put out an amber warning from Sunday to Tuesday. It's feared there could be an increase in heat-related deaths, with the elderly especially vulnerable. And Donald Trump's first wife, Ivana, has died at the age of 73. She and Mr. Trump had 3 children together before they divorced in 1992. LBC Markets report the FTSE 100 will reopen at 70.39 after closing down 116 points yesterday. The pound buys $1.18 and €1.18. LBC weather cloudy to start, few showers southeastwards, turning brighter later with a high of 25. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Serena Farrow.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice heavy company. A little bit throaty this morning, but panic not. It's the summer cold and the air conditioning. So what we do is we go from heat to cold, cold to heat, heat to cold, and so it goes backwards and forwards until eventually something gives. And it's given, unfortunately, this morning. Words that Brits hate the most. Something is a popular one. Whatevs and neg. I keep hearing things on, what were they? Joey Essex came up with this baby language that he thought people were speaking in Essex. And he'd go, ream. Nobody ever says ream in Essex. It was just a word they gave him to trying to make him sound intelligent, which, of course, it's like, catchphrases and things like that. And people now, can barely string 2 words together, which is a little bit embarrassing. But apparently, there's whatever. That's very popular, whatever. This is compiled by Countdown Susie Dent. Ironically, sheg, which is slang for provoke or annoy, tops the most annoying list, followed by, something. Something is very popular, so summit or summit. But it was when Joey Essex came up with this ream. Then a few other people picked up on it. Never heard it since. Best day they ever did was when they got rid of him. And never to be seen ever again, because nobody says ream. They really don't. I've been to Essex for God knows how many years. Britain's lottery jackpot winners have been splashing their cash on ride-on mowers instead of swimming pools and racehorses. Now, as you know, Pete, the swimming pool man, he says the best thing you can ever do is buy a swimming pool. The next best thing is when you fill it in, because you're never going to use the thing unless you've got it heated to bath temperature. 34% admit they've spent £2,000 to £5,000 on one of these garden gadgets. You see, I would also buy a sit-on mower, provided you've got enough grass to do it on. Ahead of tonight's record-breaking 191 million, the poll showed 1 in 5 winners enjoy mowing more than driving their cars. Matt Miles from Herefordshire won $1 million on Euro Millions and owns a car business. He drives a limited edition Audi, yet he said, I can honestly say I enjoy mowing. He only won $1 million. Even in Hertfordshire, you can't buy a decent house and get an Audi and a sit-on mower for £1 million. Wayne Home scooped $1 million and said he originally wanted a motorbike, but he said, when I sit back and survey my lawn, it brings me almost as much joy as a motorbike might have done. I used to have a part-time job in a hotel years and years ago when I was 15. I'd cycle out to it, and they had a sit-on mower, and I'd drive around the grounds just cutting the grass. It was fabulous. And they paid me. I loved it. Very happy. Comedian Alex Brooker. You ever seen Alex Brooker? The Last Leg. I have seen the programme. It's the same people, isn't it, all the time? But he's been banned from eating his favourite hot Nando's meal before he films The Last Leg. He used to eat a chicken dinner with XX hot peri-peri sauce. But he has to dash to the loo, so he's now only allowed to have lemon and herb at work. I don't think I've ever had peri-peri sauce. Is it very spicy? You can get it quite mild. Actually, I must be the only person who doesn't like Nando's. I used to think it was the most... I have tried it, yes. I used to think it was the most expensive chicken I've ever heard of. It was phenomenally expensive, whereas chicken is very cheap. I mean, I can get a whole cooked chicken in Costco for £4. It's not peri... Well, no, just put peri-peri sauce on it. You can buy peri-peri sauce. People always worry about things like that. I mean, if you go to Costco or supermarkets, look how many different sauces there are. You can get garlic sauce, peri-peri sauce, you can get Thousand Island sauce. In fact, they do in Costco a whole range of 6 of them in sort of little bottles so that you can, decide what you want to put on it. Because I quite like having sauce on it. There you go. Nando's peri-peri sauce selection. Lemon and herb, which is extra mild, medium or hot. And you can tell because it says hot on it. £8.89 from Amazon. You can get all 3 of them. Which I suppose it becomes addictive, doesn't it? It's like people who are addicted to KFC. I would be one of those people, but I don't have it all that often. But I do like it, actually. It's quite salty. The only thing I don't have is I don't have chips or fries. It just doesn't... I did have some ages and ages. I went with my friend Paul, and we went to Five Guys. And you get so many chips. I mean, like, there's enough chips to feed a family of 10. And so we ended up leaving most of them, which seemed a terrible waste at the time. Steve, get loads of ice cream for that voice later. Thank you. Any news on the Rubik's Cube? Yes, it's departed. It's UPS are delivering it. Steve, I wonder if I could buy the bubble gun down here, says Shane. I should imagine you can get it all over the place. Declan, the ex-London cabbie, thank you very much indeed. Now he's a trucker. And I like this one. A car hit an elderly man. The paramedic says, are you comfortable? The man says, I make a good living. A poodle and a collie are walking together when the poodle, when the poodle suddenly unloads on his friend. My life is a mess, he says. My owner's mean, my girlfriend ran away with a schnauzer, and I'm as jittery as a cat. Why don't you go and see a psychiatrist, says the collie. I can't, says the poodle. I'm not allowed on the couch. God, honestly, these are the worst. Thank you very much indeed. We don't generally do jokes. We don't necessarily. You just have to listen to the programme, and the whole thing is a bit of a joke. Steve, you talking about you being a cute baby. You sound like the talking baby Stewie from the TV show Family Guy, due to the sore throat, says Neil in Bristol. And that adds a new dimension, do you not think? All of a sudden people are going, hey, you are sexy. You are sexy and you don't even know it. That's Stewie Griffin. But no, I never bother with cartoons and things like that. I just don't, actually. More of your texts and emails coming in a moment. Have another quick look at the paper, because it's still going on, isn't it? So what are we down to now in the hopefuls for PM? Are we down to 6 or 5? Where are we up to? I've lost track of it. It's dragging on. God knows it's dragging on, isn't it? Everybody's sort of saying to me, oh, it's terrible, it's awful. Just bumped into my friend Callum, and he said, bit throaty this morning. I said, yes, a little bit throaty. I think it makes me sound very sexy. Very sexy. I mean, I don't find it appealing, believe you me. But one of those things. A lot of people talking about heated steering wheels in cars and stuff like that. So Ian Dale celebrates birthday, which is very, very good. Kemi Badenoch, the way politics should be done. Yes. And, I mean, there's all sorts of people. I don't actually like any of them. But then we're not allowed to vote, which is a great shame, because I always wanted to vote. It would make it much more interesting, wouldn't it, really? Somebody else saying, I was in the city today, and I bought one of those ice creams that you had the other day that were on the little Haagen-Dazs. They're lovely. There seems to stay frozen quite a long time, whereas most of this sort of stuff doesn't, actually. And man walks into the pet shop and says, I'd like to buy a fly. And the assistant says, we don't sell flies. And the man said, well, you got one in the window. Right, you're barred. Stacey Solomon and Joe Swash have got a gorgeous swimming pool and are always posting pictures. I should imagine Stacey paid for it. I don't think Joe's working at the moment, is he? Does he do anything? We don't see him on anything. He just sort of faffs around, I suppose. And somebody says, who's the Barry White sound-alike on LBC? God, you've got to be a certain age to know who Barry White is. And did you know Nick Ferrari mentions you on his show and plays clips of you singing the Don McLean songs? Very entertaining, says Richard. Oh, I don't think Nick Ferrari has he played it? You've got it up there. Really? This is slightly bizarre. Yeah, go on, give it me. Give it me now.
Former Brexit Minister Lord...
Well, it definitely wasn't me.
Now, just share something with you. One of my LBC colleagues is a massive fan of Bob Dylan. Well, follows Bob Dylan, let's put it like that. And whenever Dylan's name is in the news, he often likes to entertain his production team by doing some Dylan numbers.
Bob Dylan has got some handwritten lyrics to classics like a rolling stone. Bob Dylan was the one who couldn't sing on We Are the World. You know, We Are the World. Yeah, darling, sing in tune, please. Like a rolling stone. Yeah, great, mate. He's getting on a bit now. He's 81. 81, and he needs the money. So he's also selling that. And Mr. Tambourine Man. Hey, Mr. Tambourine Man, play a song for me. Hey, Mr. Tambourine... I love doing the impressions, as you can tell. Enough already. Good Lord, honestly. It just goes to prove when I leave the studio, God knows what they get up to. Seriously. Terrible. Terrible, thank you. And Steve says, Stella, I panicked when I switched on the radio. I thought it was a different presenter. I didn't realise it was your sore throat. I know. Apparently Reggie says, Steve, falafel and hot piri-piri sauce with chicken instant noodles. I don't think I've ever eaten falafel. I know, it's chickpea balls. Do I look like I've ever eaten things like that? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Steve, try and get Mrs. Ball's chutney from Sainsbury's. My girlfriend recommends it as big in Zimbabwe, where she lived, says Terry in Leighton Buzzard. They look quite nice, don't they? They're like, you fry them, do you? Well, can't have everything fried. That's really bad. Have you had those then? Oh, you've had, oh, right, that's quite normal. How can it be healthy if you fried it? That's not healthy, is it? Well, Caleb is right. It's not healthy. I mean, just because you look at the interior of it, but you fried that. No, I'm with Caleb on that one. I mean, Caleb, who didn't even eat his ice cream the other day because it's got sugar in it. Because he's a healthy boy. But no, these things can't be healthy. Well, they might be very tasty, but everything's tasty that's been fried, isn't it? And that's got on it. So it's got chickpeas drained, garlic, roughly chopped shallot, freshly chopped parsley and ground cumin. And then you dribble that sort of white sauce over it. Yoghurt and a pitta. Very nice, honestly. The producer lives in Maidenhead, by the way, so he's so far removed from the rest of us in the real world. He thinks that falafel that's deep fried is healthy. God, dear, honestly. Hopeless. Oh, you're not vegetarian, are you? You eat meat. Right. Okay, just checking. No, I know, dear. There's no point. You can't convince him. He thinks he knows everything. Hopeless. You know, just because he goes wetsuiting or something. It's, why he just can't do it in his Speedos, I've got no idea. We pay money for that photograph. Caleb's on your side. Of course he is. Of course he's on your side, because you're sitting in that seat and he's in the little seat. That's how it works. I'm in the big seat, this side. And I can also tell you, just gone 5:15, which means we got the latest LBC travel with Anne-Marie Walsh.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon & Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Morning, nice heavy company. I'm trying to work out if it's free drinks at Ian Dale's party. The only reason I ask is because when I had my 60th birthday at the Hippodrome, because it's a great venue, we had food and what they call little things. Everything was miniaturised. No, not canapes. No, it was like, we had not vol au vents. We had little fish and chips, little burgers and stuff like that. Am I facing the right way or something? What's going on? But yeah, we had little finger food, I call it. It's called finger food. It wasn't canapes, it was finger food. And I don't know what to do. What are you asking me for? I don't know. Do I look like I'm a chef? Do I look like I'm Nigella Lawson? Of course not. But the interesting thing was that I decided that we'd have a free bar for beers, wines and soft drink. And then somebody came up to me and said, oh, is it possible that we could have some vodka? And it was then that I went, oh, go on, make it a free bar. But actually, funny thing is, people didn't take advantage of it. People, sometimes you would think people would be sort of taking advantage and drinking. There's only one person who had quite a lot of the vodka to drink. But in fact, the bar I think we probably had about 60 to 70 at my, my party. And I think it was only something like 1,600 quid. I say only 1,600 quid, at the time. But they gave us the room, and it was quite nice, and we had a DJ, and it was really good, actually. It was really nice. And then you could go out into the casino and gamble. So we had quite a nice time, actually. Have you ever tried cooking chicken in a bag, Steve? I have. I did it years ago. And you buy these cooking bags, you put the chicken in, covered in herbs and all the rest of it, swivel it round, pop it in the oven, and it cooks, so there's no mess. And all the juices sit in this plastic bag. Don't turn your nose up. Have you ever done that? Foolish boy, honestly. Well, that's why you're not healthy. That's why you don't understand what it's like to be a cordon bleu. It is. It's garlic chicken roasted in a bag, and you get these oven bags, and you put all the stuff in there, and then it's beautiful, and there's no mess. You just throw it away. Throw it away. Oh, I can't believe you've never done that. That was the easiest thing. A lot of students did that because they didn't know. You don't have to baste it. It bastes itself in the bag. Now I have to explain the word basting, I suppose. It's very difficult. But they do loads of those chicken bags. I'm surprised you haven't sort of come up with things like that. Steve, keep cool this weekend in the forecasted heat wave. Recommended filling an old hot water bottle and freezing to take to bed. Actually, I don't have too much of a problem sleeping. In fact, I don't have any problem sleeping. I climb into bed and bang, I'm out straight away. I'm very, very lucky. And then Mark says, you know far too much about Towie and the people that are in it. I think you're a bit of a secret watcher. Don't you start a rumour like that, matey. Come round and sort you out. I know people, right? I know people. The only reason I knew about it is because it was the first of that sort of kind of show. I mean, can you believe that some of the original people in Towie are still there? Chloe Sims, I mean, she must be about 85. She can't still be going, surely. And a few other people. But the trouble is now what they do is, because as you know, if you've heard the voiceover from Denise Van Outen, she says the people are real, but the situations have been engineered for your further listening and watching pleasure. So in other words, they'll then go, right, now you two are going to be going out or doing something. And so they then have arguments about it. And so it goes on. Because, to be honest with you, it's a bit dreary. That's all it is. It's about their sad little relationships and how they're nearly all failing. Those bags are called Maggie bags. Maggie bags. Oh, right. And, Steve, if you want to have a different ice cream, a designer called Anya Hindmarch has opened a pop-up shop in Pont Street selling Cocoa Pops ice cream, HP Sauce ice cream, and 12 others. Oh, I'm not sure about Cocoa Pops ice cream. I quite like the idea, I suppose. Here we go, the Ice Cream Project. PG tips, mayonnaise. Oh, no. Are you sure they're real ice creams or are they just made up? It's like baked beans. I don't really believe you can have baked bean ice cream. I think that sounds disgusting. I always thought it was disgusting putting strawberries with balsamic vinegar. They would arrive on a plate. It was considered a bit sort of, height of decadence. And you dip the strawberry in the balsamic vinegar. Balsamic vinegar. But, not my sort of things at all. Steve. Another one here, which says... Oh, somebody else talking about me thinking that I know too much about Towie. It has been on for donkey's years. Of course I'm going to know about it. But luckily, most of the people have sort of passed on now, and they get rid of people because some of them really got nothing to contribute. Patrick, who's in Canada, says you might have the pony virus. You sound a little hoarse. All right, you're barred. And I like the idea. I missed your first hour, Steve. I know I'm naughty and it's not like me to be so tardy, but I ended up glued to Thelma and Louise last night, says Kim. Oh, I quite like that, actually. I quite like Thelma and Louise. I thought it was very, very nice indeed. And Steve woke up this morning. I thought, who's that on LBC? I always get really cross when it's not you, and I haven't been warned, and I had time to prepare myself for a change. So I hope that you feel better soon, says Sid. I know, people always say that. They say, God, you sounded so different this morning. You go, it's because I've got a sore throat. I think it's getting a bit better. Don't you think so? A little bit better. Sort of, I'm easing into it now. Yeah, I'm warming up. I like warming up my voice. Apparently a teaspoon of glycerin mixed into a large glass of water is very soothing on the throat. And Steve, any of your listeners, especially the older ones who are dreading the surge in heat over the coming days, should go out today and get themselves a supply of whatever it is. It's Diarylite, which contains... Diarylite. It contains vital electrolytes and will stop dehydration. Yeah, you've got to be very careful. It isn't, people just think it's young people who are affected by the heat, but it's not. It's all sorts of people, especially elderly people. So be very careful, you know, because you don't want to become ill, do you, really? And there's just as many people who will go, I think, you know, through the heat as do in the winter time. Not very good, isn't it? Steve, I haven't got a heated steering wheel. In winter, I don't even put the heating seats on because it makes me want to pee, says this one here. Everybody's saying that to me. Everybody's saying that. They go, oh, no, you don't want to do that. The amount of gimmicks that you get on cars now and gadgets, don't you think it's phenomenal? I do. I think it's absolutely amazing. And in fact, there is the new car out. It's BMW. You can rent all the extras. You can rent extras on your car. If you haven't got, you know, the extras on there, then they will offer you the extras, which you pay monthly. There's like a premium... Can't find the blooming thing now. But there's like a premium rate for it. So if you want the heated steering wheel, you pay a little bit extra. If you want the heated rear seats, you pay a little bit extra. If you want the vibrating seats, you pay a little bit extra. It's all of these... It's almost like sort of renting, I don't know, like renting something else. There it is. So if you want heated front seats, 15 quid a month. Adaptive cruise control, 35 quid a month. Heated steering wheel, £10 a month. High beam assist, £10 a month. So the German brand are producing models with a host of technology. But I've got all that as standard. All that is standard. And I wouldn't have thought, I'm really surprised that BMW don't have those things as standard. I mean, especially, you know, heated rear seats and stuff like that. So they first unveiled the plans in 2020, although it has only offered monthly fees for heated seats and heated steering wheel from this week. Good Lord above. You'd have thought if you're buying a luxury car like a BMW, it would be included. It would be included. But and also connected charging and stuff like that, connected parking and everything. I mean, I'm just getting used to cameras on the car, you know, just so you don't smash into somebody. And I've got front and rear cameras. I've got both, yeah. Normal where I'm from, mate. Normal. Have you not got heated cameras, or do you still strap your mother to the roof of the car? Left, yeah. Beep, beep, son, beep. Elliot, beep. Thank you. So just be careful. All these different things, though. But I was always amazed when I went in my producer's car a while ago, and it was he's got a Mini. It was full of gadgets. I was everything was a little. Also, you know, for what used to be a little car, now they're big cars. You get a lot in them, which is very nice. Steve, something shouldn't be messed around with. A good vanilla ice cream should be the only flavour, said Mark. Some people wouldn't even dream of having a flavoured ice cream. They would only ever go for vanilla. They think anything else is sort of a bit sacrilegious. I like this one. David, heading from Rye to East Grinstead, he said, I had OCD growing up, and now I've got CDO. It's like OCD, but all the letters are in order, just like they should be. Some very sad people. Steve, it's more like a sore throat, says Sevco. Alan's a goner. Yeah, I think not. I told you, I've just signed a long contract. I can't be a goner. I have to do a long contract. I've got to fulfill a contract for many, many years. Many, many, many years. And Steve, turned the radio on. I didn't recognise you at first. And then I realised you must have caught that new poodle virus because you sounded a bit woof. Oh, God, that's got to go, hasn't it? And then Graham, the chauffeur, says, what's happened to the voice? Very sexy. You could do the voiceover for the American series, a Quinn Martin production. Try it. And somebody else says it sounds very sexy, which is quite nice. Steve, Maggie, they also do a bottle, which is lovely when you try to splash it all over fried mushrooms. I think I've bought it in the past. It's a sauce, and you put it over mushrooms and all sorts of different bits and pieces, and I quite like it, actually. I'm sure... There it is, Maggie. Liquid seasoning sauce. Look at the difference in price. There's one for £1.30 in Waitrose. The other on Amazon is £8.65. It is a kilo. I mean, and so what would you put that with? Would you put that with mushrooms and stuff? Any vegetables? Oh, I must go and get some. I like a sauce to pour over things. It's quite full of sugar. No. A little bit spicy. Bit smoky.
Britain's Conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Apparently even indicators are optional on BMWs. I can remember years ago when I learnt to drive, if your indicator had broken or your car didn't have them, you put your hand out of the window. Seriously, I mean, it sounds highly dangerous now, doesn't it? You put your hand out of the window if you're turning right. If you were turning left, you moved your hand in a semicircular motion, and that apparently indicated to the person behind you were stupid and you were going to be turning left, because nobody ever realised what you were doing, but that's how we learnt to drive. That was it. Mind you, I also got the man with the red flag in front, which was fantastic. He would walk in. Are you sorry, we're keeping you up, Elliot? Or... Yeah, the man with the red flag. Did you not have the man with the red flag? Yes. When cars were on the road, firstly, and they brought out a commercial car, people were frightened of them, so to warn people they were coming, there'd be a man who would walk in front of it with a red flag, waving it from side to side. You've never seen that before? Yeah, when you do come from Maidenhead, I should imagine you probably had sort of, the servants out there sort of pushing the car and everything else. Phil says, congratulations on the new contract for many, many years. Lovely to hear Dame Celia Molestrangler again, Steve. Give my love to Julian and Sandy. I can remember listening to those programmes years ago. Round the Hall was fantastic. Steve, I only seem to get ill on weekdays. I think I must have a weekend immune system. Weekend immune system. I love it. Steve, you could do the old denim aftershave advert with that voice. For men that don't have to try too hard. Do you ever remember that advert? For denim art? No, you wouldn't. Do you wear an aftershave? Do you have one? Which one would it be? Aramis? Something like that? The black Chanel one. Oh, right. I don't think I know that one. Chanel number 5. Oh, right. I don't know it. I don't know what it is, actually. Sounds lovely, though, and it's obviously a very firm favourite with you. Black Chanel. I think I've seen the bottle, actually. I've seen the bottle, but I wouldn't buy it. Bleu de Chanel. Bleu de Chanel. Oh, right, there you go. So fair. How much is that a bottle? What do you mean you don't know? How much? You always get it duty-free. So every 6 months you have to go off and fly somewhere so you can get the duty-free allowance. Fabulous. Maggie's sauce, Steve. Bouillon cubes. Mix them with mincemeat and meats to add flavour. And Mark says, I've got it. Steve Allen, the new voice for Love Island. I just don't... No, I don't think so. There's not really not. Have you seen that dreadful programme on the television, which the bloke who does the voiceover on Love Island is doing? It's got the naffest selection of Z-list celebability. I mean, I'm sorry, what are we appealing to? People of limited intelligence. It's the biggest part of dross I've ever seen on the television. Whoever wasted money with that, they must be completely off their trolleys. It just doesn't work. And also, who are the so-called celebrities that they put on there? Because not one of them was a celebrity the other day. Steve, I love strawberries and balsamic. And I'm common as. Should try it, says Taffy Nige from Pontyclean in South Wales. You don't, do you? That's so pretentious. So pretentious. My friend actually's got a house in Conway, and he's going to do it as an Airbnb. He works here. He's lovely. He's this Ben. Ian in Somerset, Steve, is it because you've never worked 7 days in a row that your throat is croaky? I don't know, actually. You might be right. Might just have pushed it over the edge a little bit. Might have, we don't know, actually. Great show. Love the new voice, Steve. I love it when people say that. And I'm currently on my holes in sunny Torquay, and it's hot, hot, hot. The Bay of Torbay this morning is gorgeous. No wonder the Victorians named it the English Riviera, a must visit. We decided on treating ourselves to a hot tub on the site where we're staying. But it's been too hot to use during the day, and it's been a bit of a waste, says Steve from Chislehurst. Oh, I don't do hot tubs. I don't like them. Sitting in water that's bubbling away, and no thank you. It's just like human soup, isn't it? It's not very nice. Have you been in a hot tub? Oh. Have you got one at home? No. Have your neighbours got one? Close friends of yours, have they got one? Yeah. You got a hot tub? Oh, God, honestly. I'm fighting a losing battle here. Steve, it's a fact you can actually become addicted to hot peppers. I've just made a couple of pints of chili jam just by chopping up some hot peppers and blitzing them in some damson jam. Blows your head off and good for sore throats too, I should imagine, says Mike. Well, I wouldn't disagree. I'm not going to disagree with anybody today. And I'm from Torquay, Steve, and we actually are going Costa del Dol. Thank you. And somebody says they repealed the law forcing motorists to have a man waving a red flag in front of the car in 1896. And they're celebrated with a car rally from London to Brighton, which, as we know, is still run every year, says Kevin the Milkman. Yes, that was what the film Genevieve was based on, which was very good indeed. And it was about the London to Brighton race. It was fab, because it shows London, all these early films, they show London as it used to look. John Gregson was in it, Kay Kendall, and Geoffrey Keane, Joyce Grenfell, Dinah Sheridan, Kenneth Moore. I loved Kenneth Moore. Thought he was fantastic. Came out in 1953, I think, something like that. And it's an upbeat British comedy. It's well worth getting, actually. It's really quite nice. It takes you back to a better time, a much, much better time. Sort of everybody seemed to be nice to each other. Steve. When I heard people saying "well gel," it made me want to boil my own head, says Tony in Southend. Of course, over in Europe, as we're fearing 40 degrees, over in Europe, 49 degrees. 49 degrees. And they're not complaining. They're just getting on with it. But over here, we tell people it's going to be 48 degrees or 47 or 46. And people go, oh, my God, what are we supposed to do? And the answer is nothing. Can't do anything about it apart from stay in or sit in a cold bath. Andrew the movie, Newsnight interview to be made into a film. Hugh Grant in the running to play the Prince. Because they can't get Prince Andrew out of retirement. Hugh Grant, yes, yes. Is he a bit old, do you think? Oh, he's a bit too handsome. Oh. Well, Prince Andrew's known as a bit of a looker in his day. Randy Andy, they called him. That's a bit of irony, isn't it, really? Poor soul, honestly. He did his best. And Dawn Neeson says, wait a minute, I've got the colour for you for the jacket. Hot pink. White for wedding anniversary lunch after, which is lovely. Wishing sore throat well. I know, it's such a pain, it really is. So hot pink for work this morning. Cool, that is nice. I like the idea of hot pink. It's like hot pink can either be hot pink or ice cream. Can't it? Hot pink. Don't you think so? We used to have rubbers at school, which went on the top of your pencil, and they would smell of different things, and the pink one smelt of strawberries. Did you ever get those? Did you ever get rubbers that smelt? I didn't try and eat them, but, we used to eat our rubbers anyway. We were a bit peculiar and sweet. It's like people who chew the pencils. You'd have a pencil on a desk, and somebody would have chewed it to pieces. And I used to think, goodness sake, you can now buy a fruit eraser collection pack for kids, scented milkshake erasers, 30-piece novelty food-style pencil rubbers. Amazing, isn't it? All the stuff you can get. And they are actually good enough to eat, but I wouldn't recommend it Steve, have a cup of tea, says Ruth in Yorkshire, with whiskey and honey. I'll sort your throat out. Yes, trust you to have that one. Steve, could you sing part of The Handbags and the Glad Rags by Rod Stewart? Or I could, it's a heartache, nothing but a heartache. You could finish the programme with an Arnie Schwarzenegger line. I'll be back, says Conrad. Yeah, I could do. Thank you all for your support. I shall wear it as often as possible. Steve, I've just discovered a great food combo. Put chocolate spread on a toasted crumpet. It's like eating a small waffle. Tastes better than it sounds. Promise? Yes, I hope so. And somebody says, yeah, Anita from Tooting, could you sing a few bars of Total Eclipse of Your Heart? The Bonnie Tyler hit. No, I can't. We're not doing requests on the programme. Oh, dear. Marks and Spencer's do a lovely lemon and lime cordial for summer. I used it recently. When I had COVID, I added hot water and grated tons of fresh ginger and added it. I should really test when I go home, I suppose. But I feel fine. It's just it's a bit throaty, and there's nothing you can do about throaty. So Bruce Springsteen is to tour Britain next year. He must be getting on a bit, mustn't he, Bruce Springsteen? How old is he? 72. He turned up with Paul McCartney during Glastonbury. And so I think based on that, they've said, would you like to come back and do Villa Park and Hyde Park? He's got 4 UK tour dates. Oh, the only thing I remember from him is Born in the USA. And that was it. He's sort of an ancient rocker. But he's getting on a little bit now. I quite like him. I mean, he's looking a little bit old, but it's good for his age, for 70-something. They don't die, old rockers. They just keep going forever and a day. So he's got the E Street Band. Who would he be playing over here with? The E Street Band? He's in Paris and Hamburg and Spain. He's all over the place. So we wish him well. If he comes to this country, we can add in some extra dates. We'll let you know first about them on LBC. It's, what have we got here? The Brits are towing on a summer holiday. What they're trying to do in the Mirror is say that Brits are going back to caravanning. Because I thought caravanning was great. Beats camping. Camping's a little bit naff, throw the tent in the back of the car and then you get all the way to some sort of caravan site and then you discover that you've actually left the little fire thing that you sort of set up so you can't cook anything. You didn't bring any tea bags and you've got no milk. So what do? Answer is just sit there looking a bit fed up, I'm afraid. which is not so great, is it? Steve, give us a time check. Okay, 6:45, the latest LBC Travels with Anne-Marie Walsh. They said, Steve, the perfect summer treat. What do you reckon it is? A Marmite lolly. A Marmite frozen lolly. I can't think of anything worse. Because you might as well have Bovril, mightn't you? Or any one of those other things. But a Marmite lolly, it exists. People are into these bizarre flavours. But I don't think it'd be... I mean, I do like Marmite. But not too much of it. I'd have it on a crumpet or something like that. But anyway. Alison Moyet has called for single-sex facilities to be maintained after detailing her own experience of a man who deliberately urinated in front of her with the cubicle door open. She says, in rehearsals, washing my hands, a bloke took the stall 1 foot from me, didn't shut the door, but took his out and then closer than a man does. She defended trans women using female toilets, saying, never have I encountered a trans woman in women's toilets who is anything but mindful and proper. Amazing, isn't it? It is amazing. People are still talking about it. And so guess who's still the male reader's top choice for number 10? So you've got 5 now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we've just eliminated Suella. Always makes me laugh. So you've got Liz Truss, Penny Mordaunt, Rishi Sunak, Kemi Badenoch, and Tom Tugendhat. So 101 votes for Rishi, 83 for Penny, 64 for Liz, 49 for Kemi, and 32 for Tom. So it looks like it's a runaway victory for Rishi Sunak, doesn't it? Which actually wouldn't be my favourite choice, but it's not up to me. I'm not voting. I'm not voting for it. Plus, Italy in crisis as the Prime Minister tries to quit and patients have given up trying to see a GP. I don't know, I don't have any trouble trying to see the GP. Trying to keep the GP away from me. Hello, Steve, would you like this? Would you like that? Steve, my older sister had an old roses tin full of smelly rubbers, erasers, milk, coffee, strawberry, everything at school. We had to use the old rulers from the year before, complete with dints. Wow. And how much are we all paying for Lurpak now? Well, it's about the same, you know, it's always been the same. It's only if you want to buy the super-duper enormous packs that it's going to cost you a lot of money. But the rest of it should be absolutely fine. Genevieve, Steve, is that classic British film. And somebody wrote to me and said that they actually saw it the other day because it's a very good film. But the theme tune played by Larry Adler. So there it is. And another one that says, seems like BMW are going backwards. In 1993, when I bought my first one, I asked the salesman where was the radio, and he said that BMW wouldn't presume to tell me what kind of radio I should have, and I was free to buy one of my choice. Also, if you had air conditioning, you couldn't have a sunroof, and vice versa. Well, I've got a sunroof and I've got air conditioning, and I could possibly have both open. But he did say that all of the air inside the car came for free, which was very nice, wasn't it, really? And Matthew says, I've seen Bruce Springsteen a few times. Back in the days at the Wembley Arena, had a great time. Yeah, I think he's got a very loyal fan base. I would think the moment they announce dates, people will be booking for it, I think. I can only see that happening now. Fern Britton now wishes she had persevered with her broken marriage, though she's since embraced a new life in Cornwall since parting from TV chef Phil. 2 years ago, she said she's not ready yet to date again. See, that shows I think people need to be married. I thought they were perfect. But, you know, that's the way it goes. Another rail strike should bring the summer of strife. I think there are 2 booked in now. I'm pretty certain. So, you know, we'll give you plenty of advance warning just so you know that you can get through this. And British Airways are asking travellers to consider postponing their summer holidays in an attempt to avoid travel chaos. So, in other words, don't bother booking a holiday. They've already told people don't sell holidays because a row broke out the other day between Britain's biggest airport and Emirates. Emirates refused to cut flights from its schedule, branding the daily limit entirely unreasonable and unacceptable. Well, I think they're going to decide who's flying into their airports. Don't be so silly. Be told. Apparently, despite BA's request for holiday makers to consider postponing their trips, the carrier was still selling seats from Heathrow on its well-known routes on the website, places such as Athens, New York, and Gran Canaria. Gran Canaria probably being about the most popular. Oh, actually, no, I think it'd be New York, wouldn't it, really? And you're going to run bone dry, they've said in the paper today, as Britain gears up for a second week of brutal heat. Rivers and reservoirs running dry with only 0.1 millimetres of rain since the start of July. That's why we need the rain next week. So please let it rain. I bet you anything it'll be a case of dribble, dribble, dribble. That's it. It won't be anything at all exciting, which is a great shame. A number of households saying they no longer need a TV licence has shot up by 270,000 last year. The BBC is facing competition from US streaming giants. Domestic customers who declared they didn't need to pay the charge, which is needed to watch or record live TV, went from 1.69 million to 1.96. I didn't know you could just say that. So you can actually go to the BBC and say, I'm not buying a licence because I don't want to do that. I don't want to pay for it, which is very, very interesting, isn't it? Gary Lineker feels he shouldn't apologise for his BBC salary. And why should he? If that's what the BBC agrees to pay him, who is he to argue with its preposterous largesse on our behalf? He's still the highest paid Brit, earning up to 1.36 million, which is down from 1.75. But also, as I said, this is what Jan Moyer's writing today in the paper. As I said the other day, if that's what they're prepared to pay him, well, that's their business. It's not up to us to sort of start complaining, saying, oh, it's too much money. He's already taken a cut. So I see no reason, why he shouldn't just get the money, which he had before. Steve Ray here in Kansas City, Missouri, originally from Wimbledon, It's 87 Fahrenheit here at present, which is nearly midnight. Temperatures are expected to be 118 next week for a few days. Thankfully, we have air conditioning, though I'm sure the things will be struggling. Blooming hard to deal with walking outside with my wife, who's now in stage 5 kidney disease and feels chilly even on the way to hot heat. Yes, that's when you've got problems, isn't it, really? Definitely. Somebody else was talking about BMW and the way it seems to be going backwards. I thought they were luxury cars. But if you have to sort of pay for all these little bits and pieces, that's very strange, isn't it? Very strange. Joan Collins collected her damehood in 2015. Now her old dynasty rival Stephanie Beecham feels ready for a title too. Stephanie is 75. She says, yes, I'd love to get a damehood. When a fellow audience member at the first night of musical Anything Goes, she said it was time she was made a dame. Yes, I agree. Absolutely. Absolutely. Linda Ronstadt celebrates birthday today. The First Lady of Rock sold more than 100 million albums, and members of her band went on to form the Eagles. She had hit duets in the UK with Somewhere Out There and Don't Know Much. Was that the Don't Know Much? But I think that was a really good song, actually. Don't Know Much was great. That was with James Ingram and Aaron Neville, respectively. She was misdiagnosed with Parkinson's in 2013. Turned out to be a progressive supranuclear palsy, which has similar symptoms. She then said, no one can sing with it, no matter how hard you try. Born on this day in 1935, died in 2019, Ken Kercheval. Ken was the US actor who played J.R. Ewing's nemesis, Cliff Barnes, in all 14 series of Dallas. I thought he was great. Absolutely great. 1990, the English actress Margaret Lockwood, star of The Lady Vanishes, died aged 73. And the other one was the Church of England, finally voted in 2014 at the General Synod to let women become bishops. God, do you remember I can remember all the stuff in the papers. Women becoming bishops? What's going on in the world? What is going on in the world? Linda Ronstadt looks good, doesn't she? She's retired. Well, she doesn't look bad. She's 76. She looks very good for 76. Very good. Great reviews for theatre productions and films, except a film called Persuasion. The verdict is, please don't. Worst review you can get. Au revoir, Mary. Last summer and Christmas season. This is Mary Poppins, flying out of London 8th of January. Presumably they'll be doing a tour of it, so catch it while you can. And if you can get to the Barbican, then you must book in for Anything Goes. 20 minutes, the reviewer says, into this, I stopped taking notes because nothing sums up better than the refrain from one of its famous numbers. It's delightful, it's delicious, it's de-lovely. And it's doing fantastically well. Fantastically well. So if you've never seen it, go see it. Kerry Ellis is in it. And Dennis Lawson. And excellent. Excellent. So well done. It's a 3-story ocean liner set. And the costumes have the wow factor. What more could you want? It's the price of tickets, I should imagine, which would be the thing that puts people off nowadays, because tickets are so expensive to go to the theatre. Most expensive we found in London is 330 quid. That's for the Playhouse Theatre, for Cabaret, I believe. But they do other cheaper seats. It's just that, if you want top price seats, and most people want the best seats that you can get in the house, don't they? Skinny people, as we said earlier on, they're not more active than us. They just eat less. So if they're not eating less, and they've got different metabolism, so that's okay. Bronson, Charles Bronson, it's not his real name. He keeps changing his name, and he wants to be paroled. He wants to go and live away from criminals and everything else. But every time he comes up for parole, he screws it up in some way, shape or form, and he's back inside again. He doesn't go any further. Also, when it comes to looking back on your school days, Britons get very nostalgic. We've got sort of, the romanticised side of what it is like going to school. Because I don't think the kids nowadays have as much fun as we had at school, even though most of us daydreamed by staring out the window. I used to like that. That was my favourite bit, actually. Staring out the window thinking, I wish I was out there as opposed to being in here. But anyway, we'll take a short break. For the news, they will tell you about the Rubettes singer who's won a legal battle over the band's name. This has happened in the past, but it's the first time I've heard of this one coming up, because I thought it was Paul da Vinci who did the that bit. News is next, back in a few minutes.
Having a strong email password can help protect you from cybercrime. But there's an extra step you could take this festive season to make your email even harder to hack. Just set up two-step verification on your main email account to get double the protection. Go on, take your email security to another level the next time you log on. That should do it. Search Cyber Aware from the National Cyber Security Centre.
Company, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's 4 minutes past 6 as we enter the... is this going to be the hottest weekend? I think they've been saying this is the one where we go a bit stratospheric and we all start going, oh, God, I hate it. But some people, it doesn't bother them in the slightest. But, the roads start melting and then, the water doesn't work and we're running out of water, and where's it going to come from? And when it rains over the weekend or next Wednesday, is it going to be enough? And a determined bid to wreck Penny Mordaunt's hopes of becoming Prime Minister was stepped up last night, with critics arguing she's not up to the job. It turns into a nasty little backstabbing, doesn't it? But again, that's how they all operate. I don't think we've actually heard of a Prime Minister yet who's not been stabbed in the back to get them out of number 10 Downing Street. It's happened for Thatcher. It's happened for loads of people. They just couldn't wait to get rid of them all. I can't understand it. People's loyalties is very fickle, isn't it? Figures on the Tory right were uniting behind Liz Truss. And but everybody's saying about Penny, she's not up to the job. And you think, well, she was up to it a short while ago. Somebody who is up to the job is Joanna Lumley. And she turned up the other day. She got her damehood. And she's very pleased about it, despite having had her prefect's badge taken away for smoking in her school days. Joanna Lumley is 76. And when asked what her honour meant, Dame Joanna said, it's huge. I mean, these are things that as a child being ticked off and having my perfect badge taken away for smoking. And then, she did very well. Tom Dean was also made an MBE for services to swimming. Services to swimming. How can you have services to swimming? They do come up with it. I don't even know who he is, actually. Have you heard of Tom Dean? Do you know who he is? I didn't know who he was. I've heard of Tom Daly, but not Tom Dean, excuse me. And, that's right. You know him, he's from Maidenhead. You used to swim with him. You jump onto any old bandwagon, don't you? You just have to just sort of get on it. You used to swim with Tom Dean. Oh, right. You've forgotten about him already. Obviously, it wasn't a very close relationship, swimming. Put it this way, when you say you swam with him, were you in the pool at the same time? Just on the edge with the binoculars. So, in other words, you don't know him at all, do you, really? You're just trying to sort of latch on to the fact that he's obviously a little bit more famous than you are. Well, he's got himself an award. He's got an MBE for the A1 gold medal. Oh, well, there you go, then. That makes a lot of difference. Camilla swaps the Prince for the King Charles Spaniel. Apparently, she has 2 rescue dogs already. She has 2 rescue dogs already. He took up swimming when he was 8 and joined the Maidenhead Marlins. What's the Maidenhead Marlins? What is that? Oh, it's a swimming club. Yeah. Yeah, I still don't believe a word you say, actually. I just think you're just trying to... You probably pressed your nose up against the glass of the swimming pool so that you could pretend you were part of the Marlins. The Marlins, I assume. Also the same height. Oh, he's 6'4" as well, is he? Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, well, anyway. It's, basically Bezzy mates forever, Not. So I have to keep sipping my tea to sort of soothe my throat. I think it's actually, we've come to the conclusion, the reason we've got this is because we've done 7 days on the trot. And I think that's what it is, actually. Dennis Lawson, Graham. Did I say Dennis Nielsen? Oh, dear me. That would be a bit ironic, wouldn't it? Stephanie Beacham. I remember Stephanie Beacham in the not supposed to be comical film. So bad it was funny. Oh, I don't remember that at all. And they were selling these the other day, these neck fans. Have you seen them? And you put it round your neck and it blows sort of cold. I don't think I could seriously walk through London with this thing. I mean, just ridiculous. I mean, how hot, is that going to change anything? Presumably you charge it up. It's chargeable. Is it chargeable? Yeah. And how much are these things? Because somebody's hit onto it. Because these things have been around for ages. Then all of a sudden, we get a bit of hot weather and they go, oh, you're going to want one of these, aren't you? And you go, no, not really, no. Here we go. How much? £20, £23 on Amazon. Portable neck fade fan, bladeless. $12.90. They're not bad, are they? 3-speed and adjustable. I suppose you think it looks cool. No, I don't think it looks cool. I think somebody's going to go, really, are you that sad that you've got to wear a fan around your neck? But it's designed for everybody. Rechargeable, USB rechargeable, indoor, outdoor. Well, of course, it's just a fan around your neck. And presumably, that sort of makes you feel a bit better. But how long does it last? If you're sort of, if you charge it up, 3 to 6 hours. You see, now that's a big difference. Is it either 3 or 6 hours when it's fully charged? They've said between 3 to 6 hours. So do they mean 3 hours, 5 minutes? Because it could be, couldn't it? Because you don't really want to have to worry about it. I suppose you could charge it up on the train. Because you've got plugs on trains now and you could recharge it. Do I really want... Yeah, you're right. Do we really want to be that person who's plugged into the socket on the train so that you can put your fan around your neck? It's bad enough watching people who are listening on their big headphones. Giant headphones. Steve, buy a real BMW and get all the toys. It's... wait a minute. Well, I've lost the blooming thing now. Just loads more came in at the same time, which sort of upset me. Wait a minute. Buy a real BMW. It's half an engine model where everything is an option. Or get an Alpina and get even more toys. See, the funny thing is I'm not particularly bothered about toys. Really not particularly bothered about toys in cars. It makes no difference to me if they've actually got it. It's quite nice, actually. Heated seats. Yeah, but I could live without it. It's not going to make any difference to me at all. Heated steering wheel is ridiculous. Steve, yesterday I posed naked for a men's fitness magazine. Turns out the cashier would have preferred if I just paid for it. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I like it. Steve, you don't stand up to your normal effervescent self. Well, I'm a bit under the weather, aren't I? That's why. That would be it. But I can't let you down. Are you on tomorrow, says Eddie? I bloody well hope not. Definitely not. Definitely not. And last Saturday, I threw a ball for my dog. My friends thought it was extravagant. Personally, I thought he looked great in a tux. Thank you. And, Steve, when I bought a brand new Ford Fiesta in 1987, it literally was the shell of a car. I even had to pay extra for a passenger side wing mirror, says Bev. And Gary says, my bird has one of those neck fans. It looks ridiculous. Well, I don't know. I'm sort of in two minds over it now, actually. But I mean, I don't get that hot. I really don't get that hot. I just sort of don't go out, actually. I sort of kind of stay in. And somebody says, like you, Steve, this is Jane, I don't like the heat as I've suffered from underactive thyroid for 36 years and I take levothyroxine. And levothyroxine. Oh, right. I've never heard of that one. I've heard of levothyroxine because I'm on that as well. And you take that if your thyroid doesn't work or it's, partially working. Mine's not working. You mentioned Dennis Lawson appearing in Anything Goes. He got his big break in Mr. Cinders, Steve, at the King's Head in Islington. Yes, I remember Mr. Cinders. I remember Mr. Cinders very, very well indeed. Very well. And I liked him, actually. Steve, Joe Allen's Have a USA Whiskey Week finishes today. I think you need to get yourself a hot toddy. I'm not a whiskey drinker, actually. I'm not really a whiskey drinker. I mean, I know that people heat them up a little bit and you have a hot toddy. I don't know if a hot toddy would work for me, actually. Just need to whiskey, honey and hot water. We used to have whiskey and milk. Whiskey and hot milk. That was very popular when I was younger. I don't know, a small wonder I turned into a drinker. It was my parents' fault. They would give, if ever got a cold or illness, we either had two things: Beecham's powders, or we had hot milk and whiskey. A little bit of whiskey and some sugar in it. It was delicious. You sipped it. When you woke up in the morning, it had gone. Everything. House, bed, bathroom, all vanished. No idea where it had all vanished to. But, no, I just think that was actually great. And, Steve, good tip to keeping cool in hot weather is to fold 3 T-shirts together, pop them in a plastic bag and put them in the fridge. Take one out the bag as needed. Oh, I don't think I'm that desperate to actually start freezing the clothes. Can you imagine? I know some people do things like that. Here you go, the dates. 2023 for Bruce Springsteen. Edinburgh, 30th of May. Birmingham, 16th of June. Hyde Park, 6th and 8th of July. Tickets available from 9 a.m. on the 21st of July. So not that far away. So, Steve, I don't want to be upset for you, but you could lose your voice. No danger of that. Couldn't be that lucky, actually. Steve, I've lost the blooming thing now, actually. Somebody else was talking about do check yourself when you get in for COVID, for sore throat. No, I think it's because of the fact I've done 7 days on the trot. It was going a little bit yesterday. It was, and it's gone a bit sort of, because unfortunately I speak for a living. And that's the problem. That's the problem. Steve, Shelley is taking me to work next week as I'm an Arsenal fan, says Steve in, is it Sunderland? Sunderland. And Kenny says neck fan might get 2, one for the top of each leg, says Kenny. Whatever. We're in Gran Canaria on holiday, says Gary. And it was wonderful sitting by the pool and listening to your Ian Dale podcast. Best way to spend a couple of hours. Thank you. I've not heard it. Well, mind you, I was there. I did it, but I've never heard it back again. But people tell me it's good. Very good. I think it's one of his most popular. Which, of course, we're not at all surprised. Pictures in all the papers today of the wildfires sweeping across southern Europe. And the plea for the Brits is look out for the elderly because, it is going to get very, very hot this weekend. And you've got to make sure that we look after people, which would be a good idea. 6:15 is the time. Let's get the latest news headlines on LBC this morning with Holly Harris. What's arrived? The ice cream again has arrived. The ice cream has arrived from Ian. Thank you very much. I tell you what, enough make a difference. Enough make a difference when you've got a sore throat. I know, but they do that in hospital, don't they? Well, I think when people have had their tonsils removed, don't they give you ice cream afterwards? Because apparently it's very soothing. Which I think is quite a nice idea. But this morning I've got Belgian chocolate. And Elliot's got, what one have you got? Salted caramel. I've soothed the back of your throat. Ian, thank you. That's just what I needed this morning. Just what I needed. But, Steve, were you slurping tea at Gough Square? Of course. You don't think I've stopped doing stuff like that, do you? You don't sort of grow out of it. And Jane in Swanley says, I bought a neck fan and sent it back. It just blows hot air onto your face. Well, I should imagine if the air around you is very hot, it probably would do that. But we quite like the idea. Steve, I'm suffering at home with dear Mr. COVID, and my daughter sent me the neck fan. It's the business, says Sheila Fine-Silver. Well, there you go. Listen, if Sheila Fine-Silver says it's okay, it's okay. It's good enough for us, actually. And, Steve, surely a fan around your neck on the train or tube would just pull in other people's BO or bad breath. Imagine the stench that would ultimately waft up your nose. Well, I don't know how it works. I mean, it's just a little fan. It just blows air. How close do you get to people on the train? Obviously quite close. I don't. Packed trains, you think? No, I don't think so. Steve. Steve. So there is no stench that would waft up your nose. It doesn't really work like that at all, actually. It really doesn't. So you can be, sort of fairly good with these sort of things. Communities left behind must be the real Tory winners. It's dragging on, this one, isn't it? I mean, it's serious. I mean, how much longer do we have to wait until we get, the name that we've seen on the frame for ages and ages, and that's going to be Rishi Sunak. I can't see it's going to be anybody else. And poor old comedian Rod Gilbert, who's revealed he's being treated for cancer and will be disappearing for a while to focus on his recovery. So we wish him the very best. The Welsh Stand-Up shared a message on his Facebook page thanking the staff at the Velindre Cancer Centre in Cardiff, where he's being treated. He said prior to his diagnosis, he'd been a patron of the centre for a decade but never imagined he'd become a patient there. He didn't confirm the type of cancer he's being treated for. He's a regular guest, and he said, I'll be disappearing for a while, and I won't be commenting further, at least not now while I focus on my recovery. So we wish him the very best of luck. But he's campaigned for this particular hospital for ages and ages, and so now he's actually getting the treatment from them for a hospital that he knows very, very well. Very, very well indeed. There's a child who escaped the horrors of the war is being coached by Matt Evers for dancing on ice. The family of 7-year-old skater Gosha Manjuk, who fled with his mum to live in Bristol, have spoken of their delight. Kids seem to pick up things like ice skating. I can't do it. I'm quite jealous, actually, that they can actually do these things. But not for me at all. Not for me. I don't think I would be elegant. I mean, I'm good at just literally straight line. I can't turn corners. I can't skate backwards. There's always one kid who goes to Winter Wonderland in London. The little kid who's got the little rah-rah skirt on, who's about 7 years old, and she's backwards and all the way. And I'm looking at her thinking, why don't you just fall over? Do us all and everybody's watching her. And she knows everybody's watching. And then you get the other ones who are literally clinging on to the barrier all the way round. And they just walk round. And then they fall over and we all laugh. They sort of say, I'll take my hands off. And they go like that. Then, woo, over they go. And if you fall on ice, it hurts. It's quite dangerous, actually. People don't think it is, but I promise you it is. Delicious. Honestly, that and Belgian chocolate ice cream. What a day, Ian. What a day we're having today. Hope the weekend is good. Steve, hope you get well soon. Yes, me too, actually. Tomorrow I'm meeting a work colleague, friend, Suhaila, and we're going to Wellesbourne Market near Stratford-upon-Avon. Oh, that sounds... I like a market. I do like a market. Chris says, better be worth it as I'm missing my usual English breakfast first thing as we're going early. Well, you can get a English breakfast down there, can't you? There'll be somebody doing bacon rolls and things like that in a market, which I like. A cyclist who said he was overwhelmed with kindness while riding across America. He's raised more than £25,000 for charity. This is Anthony Butcher from Ilkley in West Yorkshire, completed the 3,800-mile challenge on Wednesday. It had taken him 3 months. He was raising money for people living with multiple sclerosis. He works in student support, and he did it in honour of his mother, Teresa, who was diagnosed with MS when he was a teenager. He said, I've been overwhelmed by kindness. How lovely. £25,000. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Well done, you. And the Rubettes singer, who wins a legal fight with his bandmates over their name. So this is the front man of the chart-topping 70s band, the Rubettes, famous for the smash hit Sugar Baby Love. Now, I thought the person who sang that was Paul da Vinci, because Paul da Vinci had a very high voice. And anyway, they sold 10 million copies of their debut single. Those were in the days when records sold in millions. Now they don't sell in millions at all because people have a different way of buying music. Anyway, they continued to perform for decades afterwards. But last month they clashed at the High Court with frontman Alan Williams, accusing 3 bandmates of going behind his back to launch a breakaway act. It had caused William to have trouble getting gigs for himself, as promoters were confused over which Rubettes they were booking, he said. Now a judge has handed the rights in the name to Mr. Williams, finding that guitarist Mick Clark and Steve Etherington and drummer John Richardson had caused confusion and damage by using the name. Mr. Williams, 74, Mr. Clark, 75, and Mr. Richardson, 75, were all founder members of the group. But anyway, during the trial, Mr. Williams' barrister, Michael Smith, claimed Mr. Clark was sacked in 2018 following a dispute about fees. And so it goes on. But anyway, the use of the word Rubettes is a misrepresentation. So now they found against the 3 and said the goodwill in the name was held by Mr. Williams and his company, having traded using the name for years. But anyway, the judge will rule on what damages the trio should pay at a later... So not only do they not get the opportunity to use the name, but they're going to have to pay. as well. They're going to have to pay damages. I mean, I don't know what it would go into. I mean, it's been running for years and years and years, this thing. But I always thought it was Paul da Vinci who sang the... Paul da Vinci, I thought, was the singer in the group The Rubettes. But his name doesn't feature anywhere here. So I don't know whether or not you can actually get to sing some high notes. He went on to have a few hits by himself, actually, I'm pretty certain. He was very popular singer. He was sort of... The Rubettes were very pretty. You know, they had all sort of matching outfits. There you go. The original voice of the Rubettes, Sugar Baby Love, was Paul da Vinci. That's what I thought. He also had Your Baby Ain't Your Baby Anymore, which was... That'll be on Ferrari later, I know. Best known as the lead singer on the hit Sugar Baby Love, although he did not perform with the group at the time. So he was just there for this record. A fountain of knowledge, aren't I? But it's only because I remember him, because I think I interviewed him years and years ago. So, anyway, you learn. Steve, put an onion in a glass jar, cover with sugar and seal, leave overnight and drink the syrup in the morning. It will sort you out, says Simon. Oh, that sounds horrible. That sounds disgusting. I don't think I could manage anything like that. 3 years ago, Steve, I got my tonsils removed at the age of 40. I woke from the operation and was so out of it on drugs. The first thing I ate was Vegemite on toast. That's the Australian version, isn't it, of Marmite? They have Vegemite. And Steve says hope springs eternal. I went ice skating at the Millennium Dome when I was 9, slipped over, my mum then fell on top of me. That was the end of the ice skating. Lovely. And Steve, once we get the hottest day out of the way at the weekend, we can go back to normal. And then the weather watchers can start looking for the next big event. Hurricane Smith or Thunderclap Newman. There's always something in the air. Right, you're barred. Steve, at night I wring out a clean flannel in cold water and put it on my head. It looks daft, but it cools you down, says Jean. I've got an old fashioned handheld fan for daytime. I've got loads of flannels. I sometimes go to... I don't know why I've got a thing about flannels, but I remember going to John Lewis and I buy like 20 or 30 at a time. I just like the colours. And they're only like £2 a flannel. And so I buy loads of them because flannels go a bit manky after a while. So you can't keep using them, you know. I don't know why they go manky. They're just you can wash them in the washing machine. What is this, some new invention or something you've got in Maidenhead? A washing machine? What is that? Yours is what? Storage type of flannel. Got it from a zero-waste shop in Barnes. I wandered into a strange dream, ladies and gentlemen. A strange dream. But a washing machine, there's a new invention for us. I wonder if that'll ever take off in this country. A washing machine. No, it's easier to throw it away and then just buy another flannel for £2. So I get all the different colours, so it looks a bit rainbow. And I love it. Absolutely love it. I always do that. I've done it for years. I mean, I'm not saying I throw away loads of flannels, but they're always there for, you know, the odd occasion we need to mop things up and everything. But now I know you can wash them as well. It's unbelievable, honestly. The things I learned from the producer, who is a lot younger than I am. But it's all very sweet because he makes a contribution to the programme, which is quite nice. Yeah. Sometimes he's all by himself on it, but it doesn't really matter, does it? We don't mind. We don't mind. We're sort of very good at looking after people. Steve, my wife is a bus driver and swears by her neck fan. Keeps her so cool in the cab, says Gary in Lancing. Lord above. Actually, I got a bus driver yesterday who was going to chat to me, but my other bus came in after his, and he was just about to say, Steve, and I chat to him on a fairly regular basis. He was doing the 29 yesterday, and I said, I can't stop. My bus is coming in because you've got to run to the back of their bus to make sure my bus stops. Otherwise, if it goes past, I've got to wait another 15 minutes. And I don't like waiting 15 minutes for my bus. But you know what they did again the other day at Waterloo? They put my train to Windsor and Eton on platform 19. Brilliant. I didn't have to walk all the way up the stairs and then down the end of the... It was so much better. So much better. So I'm hoping today, for the weekend, that they'll do the same again. I'm totally convinced the signallers are listening down at Waterloo Station. They're going, let's make it easy for Steve to get on the train. He's not a well boy. He can't sort of go that far. Bless his heart. But it makes an awful lot of difference, actually. Sam on the Isle of Wight says, best thing about working in a supermarket during a heat wave is the -46 degrees walk-in freezer. That's quite good, isn't it? Minus 40. I thought it was bad enough in the studio here. Seriously. Steve, I had my tonsils out at 18 as they were constantly getting infected and blowing up the size of tennis balls. And the only thing that helped was copious amounts of soup, not ice cream. Morning, 25 minutes to 7 is the time. My friend Chris Lowry over in Spain, where they're suffering record temperatures, really bad temperatures over in Spain. And he said, told you to be careful, working 7 days in a row. He knows what it's like, actually. It's a strain on the voice, which is ridiculous. Graham in Crowthorne says, Steve, great show with your flannels and towels. You should not add conditioner. Oh, right, Lenore or Comfort. I don't, actually, because I just throw them away. Throw them away. You know, just buy some new ones. Steve, says Doug in Bedford, we've lived in our house 23 years, and this is the first time the water well in the garden has run dry. A friend of mine got a borehole in his garden. He's got his own water. He doesn't need to pay anything for water rates because it comes out of the garden. I don't... How many bores? I don't know. I don't know how it works, actually. I can't quite work these things out. Steve, says Catherine, to clear a sore throat, I swear by gargling with lukewarm salty water and drinking warm lemon and Manuka honey. I know, I mean, normally I keep Manuka honey in because the producer said, oh, we can get you some other honey. I said, no, listen, it's either Manuka or it's not. You know, Manuka honey is the medicinal one, which is better. Steve, you could be a stand-in for Phil Mitchell from EastEnders with a husky voice, says Jamie the Skip, hoping you get better soon. Plenty of ice cream this weekend. Actually, the funny thing is I don't drink or eat an awful lot of ice cream. It's quite a rarity. Brown found him. It's now in an obscure area, not on the main thoroughfare. Really? That's outrageous. Apparently done when the Elizabeth line opened. Well, I think that's absolutely appalling. Absolutely appalling. They've moved Paddington Bear. Goodness me, honestly. Terrible. And so here we go. And apparently, sore throat, the top 20 COVID symptoms. I love the way everybody's going, it's COVID, it's COVID. And they've got all sorts of things here as well. You've got blocked nose. No, the one thing I don't have is blocked nose. I don't have a blocked nose. That's the problem, which I did, actually. Headache. I don't get headaches. I'm very lucky. I haven't had a headache in 40 years. You would think I would have had, but definitely not. No, not hangovers either. Swollen neck glands. Swollen neck glands. All right. We used to get swollen neck glands years ago because presenters used to get them all the time because you were using your voice. Eye soreness. Eye soreness. Have you ever heard of that one? Never heard of that one. Fatigue, 27%. Hoarse voice, 35%. And so it's these 17,000 people who tested positive. So that's what they're saying they were. And Steve, if this water supply issue continues, I'm out of a job. Says Pete. Yeah, well, there is that. I never thought about it, actually. Although the good news is that once you put water in the swimming pool, it stays there, doesn't it? You don't sort of keep topping up. It doesn't. Does it evaporate? I don't know, actually. Might do. Steve, sore throat is the new number one COVID symptom. Get tested. I don't have a sore throat. It's not a sore throat. I know what a sore throat is. I've had those before over the years. And Philip says, as a voice performer, is your voice insured? I don't think I've ever heard of any radio presenter who does speech for a living whose voice is insured. I don't think I've ever heard of anybody. Steve, when I tuned in this morning, I thought Betty from Coronation Street was on air trying to flog her hot pots from the Rover's Return. Steve, forget all the other advice. For your sore throat, have a cold beer, says Phil in Peterborough. Nothing if not practical. Nothing if not practical. And vocal zones. Yes, I could probably get vocal zones as well, which are very good. And try some Manuka, honey, fresh lemon and hot water on the back of the throat. Should do the trick. I want one of those. I've got a spray. I've got a spray, actually, which sort of numbs the back of your throat, which is very good. But I think it's 7 days. 7 days of speaking, which is 3 hours in the day. It's quite a lot, isn't it, really? So there's a man who says he was paralysed by a stomach bug on an exotic holiday. Is suing TUI for £5 million. What's it got to do with them? Anyway, this bloke claims he picked up severe food poisoning in the Dominican Republic, which caused a reaction in his body which left him needing a wheelchair. He blames his condition on poor hygiene or food preparation standards at a Riu hotel. Now, the Riu group I know very well. They're a German group. They're top-notch. They have to be. Germans are very, very demanding of the standards. Anyway, his lawyers claim a bacterial infection picked up at the four-star hotel triggered a neurological disease. The rare condition which can develop after an infection leads to the immune system attacking nerves instead of fighting germs. So claims of negligence and the cause of the illness are both contested by TUI. But he wants £5 million. How do they work out compensation on these things? I've got no idea. How do you work out that's worth £5 million? I mean, yeah. I mean, personally, I don't see it's ever going to go to anything like that. Well, I don't think so. Steve, salted lemon in hot water and some honey, says Raymond. Salted lemon? I've never heard of salted lemon. That's a bit of a new one. And the police are now probing the child traffickers who brought Sir Mo Farah to Britain. But he's not Mo Farah, it's just a made-up... It's not even a registered business name. It's a made-up name. He's not called Mo Farah at all. But Scotland Yard are understood to have formalised its inquiry after the athlete's secret childhood emerged in a bombshell BBC documentary. 2 years in the making. They've known about this for 2 years. He's known about it all his life. Since he was about 8. His real name is Hussein Abdi Kahin. That's what his name is. I don't know where they got the other name from at all. But they lived in a flat in Hounslow. I must have seen him, actually, because I was only down the road. I probably saw him on a regular basis. But he was made to cook, clean, change nappies and banned from playing with other children. But there you go. He faced a difficult decision to speak out, but doesn't think he's looking for retribution. But, well, you've got to find out who these people are who've been trafficking children into the country, because they didn't even know him, the people who trafficked him in. So you have to get that sorted out, because these people might be trafficking people in for ages and ages and ages. A rare ingot of Cornish tin salvaged from the shipwreck that killed the brother of William Wordsworth sold for £2,500 the other day. It was recovered from HMS Abergavenny, which sank off the Dorset coast in 1805 with a loss of 260 lives. Among them was Captain John Wordsworth. His brother's death prompted William to write 3 elegies, including I Only Looked for Pain and Grief, which includes the line, Sea, ship, drowned, shipwreck. So it came, the meek, the brave, the good was gone. He who had been our living John was nothing but a name. And so they sold this thing, so it's quite rare. It weighs apparently £56. Not exactly small, is it? Definitely not. And a journal written by a passenger on the first cruise around the world, inspired by the adventures of Phileas Fogg, is going on sale. The Reverend William Alfred Essery wrote a 280-page account of the journey in 1881, including a description of a man who went overboard and was never seen again. Wow, it's being sold. They think it could fetch up to £1,000. I think it's got to be worth more than that. If 2 people want it, it'll go for way more than that. Way more than that. Because people like collecting things like this, because it's unusual. It's unusual. So again, they've all done it. This is one in the Express today, which is they've got ice lollies licked. It's their ice lolly test. Which one got the most? Swizzles Love Heart lollies. £2 for 4 of them. Takes you right back. Not sweet and a nice little kick. That got 10 out of 10. They like that a lot. 10 out of 10. 9.5 out of 10. Paw Patrol ice cream lollies. Dinky-sized paw-shaped chocolate and vanilla ice cream. But creamy but not too sweet. Which is quite nice. Also, the other one that got it, Fruitella Fruit Stack Ice Lollies. A pastel rainbow of strawberry with zingy lemon and orange, with each fruit having a distinctive taste, yet combining, well, that factor. All these things are available all over the place. It's amazing how many little lollies people did now for sort of, for people. They've got 10 out of 10. You get 6 of these lollies for £2.50. I mean, you can't even make these things for this price. You can't even make them. And yet here they are churning them out. If you go to Iceland, and people do go to Iceland, you will be horrified at how many sweeties have been turned into lollies and ice creams and things like that. They've got a whole range of them. Whole range of them. Absolutely brilliant. Steve, whiskey, gin or vodka, says Darryl. How about a bottle sorts a sore throat? If you still have a sore throat but you don't really care, I like that idea. Rest your throat over the weekend, Steve. Take paracetamol or ibuprofen. Gargle with warm, salty water. Keep your room as humidified as possible. Oh, it is, definitely. And Kemi Badenoch was on with Ian Dale yesterday and was very good too. Enjoyed taking questions.
Conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. 10 to 7, so hot weekend, and they've said just be careful, just be careful. The newspapers, I mean, some of them, they haven't done a big bit on her, but I thought she was fairly important. Ivana Trump, Donald Trump's ex-wife and mother of 3 of his children, has died aged 73. They got a call for cardiac arrest, and she was found dead in her New York flat. Survived by the couple's 3 children, Eric, Donald Jr. and Ivanka, and 10 grandchildren. 10 grandchildren. The ex-president announced the news on social media site, saying she was a wonderful, beautiful and amazing woman. And, she was certainly unusual. She had the same hairstyle for years. I don't think she ever changed the hairstyle. And she was always wearing bright, vibrant clothing. But I had no idea how old she was. It never crossed my mind, actually, that she'd be 73. But, one of those things. Listening to all the remedies, Steve, gosh, the best is just let nature take its toll. Your body repairs itself. Oh, I know, I think it needs help. Seriously, my body does. Definitely needs help. You have to do these sort of things, and you have to sort of take little bits and pieces. I don't know which ones work, though. That is the problem. I mean, I've always sworn by Benylin day and night tablets, which are very good for sort of, if you suspect you've got a cold coming on, I used to take the Benylin day and night tablets, and then it would stop it going any further. And that was always quite good. Then they changed the formulation of the tablets because there was something in the last ones that wasn't particularly good. And I can't remember whatever it was, that they always worked for me. So I would go in there and I used to try and buy up lots of them. Because some of these things, when I went to Costco the other day, I bought some paracetamol and you were limited to buying 2 boxes of paracetamol, and it said only 2 boxes. So I bought 2 boxes of paracetamol. So what you do is you just go around to different places and buy more, because you don't want to run out of things. So I've now got tablets with me, tablets in the car and tablets at home, just in case. How to enjoy a great British day out that won't break the bank. And do you know what the latest thing is in this country? Ballooning. Ballooning. People love ballooning. I love watching ballooning. You know, you get all these balloons, because they're not just sort of balloon shapes, hot air balloons, yeah. But they do all different, there's one designed like a teapot. There's one like a dragon, all sorts of things. And people seem to like ballooning. And I used to work at this hotel, and they used to do ballooning from there. And they're still doing it, which I thought was particularly brilliant. I've never been up in a balloon. I don't really want to go up in a balloon. I'm always slightly frightened by them. I'm always frightened because it's this sort of jet of hot air. And when you look at some of the festivals, they get these things up in the air. They're phenomenal. They are phenomenal. And I've watched them making them into different shapes. And I thought they're very good. There's some shape like light bulbs. I'm assuming there was one shaped like a Wellington boot and stuff like that. But I'm just slightly disturbed. There's one like, look at them. I mean, there's so many different ones. Smurfs, ice cream cones, all sorts of things. And then Disney characters. There's one shaped like a ship, a big galleon. It looks like penguins in it, but it might not be penguins. It might be anything else. That's the sails, is it? Oh, right. That's the sails. It's not penguins at all. I don't know why I thought they were penguins. But I love things like that. I think that's quite good. But apparently it's taking off. Steve, echinacea, hot drink, works wonderfully for cold, flu and everything else. Thank you. And buttercup syrup is great for sore throat, says Tilly. Buttercup syrup. Oh, well, there's a new one. Manuka honey, best thing for it, but don't heat it up as it takes away the antibacterial properties. Oh, I used to put Manuka honey in hot water. and used to drink that with a bit of turmeric. That was the trick. It was turmeric, which apparently cures everything. So if you go to the supermarket and buy a packet of turmeric, it's not cheap. And just add a little tiny bit into some Manuka honey. That's the thing. Leanne says, Steve, the best way to avoid colds is to avoid people. Yes, you're right, actually. You are right. Morning. Nice to have your company. To have your company nice. Welcome along. It's Monday. It's July the 18th. It's hot. Okay? End of story. What more can I tell you? There's all the signs on the motorways, which I had to laugh at the other day. They were sort of saying, don't forget, as it's hot, make sure you carry a bottle of water. Shan't do it. I've got a bottle of water with me, nice and cold in the studio, and that's what's going to happen. But as I say, stick it in the freezer. I've got 2 bottles in the freezer at the moment, and unfortunately I'm here, and they're sitting at home, but it doesn't matter. I was out watering the plants this morning. There's 45 minutes. I'm never going to get back again in my life, because you've got to do it because it dries stuff up really quickly, but do it in the early hours of the morning, which is better. Don't do it when the sun is at its zenith. The reason being, it'll just sort of soak up water. As fast as you water it, it'll just sort of and things like that, which is not so good. Brooklyn Beckham, super dry deal comes to an end, basically. I mean, who on earth would be interested in anything that Brooklyn Beckham is advertising? Petra Eccleston gets married, second time. The last one was Mr. Stunt. And that's about as good as you can say. Winter warning for the NHS as COVID soars and flu returns. So I think it's all the people over 50. I think all you people over 50 are going to be getting another booster jab or something like that, which is good, isn't it? Which is good. Every family could be forced to pay the BBC tax, even if you don't have a television. And who in this day and age, come on, does not have a television? Everybody's got a television. I don't believe it. All these people go, oh, I don't have to buy a licence, I don't have a television. Yes, you do. Of course you do. You've got a television. The recipe book that helps you eat like Tolkien's Middle-earth folk, whatever that is, and the passenger who stopped a train by pulling the emergency cord because they felt anxious on a train. These people shouldn't be allowed out. So, well, how can you put... It says on it, do not pull the emergency cord. It's dangerous. Not only is it dangerous, it means that all of a sudden the driver will slam on the brakes. You could be stopping. There's trains piled up in either direction, because they felt anxious. Well, they've never been on a train before. No, you have to people have to learn to cope with things. And then over in a nature reserve, and I think it was in Nottinghamshire, I think somewhere like that, firefighters were called out. Somebody had set fire to some of the undergrowth, somebody of limited intelligence, I think you'll agree. And thugs started throwing golf balls at the firefighters. I mean, seriously. These people must be really dim. They're probably the same people who do their little monikers on things with a little can of spray paint because they're sort of, unfortunately, inferior brain capacity. Yeah, it's a tag, isn't it? You see them all over the place, tags, and you think, no, I want to capture these people. I want to find out exactly where they live, and we graffiti everything that they've got. Their little bicycles, their little everything, absolutely everything. And then we go, there we go. Now your mummy and daddy can have to pay to take it off, can't they, really? Stephen's called Summer, and for once we're having a few nice days, says Debbie in Orsett. So with you, I know, I don't understand. I know they've said, you've got to be really careful because it's this and we only have 2 hot days in the year. The rest of it, if you can't cope, please don't go outside. There's no point upsetting people. And the headline, extreme heat, only travel if essential. Red alert, UK set to roast in ferocious heat as temperatures could hit 40 degrees. Don't go to Dubai, they get that every day. You'll never cope with it. Do you think they put up warnings in Dubai on the motorways? Just remember, do you have a bottle of water with you? Have you got an ice lolly? Just to make sure you could do it. As I was saying the other day, somebody was saying to me, of course, if you get hot, have an ice lolly. I ate 6 ice lollies the other day. I bought a box of them from Waitrose. They're very nice ones. They were for children, but I didn't care. They were little sort of lollies. And I sat by the bus stop and I ate them all. Because they were only small. I sat at the bus stop eating them, just to really annoy people. Yeah, one after the other. Literally as fast as I finished, I threw away there and get the next one out. They're really tiny. Only tiny lollies, but just nice. Ashley says, just about to leave home. Thank you for reminding me about getting my water out the freezer along with a rocket lolly. Woo, look at you. Rocket lolly and everything. We are so cool. If you listen to LBC, you won't need reminding about all of this sort of stuff. It's only people who are listening to other stations who probably need reminding. Well, it's going to be hot, is it? Oh, is it going to be very hot? Yeah, it is, yes. 40 degrees? No. All these people going on holiday. Everybody's off on holiday at the moment, so they're going to be suffering in the 40 degrees. Don't go to Portugal. France, they've got really terrible. Spain, bits of Spain. In fact, basically everywhere. But some people just go, I tell you what we'll do, we're just going to have a lie down outside in the sunshine. Well, if you do, and I don't want to have to preach to the converted, but can you put some sun cream on? I don't want people turning up at the hospital going, I need to see somebody, I'm burnt. Did you put sun cream on? I didn't. Go away. Go away. Too stupid for words. It's ridiculous. Here we go. Where are these forest fires? These are in a French forest. And looks terrible, doesn't it, really? And also 3,000 firefighters, strong winds and hot, dry weather. So it goes across Portugal, Spain, Greece, Hungary and Croatia. Where's my ex-producer gone? Croatia. Typical. Although, actually, somebody's just been to Croatia on a nudist holiday. I don't think it'd be Corey, no. And he's going, well, we don't know, do we? We don't know. It was a reporter for the Guardian or something like that. They were offered this, excuse me, free holiday, but because some of Croatia have gone nude, and he said it was very invigorating. I think that's what the word was, invigorating. And he sort of, the wife swimming, and then we went and met other people. And you sort of sit there. But I suppose, after you've sort of got over the initial shock of looking at other people and realising they're all bigger than you are, then you sort of sit down and you have a drink. Yeah, what do you do for a living? And they try and pretend that they're having a normal conversation. But unfortunately, you just can't lower your eyes, can you? You're going to bring your eyes up. I told you years ago we went to a hotel, the Hotel Panhans in Austria. And we went out on the slopes. And then we went and had a sauna. And we're sitting in the sauna, and in come a family. Mum, dad, start naked, and then brother and sister. Boy was about 14, girl was about 16, all start naked. And they all said hello to us, which was lovely, wasn't it? They all came in and said hello. Yes, I was trying to work out how long we'd have to sit there going through this purgatory. And it was very odd. So I spent most of my time staring at the ceiling, counting the beams, in the sauna. And then they sort of went outside and jumped into an ice pit, which was full of cold water. I mean, it's just, can you imagine parents? Can you imagine your parents? Come on, we're all going on a naturist holiday. There were two boys years ago on the television. They did it. The parents were naturists. And they used to be gardening when their two boys, who I think 15 and 16, used to bring their friends back from school. And their parents would be in the garden, bending over, weeding and stuff like that. You can imagine, can't you? They always got, it's like, people go playing tennis, don't they? Or croquet or something like that. It's all a little bit strange, I'm afraid. Steve, I learnt this when I was young from my mum, as we never had air conditioning growing up. Well, nobody had air conditioning. What do you mean you didn't have it? Nobody had it. This method works. Pull all the blinds open. Pull all blinds open, windows, but fill sink up with cold water, and it sucks the hot air from the room. Yeah, just save up for air conditioning. Oh, there they are. Look, some people who are gardening in the nude. Very bizarre, isn't it? I don't get things like that at all, but never mind. Mark says, sounding much better, getting there. Yes, Friday, my voice had started going Thursday. Time we got to Friday, we were really struggling with it. And then over the weekend, I didn't do anything over the weekend. I was having sort of what I call one of my lazy periods, which was very good. Jack in Islington said, listening live for the first time in a while, currently on day 5 of COVID for the 3rd time. No symptoms now, I'm very mild. Good Lord. Yes, I did know Nick played a clip of my show the other day. We played it on the programme, didn't we? It was me. Oh, no. It was me singing. I've never heard anything like. And then, of course, I got completely confused on Friday at the end of the programme, and I couldn't read the clock. And he had to tell me that he was standing by waiting. I don't know why just couldn't read the clock. Today in Dallas, the temperature, my friend Ian says, was 106. 106 degrees, he said, but I was inside with air conditioning watching Christmas in July on Hallmark. Try not to be jealous, he says. 106 degrees. Wow. 41 degrees centigrade, which is what, we're roughly going to get tomorrow. But we don't need to make a big deal about it. You know, don't go out. I mean, I would today, if you're actually going out, go out early, get water in, get all the stuff that you'll need. You know, I mean, not that you'll need anything apart from water, and make sure you've got milk so you can have a cup of tea, and you should be good. And Martin says, I don't have a TV, no phone line, nothing. Yeah, you'll still have to pay. I'm going to make sure specifically. Yeah, how are you texting us? How are you texting us? On a telephone, I suspect. Here in Melbourne, says Tim, it's hit mid-30s, early 40s, and the Aussies are still wearing jumpers. Yeah, some people don't feel it, do they, really? I don't know why. They just don't. Some people are very, very, very lucky. Very, very lucky. What was the other one I quite like? It's not heat, but a combination of heat and our high humidity, says Peter, which together creates what's known as a wet bulb effect, where the human body is unable to cool itself, which is why it's going to be dangerous to older and vulnerable people. It's only twice in the year. It's only twice in the year. If we can't cope with things like that, we might as well just give up now, actually, I suspect. Steve, LBC, when I was living in Abu Dhabi, I was dealing with 49 to 51 degrees days, and there were no warnings. What are you doing, feeling the aircon? Actually, I've got no aircon in here. But there were no warnings. On the contrary, there were warnings when it drizzled slightly. A month's rain there is equivalent to a day in the UK, and they would panic about it, says Ibrahim. Dennis in Grantham wondering if I'd take frozen drinks and ice lollies in a cool box. Will they stay frozen for long? No, they won't. No, they won't really. Unless you've got a freezer in your car. And you can buy them. I've got a connection in the boot where you plug it in and it's an ice box and it will keep stuff chilled. But only I don't think it'll keep frozen lollies going. I don't think it'll work like that. But it doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter. Just make sure you've got some cold water, chilled water. That's always good enough. I've got 2 bottles in the freezer at the moment. And I shall be enjoying them later. Then when I take one out to drink, I put another one in there. Replace it, and, it's good. Maureen Lipman says she's proud to be a Coronation Street star. I see no reason why not. And Steve, says Ali, I don't have TV, just have my radio. I like hot weather, just have to be sensible. It's lovely. Nice to have decent summer, drink plenty of water, keep dehydrated. Yep, that's the simple, that's all you have to do. Keep drinking water. Keep drinking water. You know, at least, apparently, a couple of litres a day. Seems like an awful lot, doesn't it? You feel like you balloon up with things like that. Is it only 4 small bottle? Oh, right. Oh, well. I do probably about two bottles. 2 bottles. I should be doubling it, shouldn't I? I've got one with me, but it's gone a bit warm now. Perhaps I should put it in the fridge here. Yeah, I don't like filling up my bottle with cold water from the tap. I don't think it's... You're not supposed to fill up, are you, really? I don't think so. I know people do. I've heard of people doing that. But it just means drink plenty of water. And make sure, if it's an elderly person, they've got milk in and they can have a cup of tea, because that's the thing that cools you down a little bit quicker. Still to come, bison will roam ancient woodland for the first time in thousands of years. And what was the other one that I quite liked, actually? The public backing a fair pay deal for NHS staff, and lots of birthday wishes for Camilla, 75 on Sunday, and don't look a day older.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company, nice. So it's Chris in Epsom says, I've plans to hang around in the frozen chicken aisle of my local Asda. Yeah, just hang around in freezers. Actually, I don't think I've ever stood in any of the departments, the supermarkets or anything like that, hanging around the freezers. I always worry when the freezer starts leaking water and you start thinking, oh, God, everything will be defrosted. I had that some years ago. One of my neighbours, her fridge, because what had happened was it was a freezer, one of these freezer units, and it had broken. And I said, don't open the door, leave it in there. It'll keep stuff chilled until you can get, somebody out to have a look at it. But nowadays, fridges are so cheap, aren't they, and freezer units, that, if they break down after a few years, throw it away. Get another one. Throw it away. Don't even bother about it. There's a girl's school report that arrived the other day, which is very nice, isn't it? Well, she thought so, because it arrived 62 years after she'd actually completed the exams. And 10 serving army soldiers are registered sex offenders, and the army are not telling you who they are. I mean, should we not know about things like, if somebody's on the sex offenders register and they're serving in the army, would that not be useful to know? I'm only asking because I just wonder why they'd want to keep it... Sorry? Yeah, well, I mean, why are they still in the army? They're a registered sex offender on a list, and they're still serving in the army. I'm not sure about that one, actually. Not sure about it at all. Also, Carol Kirkwood opens up about her fiancé. I don't know why people have this urge to tell you things, don't they? And staff serve up abuse at the rudest restaurant. They're just copying an idea, aren't they? Trying to come up with something, you know, where can we go, which is so terribly rude and all the rest of it. When Meghan met Harry's pals, turns out none of his pals appeared to like her, according to a new book that is coming out. But as I say, Harry threw his toys out of the pram, having a little bit of a tantrum. And Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck have married 20 years after they first got engaged. It's her fourth. They split in 2004. These people just spend most of their time in sort of romantic, inclusions, which is lovely. So here we all are, millions to skip the workplace today. Hotter than hell. Oh dear, blimey. Steve, I was working on my website tonight and I managed to catch up on all your shows via the podcast. A lifesaver, says Tina in Coulsdon. Got me through all that work. I'm going to crash out now. You crash out. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Classrooms are closed to kids. Did you see the story? We ran it on LBC. A father who phoned it said his son had taken his jacket off at school and the school had placed him in isolation. He'd been basically disciplined for taking his jacket off. And somebody said, but this is ridiculous. None of these schools have got air conditioning. They're too old. They don't have air conditioning units in them, and yet shops now have air conditioning units and people have portable air conditioning units, and that seems to work quite well, but they don't do it in schools. So around our way, they've said that the kids can go to school in their gym wear. There he is. There's this lad. His name's Ollie, and he was put in isolation for a day at his school in Sussex. I thought it was Essex, actually, because he took his blazer off as the temperature neared 30 degrees. So Tim Davis from Essex told LBC his son Ollie, about to take his GCSE exams, missed out on a day of classes to sit in a tiny room in a booth. He said he was on his lunch break, came in hot with his blazer off. He was told off by a teacher who said, put it on because it's a uniform and you've got to wear it. Rather an ignorant school by the sound of it, isn't it really? One of the hottest days. Anyway, he put it on and then climbed 3 sets of stairs, which is a long way up. He took his blazer off again because he was melting. Same teacher saw him again and put him in isolation. This sounds like bullying to me. I don't know about anybody else. What a busybody. So Mr. Davis said he called the school in the Sudbury area, spoke to the teacher concerned, who didn't back down, and LBC has agreed not to name the school. Well, can't be difficult to find. Somebody will be telling you. And he said, I do agree rules are rules, but he's 15. He was doing his O-level, so he had to miss a day off that to be in a tiny room. What a stupid school. Boiling hot. And he wanted to take his jacket off. It's the rules. Not sure that person's fit to be, a teacher, especially not in hot weather. If it was just a normal day, I can understand it. But, he was inside the school and he took his jacket off. Must be loads of other people going, you lucky devil. But no, because he missed out on things. Ridiculous, isn't it? Declan says, here in Austria, when it gets really hot, we hang white sheets outside the window and hose them down every hour or so. Works very well. Yeah. I mean, people learn, don't they, in hot countries. It's quite normal to be able to cope. Some people have got fans. Ceiling fans are very popular, aren't they? Ceiling fans are very nice. But it doesn't really make any difference. You just have to get... The tower fans are very good as well. And I've got one which it goes side to side and up and down. Yeah, I'll tell you, very posh. I bought it in Costco. In fact, actually, when I went to Costco the other day, it was the last one they had. They had loads of them, and I'd avoided buying it, and then I bought it. And it was I was very lucky, yeah. God was looking down on me. Forgot to show you something some time ago, says Mark. They now do Mini Poundland, which sells only food. This was in Clapham Junction. Yes, we do food in our one as well, but it's not a mini one. It's where the it's where the Woolworths was. In Twickenham. So there you go. And it's Poundland Local. The trouble is, so much stuff in Poundland isn't a pound anymore. Have you noticed that? It's a bit of a swizz, really, because I think they should be done under the Trade Descriptions Act. You know, if it says a pound, well, then it should all be a pound. Because the joke used to be, oh, it's in Poundland. How much is it? Well, now it can be anything up to about £5. So, you know. Yeah, I mean, what can you get for £1 in there? Can you go and get your sandwiches? Are they under £1? And also, what sort of sandwiches are they? You get pound. I mean, can you get sort of like £1 for a sandwich, packet of crisps, and a drink? That would be. You probably can't, can you? No. £1 each, I would think. You're probably right, actually. So all these people sitting on the beach, you know, I don't have a problem with that. Actually, it looks quite nice. Wherever this is, they're all sitting on there. On the beach, it doesn't. I mean, obviously, people want to go and stand in the water. I love it when you get people who just sort of roll their trousers up and go and stand in the water. We're all working from home, they've said. NHS Confederation boss Lord Victor Adebowale also warned that COVID-hit hospitals were going to be really, really pushed. Reservoirs are bone dry. Affinity Water, supplier to 101.5 million homes, said urgent action was needed. What do you mean? Where are you going to get it from, love? What do you mean urgent action was needed? I really don't know what we can do about that. And kids playing on a city centre beach before officials shut it today. You know why? Because sand gets very hot. So they've said they don't want kids playing in it because you can burn yourself. My next-door neighbours have had to take their dog out in the early hours of the morning because it's going to burn its little feet. Yeah, on the pavement. You've got to be very careful. So just make sure, you know, I don't want to keep preaching to you, but, you know, there will be we will read stories, I promise you, probably tomorrow and the next day, of people who sort of died because they couldn't open their windows, they couldn't get any air in, or nobody looked in on them and things like that. Make sure. The real Mo Farah is a cheerful, penniless student who dreams of meeting his famous Olympic hero, namesake in the flesh. He comes from Turkey. He's a popular 39-year-old. He said it would be amazing to go to the UK. Can you help me get there? Yes, I don't think this is kind of open free-for-all at the moment, dear, but that's where the name came from, Mo Farah. Also, a third of pub goers now opt for alcohol-free drinks as the trend for moderation grows. Alcohol-free drinks. Nobody I know at all. I'm trying to think, actually, if I know anybody. No, students don't drink. Well, I mean, the price of drugs has gone up, hasn't it? So, of course, that's why, they tell me. But it's interesting to find out that, you know, pubs cannot survive, believe you me, on basically just sort of soft drinks. They're not going to survive on Coca-Cola. I know there's huge profits on it because mostly, that's why whenever I used to go to a pub years ago, and if I had something with a Coke or something like that, I'd always go bottle of Coke. I don't want anything off the gun because it's syrup and it mixes with the stuff. St. Clement's is nice, yeah. Loads of ice. It's got to be loads of ice. And, of course, some places go, oh, we're running out of ice. You go, well, it's not my problem. You know, if in fact, if they didn't have any ice, I wouldn't want to buy the drink. What's the point of having a lukewarm drink? It's got to be ice cold. It's like if you're buying a lager or a beer, it's got to be ice cold, hasn't it? Got to be ice cold. So, 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. So here they are. The Tory debate is hotter than the weather. And Rishi Sunak, Liz Truss, Kemi Badenoch, Tom Tugendhat and Penny Mordaunt. And the big pitch, she says, I've served my whole life and now I want to serve as Prime Minister. I don't know why, everybody hates you. Any single one of these people, whoever becomes Prime Minister, will be hated within a short space of time. It's par for the course. Name me any Prime Minister who left office and we went, yeah, go on, you enjoy your retirement. Nobody. Not one of them. Not one of them. Always that famous picture of Thatcher with the tears rolling down. Well, not really, just sort of slightly misty-eyed. But here we go. Best moment. This is from Penny. Vowed to increase income tax thresholds in line with inflation in a mega boost for families. Yeah, and then the next year they'll take it all back from you again. Tom Tugendhat says, we need a clean start. We have 2 years to show people we can deliver. This is like they go back to the base, don't they? So they go, OK, we've got 2 years. Well, why are you not building on what the last lot did? You know, you've been in for 12 years. Why are you still screwing it up? Kemi says, I'm the candidate of the future who will tell you the truth and things need to change. You've had 12 years. What do you mean things need to change? Liz Truss, I want to unleash Britain's potential to shine. I say what I mean and I mean what I say. It's just claptrap. It's just, I mean, so while all this is going on, the government's not doing anything. Why should they bother? Why should they bother? They don't need to do anything till September. Rishi says Britain's potential is limitless and I can only lead us into the future. Oh, there we go. War with Russia, here we come. I mean, it's claptrap. It's utter balderdash. Utter balderdash. Apparently Liz Truss, worst moment, getting into another row with Rishi over spending with him, saying she's not conservative enough. Kemi, worst moment, saying ministers should be nicer over the strikers. If they know you're on their side, they will have trust. They've been in for 12 years. I mean, you'd think you're dealing with people in the playground. For Tom Tugendhat, worst moment, rehashing his Dumbledore quip and the line, people looking for bread today, from the last debate. And poor old Penny Mordaunt, worst moment, appearing to forget her lines at the end and repeatedly refused to lay out any details of her policies. Because presumably she hasn't got any policies. None of them. The worst moment for Rishi Sunak, constantly talking over the host Julie Etchingham as he battled to defend his record. Not one of them. Not one of them fit for purpose. But somebody's going to have to convince you. But I'm sure you've already made your minds up. Nothing to do with us. We can't vote for it. I wish we could.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company, 26 minutes to 5. It's Monday morning, it's July the 18th. Actually, it's quite an interesting week on LBC. I mean, not that every week isn't interesting, but this particular week is even more interesting because sitting in for James O'Brien on his programme, he's currently sweating it out in Norfolk, I should imagine. Today, guesting is Angela Rayner. Tuesday, it's going to be Matt Hancock. Wednesday, it'll be Tom Tugendhat. Thursday, it'll be Jeremy Hunt. And Friday, it'll be Wes Streeting. So you get different people trying to convince you of all sorts of things. And that's all kicks off today from 10. It's not like they're sitting there with another presenter. They're doing the programmes. So it should be very interesting. And they'll take your phone calls as well. So your opportunity to twist them in knots, I should imagine. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Very interesting. I see that Formula One heiress Petra Eccleston has married Sam Palmer in a low-key £1 million wedding. They're always low-key £1 million weddings, aren't they? I think it's so necessary. This one came with a performance by Razorlight and an FA Cup trophy. Seriously. The couple, together since 2017, were hitched at Petra's Chelsea mansion, Sloane House, worth $170 million. Apparently, pals said the celebrations were toned down in comparison with Petra's first £12 million wedding to James Stunt. And, however, they said the bride still splashed out around $1 million on their lavish nuptials, attended by Tamara. Recruitment boss Sam arrived in a Rolls-Royce with his two page boys, Petra's twin sons Andrew and James, and her daughter Lavinia, 9, from Stunt, was a bridesmaid. Lovely. Guests drank champagne in the mansion before they moved to marquees in the garden decorated with thousands of flowers. Petra's dad Bernie was there, currently facing fraud charges, and recently stood up for Vladimir Putin. Was not photographed at the wedding, but Tamara was filmed giving a speech. So then they had sort of dancing to Razorlight. West Ham supporter Sam was given a replica of the FA Cup won by the team in 1980. God knows what that must have cost. I can't imagine. But, if you remember, it is the Eccleston sisters who are not the brightest pennies in the box. Tamara was the one who didn't know what toast was. Didn't know where toast came from. Seriously, she had no idea. Somebody said it's bread. Is it? Seriously, you cannot believe. You cannot believe. I mean, I don't want to go into it, because it's just too embarrassing for some people. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Steve, you just had me thinking, says Ashley, was there ever a Woolworths in Oxford Street? Well, I'm trying to think, actually. I'm going up and down Oxford Street in my mind, and I think there was. I would have found it very disturbing if there had not been a Woolworths on Oxford Street. So I'm pretty certain there was. And it was... Wait a minute. I think, actually, it wasn't the first to open in London. but it was home to the famous Oxford Street Woolworths and many other branches before they went into admin in 2009. I used to like Woolworths. They used to do some lovely adverts for Christmas. And so there it is, the first Woolworths in London, and Oxford Street's second ex-Woolworths, which I think turned into an HMV or something like that. There was an Oxford Street one, cool photos. It's nice, isn't it? There you go. FW Woolworths, store 463. Nothing over sixpence. That was sixpence. That was 2.5p. So threepence or sixpence stores. That's what Woolworths was, and that's why people went there. So really, it was the forerunner to Poundland. They were offering people cheap things. Sixpence, nothing over sixpence, which was a sixpenny piece, which you get in your Christmas puddings, which you all remember, and it was worth 2.5 pence. Woolworths, Oxford Street, is apparently Sports Direct now. Wow. I love stuff like that. So here we go, The Revenge, a new book coming out by Tom Bower, who's the man who does these sort of exposures. And it's basically the Meghan kind of story here, you know, on how she basically is not very trustworthy. According to the book, well, it's according to loads of other stuff, even before he got around to the book. This latest one here, Meghan reprimanded every one of Harry's friends for contravening her woke values. They all went off because all of Harry's friends are boozy, sweary people, and Meghan didn't like it. So she was telling them off, and then somebody wrote afterwards that the texts were pinging, "Oh my God, what about her?" They were saying, you know, Harry must be mad. Absolutely. And I believe Harry came over because he was very disappointed in, I think it was a Queen's Christmas speech some years ago, and his picture had been removed. He did not feature on the dressing table, normally sitting behind Her Majesty. She'd be sitting at the desk, and they recorded them in November, I think, and it had a picture of William and Charles and all the rest of it, but nothing for Harry. Nothing for Harry. The Queen is alleged to have said, I mean, now they know these things, I've got no idea, thank God she never turned up to Duke of Edinburgh's funeral. But it's this book will sell huge amount. It's called Revenge, Meghan, Harry and the War Between the Windsors. As you can well imagine. The trouble is, Harry's another spoilt little child. He doesn't know right from wrong. He does what he wants to do. And nobody's ever told him off. His mother never told him off. His father never told him off. So what does he learn? He's learnt nothing. She obviously thinks she can twist him round her finger, which she's managed to do so far. But unfortunately, they didn't want him on the balcony for the Queen's Jubilee. And so they disappeared out the country on a private jet, by the way. I thought I'd mention the private jet again because they're a bit woke, aren't they? But this should be quite interesting. This should be quite interesting because most of Harry's friends, according to the book, couldn't stand her because she started telling them off for swearing and all the rest of it. She's basically, I mean, every 5 minutes, if ever you saw her and Harry together, she clung on to him desperately. Whereas, in fact, you know, she's got no class, which is a shame. But I can't wait to actually read it. Will I be buying it? Probably. Meghan landed an audition for Strictly Come Dancing and only declined because of her suit schedule. So, in other words, don't ever underestimate her. Don't ever underestimate her. Kim says, hope your cold is on the wane and you're coping with these horrendous temperatures down there. We've got an amber warning in place up here and we've got to expect temperatures of 28 degrees today. And tomorrow, take care and do your best to keep cool. See, I'm all right on the cool side of it because all our trains, which is very nice, are fully air-conditioned. I don't know whether or not you've got trains in your area that aren't air-conditioned, but all of ours are air-conditioned. Some of the tubes in it, I can imagine, that must be a nightmare. But no, all of my trains on South Western are actually fully air-conditioned. You get on there and you go, freezing cold. I love it. Steve, Woolworth was opposite John Lewis, says Amanda in Greenwich. Thank you. Steve, I think the government should shut down all the beaches. Some people will not listen. Oh, no, you can't stop people going to the beaches. Definitely not, Abid. Definitely. I'm off to Lidl at 8 to stock up. People should remember it's the humidity Wear ad hoc wet clothing. Oh, I'm not sure about that. I can't start stomping around looking a bit drippy and wet. Definitely not so good for me. Definitely not. Oh, here she is. This is Meghan sort of modelling. She's obviously got a huge inflated ego going on, Meghan, because Harry, unfortunately, as I say, he doesn't know anything. He was into the royal family. He was born into the royal family. He doesn't know any different. They try and pretend that they're normal, but they're not. He doesn't know anything at all. He knows nothing. He just knows if he doesn't get his own way, he kicks off. As we've seen in the past, I'm afraid. Not so good. What else do we have here? Spider-Man star Andrew Garfield is set to play Richard Branson in a big money TV series. Oh, he's a 38-year-old who's played Peter Parker's alter ego. He will star as the billionaire in a 6-part Hot Air produced by Universal Studios. Well, there you go. What do we not know? It was like somebody was saying the other day, they're making a film about David Beckham, to show you his sort of life. And I thought, wait a minute, we know everything about David Beckham. There's nothing we don't know about David Beckham because they actually flog every single thing that they've got. David Beckham's only got to break wind and it makes the newspapers. Dave Beckham goes out, Dave Beckham dyes his hair, David Beckham, he's got no hair at all. So that's what it is. We know everything about David Beckham. If it was somebody different, I could understand it, but we know everything about the family. They flog every bit. Every bit. Devastated Towie star Yasmin Uhello says she sleeps in bed with her mum every night over the nightmares due to the car crash that killed her boyfriend Jake McLean. I think she's selling stories already on it. It's a case of, how did it happen? Answer, we don't know. Did you argue? Were you seen arguing in a nightclub in Turkey before you got in the car? Had he been drinking? We don't know any of these things. We don't know any of these things. But she told The Sun she had to break her arm to escape the wreckage. Sounds a bit dramatic, doesn't it? I suppose if you're trapped, I wouldn't even know how to do that. But anyway, Jake died at the scene, and she's suffering with flashbacks. They will be selling stories on this. There's no doubt about it. They have to. It's a very odd one, especially as he's got form. Let's just call it form, shall we? He had form, actually. And loads of people have sort of talked. It's amazing, actually. Lauren Goodyear talked about it because I think she'd been out with him as well. In fact, I think he'd been out with most people. So she broke her arm to escape. This is Yasmin, and I'm not even sure if she's still in Towie. I can never remember with this programme. They seem to get rid of people, have a clear out, and then they sort of start doing stories. Who knows? We shall wait and find out. Probably nearer the time. Either way, it's not very good. Not very good at all.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Apparently the only good thing about Woolworths, Steve, was their pick and mix. Oh, I know. That was a case of one in the bag, one in the mouth, one in the bag, one in the mouth. People used to pinch it all the time. They used to have a Woolworths on the Edgware Road, and all the people who lived on the Edgware Road used to go in there thieving. That's what they did. And they used to thieve. I don't think they'd ever seen pick and mix sweets before, so they assumed if they were just put out, you were able to try them. So they did. But also the other thing is, a friend of mine used to walk his dog up and down the Edgware Road. People used to throw themselves into doorways. Really? I mean, I'd never seen anything like it. It was quite... because apparently you don't see dogs on the Edgware Road because of religion. And consequently, when he used to walk his dog up and down there, you'd get parents ushering their kids into doorways. Seriously, it was very, very odd. But the pick and mix, I remember seeing... There was one woman, she was there, she's pushing a pram, and she's just picking out the pick and mix she wants and just opening them and eating them. No intention of, it's like when you see mums and dads going around the supermarket, mainly mums, and they give a packet of crisps to the kid as they're going round in the trolley, and the kids are eating the crisps and everything. I think they just leave the thing in the bottom. I'd be on the till going, so would you like to pay for the food you've eaten? Thieving old bags, honestly. These people get worse. So another university has become a bit woke, I'm afraid, and this time it's University of Manchesterford. Yes, it's the latest institution gripped by woke madness. So they have banned students from using the words brother and sister and mum and dad. I don't know why. But anyway, apparently husband and wife are also discouraged so as not to offend anybody, with a partner being the preferred term instead. So in other words, somebody might be offended. What drip's going to be offended by that? I mean, can you believe it? Apparently, the way we write about people, they say, can help to promote equality, diversity and inclusion. Oh, for God's sake, grow up and get over yourselves. It really is. So the guide says at Manchesterford, we embrace and celebrate difference and respect. We support each other to create an environment where everybody is able to reach their full potential. Also, the term elderly has been banned in favour of older people. It's like, you know, do they take sugar? Are you okay? How are we? Can I help you across the road? You know, that kind of thing. Can you believe it? We embrace and celebrate difference and respect, sort of like everybody else does in the country. God in heaven, there's a place to avoid, isn't it? Manchester. I can't believe it. Zara says, did somebody just say the government should close all the beaches? I mean, 40 degrees is perfect beach weather. People fly all over the world to sit on scorching hot beaches. We used to have to take towels onto the beach. You'd sit on the towel because the sand was so hot. You couldn't do anything else. And little kitchen, it's too hot, isn't it? It was me. I was the one there. I was being woke. I remember going to the south of France years ago, and it was so hot, the pavements, you couldn't walk on the pavements without your shoes on. It literally just sort of burnt you to pieces. Ghastly. Oh, sorry. Went down the wrong hole. I love the way people say that, don't they? They always go, went down the wrong hole. You go, how many holes have you got in your throat? Just the one, Steve, just the one. I tell you what I do like. At the moment, I've got to do this pret-a-manger thing. 25 quid for as many drinks as you want in the course of the month. Up to 150. I probably won't use it, I know, but I just kept thinking the other day, because I was going to go and get myself something a bit cold. And I thought, if I'd had this pret-a-manger thing, I could go in there and get them to do me a smoothie or something like that. And they do everything. You can have all of these things. Not just coffee. You can have hot chocolate, smoothies. For what is it? £12.50 a month at the moment. Has it gone up? No, you can have everything. You can have everything. Yeah? Hot chocolate and more. I'm the and more. You can have everything. I checked whether you can have one of their things. What is otherwise made by a barista. So there you go, $12.50 for your first month. I bet you anything, you can have all of their things in there. All of them. There you go. Wait a minute. What's included? Frappes and ice cup. Of course I'm right. What do you mean you were right, cheeky devil? Go and stand in the corner. Yeah, you can have anything. Tea, hot chocolate, smoothies, frappes, iced coffees, and including milk alternatives where possible. Good value. That is going to be the best value ever. I think so. And I might go into... It's $12.50 for your first month. For 150 drinks. I mean, that's a no-brainer. That is absolutely no-brainer. But I do like chilled coffees. And my favourite has actually come out top. Well, the two of them. Arctic Cafe Latte, scored 8, and Jimmy's Iced Original, which is very nice. But you've got to have it, don't have it warm, it's vile. But that's the only two that got 8, I believe, yeah. Oh no, Costa Latte, $1.49, served in a can, that got 9. Very good indeed. I like stuff like that. And what's this other one here, the Girls' School Report? Oh yes, Mr. Whippy. You've heard of Mr. Whippy, haven't you? I bet you have. I bet you have. Yay! Mr. Whippy's back in town. That was the only one that we had when I was little. Mr. Whippy was the only ice cream van. And they're feeling the heat. They were told to turn off their engines to help save the planet. Well, how do they keep the freezers running? How stupid. How stupid. The famous vans run their diesel motors to power the pumps. But festivals, fairgrounds and seaside bosses are now telling them to pull the plug. Apparently, as a result, Mr. Whippy vans can now only serve scoop ice cream. Well, who the hell wants that? The whole idea of, call on Mr. Whippy. He pulls the handle and you get it, that's the whole idea of it. I mean, it's been part of the British summertime since the 1960s. It's ridiculous. one thing here, apparently, the ice cream vans, if you have the electric versions, cost 180,000 quid. Shows how much profit there is in ice cream. Seriously, you can make an absolute fortune. Seller Frankie Fernando has already altered 5 of his machines to electric, costing 12,500 quid. He said it's a good thing, it's better for the environment. Yeah, I don't want soft scoop. I want a Mr. Whippy. Psh, that's what we want. You want it when you stick the... You can't do it any other way. It's ridiculous. One van owner said at least 95% of her sales were Mr. Whippy 99s. Of course they are. I've never had anything so stupid in my entire life. Every ice cream van has got the pull handle down. Doesn't matter whether it's Mr. Whippy or Mr. sort of... I would probably go for a lolly, yeah. I've tried before those oysters. Have you seen those? It's like 2 half shells, and then they squirt the ice cream into it, and they put the other shell over the top of it. You never had those? Oyster, yeah. Ice cream oyster with soft ice cream in the middle of it. They're really messy. You know, don't ever give them to kids. Seriously. There you go. Oyster Delights. That's nice. And it's a wafer shell, and you can have a flake stuck in it and make all sorts of rude messages, things like that. They're quite... Have you never had oysters before? Good Lord above. Can't be just me. But they're very nice. They're very nice. But they are messy because the ice cream melts and then they drip. And you can't get it all in your mouth at the same time, although you have a bloody good try. But, no, I like those as well. But anything like that is brilliant. Pete the Pool Man says, I'm a big Tom Cruise fan. Don't get me wrong, but just lately, every time I turn on the television, look on the net or listen to the news, he's there. It's starting to irritate. Me too. I got a bit bored with Tom Cruise. He's very sweet. He's very nice. We like him. He's fantastic. He's not tall. He's a very good. He's quite short. He's a very good little actor, and he's. But frankly, go back to America. Okay. He says, but I've got 13 swimming pools to service today. I'm in the sun all day. No problem. I love it. It's a long winter, says Pete. Absolutely. Make pools while the sun shines. You know, I could understand that. I wonder how long it takes on each pool, though. Are you just doing chemicals, Pete? So in other words, you go to the side and you mix up your chemicals to make sure, because a bit of chlorine in there, you know, a bit of Domestos or something like that. I used to love swimming pools, but every time we went to the big one, when you were sort of at school, you'd have to go into the chlorine bath when you went in and out of the changing rooms. Don't you remember? And it was a foot bath, so you didn't... Anybody had... Because there were a lot of kids in my school with verrucas and things, and we didn't want to mix with them at all. And they'd make you go through the chlorine bath, so that it apparently was sort of good for you. Well, that was the idea, I think. That was the idea. Oh, goodness me. Apart from the windows open, Steve, says Kim, I don't think our local buses and trains up here have aircon. I stand corrected if I'm mistaken. We generally have perennial cooler weather. Mind you, they are heated well in the cooler days, thankfully. Yeah, I mean, I've been on buses in the middle of summer when, you know, I've sat upstairs and I thought, I'm going to die. Couldn't open any of the windows and the heat was pouring out. It was terrible. Steve, walking to the station, I've just seen our bin men collecting much earlier than usual. I assume they've been told to get it done before all the heat. Yeah, I can imagine it as well. If you're a bin man, you've got to wear those dreadful fluorescent orange outfits. Who wears fluorescent orange? Hello? They're just not even fashionable. Imagine if you're a gay bin man, of which I'm assuming there must be thousands, you know, you've probably done it to get the fluorescent outfit. But I mean, orange, I ask you. It just doesn't look right. I mean, can't they come up with different colours? You know, green would be quite nice. Rainbow colours. We have a rainbow crossing in Twickenham. The council came and painted it. It's only for gay people. Okay, you're not allowed to go on it if you're not gay. And so, of course, we know who's actually gay in Twickenham, because you see them crossing the crossing. I don't know why they put it in there. I think there's one in Richmond as well. They sort of just came along and started painting. There's one around here. All right. Have you seen down at Trafalgar Square? Well, of course you have. Yes, you have. You have been there, because that's where you get sort of your frappes and all your cold drinks with your Pret a Manger thing. And they've got walking, but it's for gay people. Gay people can only walk on these crossings. They sort of put up... Have you not seen them? On the traffic lights, a little man walking. Apparently there's two gay men together walking. Well, I mean, you can be standing there for days trying to find somebody to cross with. It's not easy, is it? They did that. They did it ages ago, and now I'm sure that tourists must look at it and go, what's that? What's that? Nobody understands it. So, Mr. Whippy, the ice band for Mr. Whippy. It's not the same, is it? Why do they want to keep changing stuff? Every time you go anywhere, they sort of change it, and you think to yourself, why can't you just leave things? It's like I was talking to my driver this morning. We were talking about, if you have to drop people off at the airports now, you can't do that. You've got to park up, because you know how much it costs to drop somebody off and pick them up? It's about 10 quid a time. And yet years ago, you did it for free, but because they're ripping you off now, that's what you have to do. You have to pay for it. 10 quid, he said. You've got to park up and then go and find your customer. 10 quid to park at Stansted, just to go and collect somebody. My God, small wonder nobody wants to go to the blooming airports anymore, is it? No Mr. Whippy, no being able to cross by yourself is madness. Morning, nice to be company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Slightly throaty still. Slightly throaty, but we're sort of getting there. Come hell or high water, as they say. Steve. Guy says, do you know Margaret Thatcher was part of a team that perfected Mr. Whippy? I think it's an apocryphal story, actually. I think it's an apocryphal story. These things build up, don't they? These things build up over who invented what and who came up with all these different bits and pieces. Because unfortunately, once it appears on the internet, it becomes almost gospel. And people say, well, it says on the internet. And you go, oh, right, well, you shouldn't. It's like it says on Wikipedia. You can't believe everything on Wikipedia, otherwise you believe I'm 68. Connie says, if I wouldn't have my compressed ice cream maker, I really would panic. If I couldn't get any ice cream in this hot weather, I make my own frozen yoghurt, and that's good enough. Better than nothing, but I have to wait for an hour. Ooh, I know. I quite like the idea, but when they did ice cream makers years and years ago, you had to freeze the unit in your freezer, and then you could put it in there. But a lot of them now, you get these gelato machines, and they've got the freezer unit built in, and they're not cheap, about £500, but it's got the freezer unit built in, so you can actually make your own ice cream. But it depends. If you buy yourself, it's pointless. You're never going to eat that much ice cream. But I do like ice cream. I have to be honest. I told you a friend of mine's got an ice cream shop in Twickenham. He makes it on the premises. He's got one of these big gelato machines that they brought over from Italy, and upstairs they make this ice cream. I do like sorbet. I do. When I went to Little Italy a short while ago, I was looking at the, because sometimes Corey and I, what did we had? I can't remember what I had, a steak or something. Anyway, and I said, oh, sorbet and everything. And they said, well, do you want sorbet and ice cream? I thought that sounds a bit decadent for me. So I said, I'll just have the ice cream. And then I changed my mind and just had the sorbet, which was quite nice. I'd like no, it was mango sorbet, which is quite nice. And you can buy it in all the supermarkets. Go to their freezer section. The best selection I've ever seen is Waitrose. They've got loads, but of course they don't seem to get stocked up as often as they should be, so you go in there to go and buy some more of these little ice lollies, which I was sucking at the bus stop the other day, and they didn't have any more in there. So today what I've got to do is I've got to get haircut, got to speak to the people about booking in a date for doing the driving test thing, get that over and done with out the way. Gets ridiculous, doesn't it, really? Conrad says, Steve, I remember all three of us when children would love it when Mr. Whippy came around on a Sunday afternoon. Dad or Mam would pop out and buy ice creams. My favourite was the 99, ice cream with the flake, a delicious combination. Also, the Corona pop truck. Oh, God, you can't be that old. I thought I was the only one who remembered the Corona truck. That's pretty, isn't it? That's pretty, isn't it? Where is that? Is that London? Good old Londinium. Do you know, honestly, if the Romans came back, they're going to be in for a hell of a shock, aren't they? None of their original things will be there. We went to where did we go to years and years ago? The Guildhall, because they unearthed a Roman amphitheatre under the Guildhall in London. And my friend Darren and I used to, every Sunday, go out and do something different. Dog for a walk, first of all, back home, and then we'd go into London and go to either a museum or something like that. And we went to see this amphitheatre. And I was so disappointed because all it was you went down, and I don't know what I thought I was going to be seeing. I thought I was seriously going to be seeing chariot racing coming round. And all they've got is like sort of, 20 blocks of stone. That's all that was left of it, but so they've painted in the bits so you can see how it worked. Because I quite like the idea that we've got loads of bits and it's all under our feet. All under our feet. You know, bits that you can't see, bits that you so want to go and see because they're quite nice. Paul says White Christmas is on Film 4 this morning at 11. I know you like Christmas. My friend over in America in Dallas has been watching Christmas stuff for ages. Mike says, right, as of now, I've locked myself in the cellar, the coolest part of the house. Luckily, I can still listen to your show via the LBC app. I'm not coming out till Thursday. Cellars were always very good, weren't they? When you think, how did we ever cope, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, mums and dads, aunts and uncles, and anybody else who hasn't made up their mind, how did we ever cope before refrigerators? You'd have to, milk would go off really quickly, butter would go off really quickly. You couldn't keep anything cold. There was no way. Well, you had a larder, but didn't keep it cold. It was a case of you trying to keep the heat away from it. I mean, my grandmother never had a fridge or anything like that. She used to have to leave the milk. Well, I mean, how long does the milk last outside of a fridge? Not too long in heat like this. It goes off, it curdles, doesn't it? Oh, no, you go a bit longer than hours, but I mean, you certainly wouldn't be able to manage it for too long. That's why, I think that's why they then invented powdered milk. So, and the milkman would come around, hello, how are you doing? I don't know where our one was from. I think it was Chinese or something. But anyway, he would sort of sell milk to us. Or failing that, in the early days, you'd take your jug out there and they'd fill your jug up with milk. Yeah. Heavens above, I tell you, we've moved on a pace. We really have moved on a pace. I can remember licking and Christmas decorations. You'd go and buy paper chains, a packet of paper cut, and it was licky on both ends, and you'd fold over the piece of paper, lick it, and you'd hold it, and then the next one you'd put through, and then you'd make paper chains, which would go from the corner of your room to the central light. To be honest with you, how we never all burnt to pieces, I've got no idea, because I don't think it was flame-proof. And you used to have those wonderful paper things. You'd open it up. It was like a bell. And it looked like half a bell. And then you opened it all up. And I used to love all that kind of stuff. I thought it was brilliant. Yeah, you could cut. I mean, we used to make all sorts of things for Christmas. My mother used to make table decorations. So she'd go out, because we lived in the countryside, and she'd find a piece of wood, bit of bark or tree or whatever it was, bring it back home, and she'd spray it, and then spray a little bit of glitter on the top of it, get my dad to drill some holes out, and we'd put candles in there, and that would be the centre decoration for Christmas. People made things. Now you have to go out and buy everything. It's all, and stuff is so expensive. So expensive. And I think this year we're going to be in for a bit of a shock, aren't we? I think we're definitely going to be in for a bit of a shock as these bills start coming in, and people are going, oh, let's look forward to this and that, and people are going to be going, have you seen the cost of this stuff? It really is very, very expensive. Very, very expensive. What else we got here? Prince William's old search and rescue helicopter's been turned into a glamping pod. Have you ever been glamping? Doesn't interest me. It's where you live in a wooden thing in the forest. I don't fancy the idea. It's a toilet as well. It's sort of, it's yes. I believe so, yes. Some of the toilets are not inside the actual. It's generally quite a nice structure. But unfortunately, it's for people who've never experienced hotels, and you have to cook yourself. They sort of supply you the stuff for breakfast, and you cook it. And it's very nice, but it's not for us. Not for us at all. My next door neighbours were going to go. I thought they were going camping up in Scotland on the borders, but they're not. They've booked a caravan on a site, but it's a big caravan. It's one of those. Yeah, I think that'll be all right. But it's a three bed caravan, but it's not the sort of caravan you could tow anywhere. It's what they call a static caravan, because it's only got little wheels on it. But they're looking forward to it. They take the dog up there and they have a fantastic time. It's about 12 hours driving, which drives me mad. I couldn't drive for 12 hours. I kept falling asleep yesterday. I was having a very lazy day. The moment you get a little bit of heat, not on the wheel. I quite like going to sleep, actually, now. I think it's the weather. It makes you drowsy, doesn't it? A little bit, which is okay. I'm fairly good with things like that. What else we got in the paper? We got Emily A. Tack has been the victim of another Twitter attack from someone who can't tell the difference between fact and fiction. I always love it when people, you get the old Twitter people, or the trolls, because now it's so easy to find them. Good Lord, how much are these? The solution to dentures and failing teeth. Now, where do you go from here? Oh, they're 5-star rated. This is how much it is to get these things done. This is the solution. It's a smile in a day treatment, okay? And they do 1,000 jaws a year because it's quite a big business, and they can replace all sorts of things. Hang on. Sorry, I just go tickly. And for here, both jaws, 18 to 25,000. So one jaw, 9,500 to 16,000 pounds. I wonder if it's. I mean, I keep hearing all these adverts. Yes, I didn't know we had 2 jaws. Have we got 2 jaws, upper and lower? I suppose, isn't it? Never thought about that. Never crossed my mind. I just thought we had one. And it's the big thing to have done now, isn't it? So people save up for ages and ages. I did see, actually. No, I didn't see, actually. But somebody's called Kathy has said, did you see the double bill of Betty Davis on BBC 2 on Saturday afternoon? Dark Victory and now Voyager. Gosh, they really are fantastic films. No, but Sky Arts did a whole programme on Bette Davis. And they wanted to give her... I need some water, actually. They wanted to give her some other names. And she didn't take to these other names or all the rest of it. And they wanted to tart her up a bit. And she said she didn't want to be tarted up. You know, she thought it was just wrong for the sort of parts that she was playing. And they had interviews with her in this country. They had a Michael Parkinson interview. And she was still very sprightly and very chatty and all the rest of it. And then they showed her when she appeared with Wogan. And by that time, she was very frail. She had to be helped onto the set, and she appeared to have shrunk. It was quite amazing, and I know because I was looking at it, and it was very interesting because a friend of mine, his mother was the makeup artist on the show, and she'd said that she came with a hat box, and in the hat box was the hat that she was wearing on the programme with the wig sewn into it. The wig was sewn into the hat. And I remember thinking she came from a different era. I don't know how long she lived after she'd done the Wogan interview, but I mean, she looked as though it wasn't too long. I mean, it was literally quite interesting to watch, and I was fascinated to actually hear her speaking and sort of having seen a load of the fantastic films she'd made. Because she said, she was touring with a show in this country, but it was basically like my show, only marginally more famous. And you could see she was quite old by this time, quite old. And so she had these hats, and then the hair was sewn into the hat. But it was still Bette Davis, for goodness sake. It's a Hollywood legend. I remember Parky had all sorts of people on. He had Mickey Rooney on and all the rest of them. And it was fantastic. So she died 2 years later. She went 2 years after that. That was amazing. That was absolutely amazing. But she was good because she hated Joan Crawford. They hated each other. My God, did they ever hate each other? So in other words, when they made the film, Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, it really was hatred. Total hatred. But still, you won't see the like of those people ever again. You really won't.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Cameron's in Calgary. My goodness me, are we enjoying ourselves by the look of it? By the look of it. He said, last day of the Calgary Stampede. Wish you were here. Do you know, I'd read about the Calgary Stampede years and years ago, and it's got, lassoing. All of my references are going to be completely off kilter, Cameron. You have to excuse me. But people do bucking broncos and all this kind of thing. It's big business. It's big business. And you can see who'll be crowned, the Cowboys, Rangeland. I mean, look, they pack it out here. It's something that they do, and they've been doing it for donkey's years. And, if you pardon the pun, the final is on Sunday. So is that yesterday? It's yesterday. But, I mean, it just looks amazing, doesn't it? I love stuff like that. I'm always very impressed with it. I've never been to it. I've seen it. I've seen little bits on the television, but obviously the people over there like it. It's a different way of life in America. I don't know if... Yeah, in Canada. But they do it in America as well. In America, they have stampedes and stuff like that. And I've always wanted to go and do these different bits and pieces just to say that you've done it, because America must be one of the only places, and Canada, not to miss Canada, where you go, into, what we would call the outback, and you'll find people with their flags hanging up. Over here, you don't get anything like that. Somebody starts putting up a flag, they go, racist. You can't put flags up anywhere nowadays. Bit of a problem. It's Christmas in July on Movies 24 and Hallmark Channel, Steve. Movie after movie of Christmas films. I love them. I love the Christmas films. I know people think I'm mad, but I can't help it. Ashley says, Steve, word of advice with glamping pods. I went in one last year, and let's just say they should have said, you want 3 days in a tumble dryer. They smell like the garden shed. Well, my brother went to Chris Evans's Carfest, and they had glamping there. Really superior. Really super duper. Super duper, really, really lovely. And you get some lovely... And they did it at Glastonbury as well. Do you remember I was telling you at Glastonbury? For £26,000, a little bit expensive, but £26,000, and you could have one of these, and they had somebody who came in to cook for you and everything else. It's up market, which I quite like the sound of. I'm not sure whether or not camping is any good for me at my age. All I just want is... No, I can't see it either. All I need is just a very, very big bed. A very, very big bed. I like the idea of big beds. The Corona van, says Kim, used to come round our doors every Friday evening, Steve. Lemonade and bitter lemon for the parents, weekend tipple and all sorts of coloured pop for the kids. I can remember Dandelion and Burdock being my favourite. Oh, I used to love all of it. I thought it was fantastic. Did you see the Dolly Parton documentary on Channel 5? I swear there's an interview with you on it. I don't think so. Not with Dolly Parton. That would be quite a coup, actually. Johnny says, Steve, you sound you've got a cold. No. It's slightly sore throat. Which, because it's constant talking, you notice it a little bit more. Kevin the Milkman says milk is a lot more robust than people realise. When I started in this job, we'd be out delivering until early afternoon, and if you were out at work, the milk sat on the doorstep until the customer got home in the evening, and there were never any complaints about sour milk. Today's youngsters, he says, wouldn't last 5 minutes if they were transported back to the 1970s. That is true, actually. But, kids these days, what do they know? What's the matter with kids today? I can remember it. I bet you won't remember it. There used to be a programme on the radio years ago called Junior Choice. And it was done by Ed Stewart. Before that, it was Uncle Mac. And Uncle Mac had to be got rid of because he forgot to turn his microphone off. And he introduced a song for the children. I do believe, as the story goes, apocryphal or otherwise. And because he forgot to pull the microphone down, he said, that'll keep the little bleeders happy. They decided they couldn't have that going out on the radio. Yeah, had to go. Anyway, Ed Stewart did it, but they used to put these songs on the radio. People would write in, but it was specifically, can't speak at all this morning, specifically for little people. But one of the songs was great, and it was taken from Lionel Bart's musical Blitz. And it was a song called Mums and Dads. And it was sung by a group of Cockney kids. And it used to go, mums and dads, let's play mums and dads, funny mums and dads. And these kids sing it. This song came out of Blitz the musical. And I always loved it. And then I managed to get hold of the soundtrack. And I drove myself crackers playing it all the time. I used to sit in the car singing along. So if ever you happen to see me out in the car and you see me mouthing, I'm not on the telephone. I'm singing. Because I do it very well. Steve in South London says, I love a blueberry slush puppy. I do remember them. Of course, you can still get them, for goodness sake. And Steve, talking of... Oh, that's nice. What's that? Oh, it's Cameron. He says, you're right, Steve. The rodeo is absolutely amazing. Oh, it's big. I didn't know they had a big stage and everything. Wow. He said, it's one fantastic time. Here are photos of the rodeo. You can't forget the evening show. From living in London to moving to Canada. You wouldn't believe how different they are. The best thing is I can still hear you out here. My uncle used to be a lecturer out in Canada. Moved there years and years ago, got married, had children, and became a very successful lecturer and also looked after the college football team and everything else. Came back over here years and years ago, and the family had a big get-together because we hadn't seen him for a long, long time. And there must have been something, because he goes back to Canada drops dead. It was almost like he had to do that last thing to come and see the family again. It's not like he was really old or anything like that. And so he sort of came over, and all the family, my brother went up there. I couldn't because I was working. And then he goes back to Canada and drops dead on the playing field. He wasn't ill or anything. No, it was just one of those things. And I always think, people do things, and then it's your body's way of saying, there you go, you've done it. Everybody's seen you, and it's fine. So I've decided I'm not going back to anywhere that I went to when I was young, just in case it all goes wrong. Just in case. Nation urge, take afternoon naps. Don't need to tell me twice. Oh, Brooklyn Beckham has been brutally booted from his contract as the face of Superdry after just 8 months. He was slated for plugging the High Street's brand vegan trainers despite being a meat-guzzling chef. He's certainly not a chef, that's a fact. Certainly not a chef. He can barely make a sandwich. He's got no idea. No idea. But a Superdry spokesman said, we review the ambassadors who feature in our campaigns and decide to work with different range of talent. Well, in his case, trying to find it would be a problem. He got the job last November. His role mainly involved posing in the company's clothing and sharing promotional poses. And in one, Brooklyn said, the shoes are vegan. How is that possible? So he recently relaunched as a cook via his online Cooking with Brooklyn, but he demonstrated how to make a bacon, sausage and egg butty. Really talented is Brooklyn Beckham, as you can well imagine. Really amazing. What else we got? The Beatles fans crossing at the wrong zebra crossing. They're not on the right one. There are two of these crossing. No, it's not signposted, no. No, it's not. It's dozens of tourists have been spotted posing as the Fab Four on a crossing, but it's half a mile from the scene of the iconic image. They blamed Google Maps for sending them to the north end of Abbey Road. And it's ridiculous, because you know where it is, because it's directly opposite the studio, so they've got all the writing on the wall and everything else. But you know what tourists are like? They don't know. Let's not tell them. Let's not tell them. Robbie Williams is charging gig goers up to 600 quid a ticket to see him on tour. Some fans will pay 1,188 quid for a pair of VIP tickets to see his Sunday night show at the O2 Arena in October. General sales seats are around 80 quid. So VIP packages to see Robbie at the O2 Arena in Manchester cost 1,020 quid for a pair. It's an awful lot of money, isn't it, for somebody who's not been in the charts for the last God knows how many hundreds of years. You know, I mean, like bringing back the Wooden Tops or something like that. I think we're expecting a little bit more. They charge the same, I know. The Wooden Tops are so popular. But at least you get the dance, which is good. Love Island's people. This is Jacques O'Neill. And a picture that he won't want to see. It's his TV partner, Paige, locking lips with Adam Collard. Oh, they're just basically a bunch of tramps. I've never seen anything like it. The funniest thing I discovered watching Love Island the other day was here they all are in a villa wearing high heels. You know why? Because you wouldn't see them if they took their high heels off. I mean, who goes on holiday, to a villa and walks around in high heels as if you're doing some sort of, tacky old catwalk show somewhere? I do not wear high heels. It's ridiculous. And the boys, none of them can be bothered to shave. It's obviously far too... Mind you, most of them look as though they couldn't shave anyway. And Love Island's Ekin and David are set for a spin-off TV show. Here we go. All the garbage is now starting. Agents pushing stuff out. Somebody said, I think there could be definitely other shows on the horizon. What, because they've sat on television and gawped at the cameras and sort of tried to pretend they're interested in each other? Do me a favour, honestly. Oh, look, here she is, the attention-seeking Christine McGuinness out with her photographer at a family festival. Still wearing her huge wedding ring, but left Paddy at home. There's a big surprise, love. Poor old Christine, honestly. You do get the feeling, don't you? It's just a load of old hooey, ladies and gentlemen. Steve, Ed Stewpot. He had a kid. Hello, darling. This little kid used to get. It was what they call a drop-in. I remember it very, very well, actually. Very, very well. Home Alone was on, Steve. Hottest day of the year yesterday. Love that film. I love Home Alone. I think it's very good, actually. Very, very good indeed. I'm very, very impressed with sort of stuff like that. I like any of those good, plus I enjoy the old films as well. Gremlins creator Joe Dante has blasted sci-fi cutie Baby Yoda is completely stolen from his films. I don't like those sort of films. They frighten me, those sort of things. I don't know what Yoda was in. I don't know. There's no good asking me. I don't know anything. Oh, look, and here's Conor McGregor wearing a little pair of Versace shorts somewhere here. He was joined by club owner, oh God, not dreary old Wayne Lineker. My God, embarrassing. Poor old soul. And he went out to a beach club in Ibiza. And in fact, just in case Conor McGregor forgets who he is, they've tattooed his name on his chest. There you go, just in case they lose him. Which, can only be grateful for, I suppose.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. 26 minutes to 6. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast. Hope you're coping. It's still quite warm, actually, at this time of the morning, isn't it? I think people sort of feel it a little bit. But the sooner we get home, all I've got to do today, get the haircut. That's all I've got to do. And I don't know why I'm getting my hair cut. I think mine, because it's really short, it gets to that stage where you've got to keep it short, otherwise it starts looking a bit frizzy. Don't want to look as though I've had a perm or something like that. Look like a 60s footballer. Can you imagine? I don't know whether or not you've ever tried to join Mensa. I personally didn't understand the entry form, so there's no point at all. But there is a girl of 10 here. Her name is Isabel Spark. And she has joined Mensa after an IQ test revealed she is as clever as Albert Einstein and Stephen Hawking. I mean, how is this possible? The Brainbox sat the test to join the prestigious High IQ Society last month and was at least 10 years younger than everybody else there. Proud mum Lois said Isabel's always been ahead academically. She learnt to read and write from a much earlier age. When she was 9 months old, she was talking in full sentences. This must be a bit freaky, mustn't it? You're sitting there. Apparently she was reading books when she was 3. Isabel from Petts Wood in South East London, says, I'm proud of myself and looking forward to the Mensa challenges and forming friendships within the society. She's 10. She's 10 and she's having conversations like that. So, clever her. So she scored 160 in a tough exam, putting her in the top 1% of the population. Good for her. I mean, I think that's terribly clever. Where you go from that, I've got no idea. I don't know whether or not that means because she's, I mean, isn't Gary Bushell a member of Mensa? I seem to remember that at the same time. But we found another one. We found a 2-year-old girl. This is a 2-year-old from Crestwood, Kentucky, and she scored in the 99th percentile of intelligence for her age. Good Lord. And in fact, it first began when she had an affinity for the alphabet. So she's become the youngest member of Mensa. 2 years old. Her name's Isla McNabb. Isla McNabb. Well done her. Apparently, she's always had an affinity. So we got her all kinds of blocks and magnets, multiple copies of the alphabet. And I would notice that the cat would have the letter C next to it. Then I'd have the letter M. Despite just being 2, the child's family said Isla taught herself to read and now knows every word you throw at her. She's 2. Makes you want to give up, doesn't it, really? I mean, I can't bear it. I mean, honestly, that makes me just feel as I've just not tried. Imagine doing something like that. I couldn't even do Big Ted's crossword in the sun. And that was in the early days. I couldn't do anything like that. But for some peculiar reason, some kids seem to have a natural aptitude. It's like, what was I thinking of the other day? I was watching somebody. They had somebody on Countdown. And, you know where they go, OK, this is the Countdown conundrum. 1 second, he looked at all these jumbled up letters and went, it's so-and-so. And so somebody, how does he know this? And the answer is some people just see it. They just see an answer there. Other people like me could sit there staring at something. I mean, I've tried Sudoku, but I don't even know what it is. I can't do anything like that at all. There's no point. I can do a radio programme. But it's when you look at some of these people who do it. There used to be a girl years ago called Ruth Lawrence. Ruth Lawrence's father, I think, was homeschooling her. She passed into whatever university it was at the age of something like 12. I mean, can you find the mistake here? And so what it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And that you have to find the mistake. And the mistake is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2. There's 2 these. What am I looking at? What am I looking at here? I don't know what I'm looking. Can you find the mistake? I'm just reading the numbers here. Is this Mensa? Well, small wonder they didn't want me. Small wonder the fool can't even find it. So can you find the mistake? You see, things like that just annoy me. I'm now really angry. I now don't want to be a member of Mensa at all. If that's the kind of stupid thing that they put forward. Yeah, a bunch of... So I'm counting the thing. It's like when they give you a load of numbers, they say, what's the next number in the sequence? Who cares? Who cares? I've got better things to do. Like, it's like they say, Mr. Green bought 12 tomatoes at 13p each. If 2 of them were green and 1 was red, how much did he pay for those ones? You think, who cares? I don't really care. It's way ahead of my intelligence. But you're right, it's the, isn't it? Which I should have noticed. Nearly half of adults never wear sunglasses to protect their eyes because you're not wearing them for their lovely appearance. You're wearing them to protect your eyes. It also found under 24s were less likely to put them on than older people. Oh, right. Well, I'm an older person and I do wear sunglasses. Because to be quite honest with you, it's a lot. You've got to save your eyes. The skin around your eyes, believe it or not, is the most sensitive on your body. That's the most sensitive. So you've got to be particularly careful. Particularly careful. House prices going up, and I always love some of the adverts in the papers. Don't you love some of the adverts? There's one here. It's brighten your home and gardens with these lovely lifelike ornaments. And you look at them, and there's a chirpy blue tit sitting on a tap. There's also a cosy hedgehog, sleepy foxes, and a British robin. Who buys this stuff? Who buys this? Do I have any ornaments? No. When I was little, I did, yes. When I was little, we used to have little... they used to do dogs and things like that, and I had those sort of things, and you'd have them on your shelf. I love it. TV chef Big Zoo. Oh, that's nice. What's that? Where's this? Mark. Here it is. How was Ian Dell's party? I didn't go because I didn't feel very well. I thought if I've got this sniffy, there's no point in me going to a party and spreading it to people there. Apparently it went very, very well. And then he went off for afternoon tea, I think, and then after that he went to go and see ABBA as well. I thought he'd seen ABBA before. I think he was sort of... Yes, it was a very camp day out for Ian, actually. But they didn't do speeches at the party, I know that. And a good time was had by all, and there was sort of photographs of people there, and the good and the great. So I'd have loved to have gone, but sadly I couldn't. Carol says, I've been a member of Mensa for years. I joined after I read that Peter Asher, of Peter and Gordon, please lock me away, was a member back in the 60s. I'm not at all active in the organisation. I just joined to join. Looks good on a resume. Well, clever old you. Clever old you. And what if it varies? Do you think it varies, around the world? Different Mensa, would Mensa in South Africa be exactly the same as Mensa in Canada, for example? I mean, I don't know. But she's still... So once you're a member, are you, for forever and a day? As long as you keep up the subs, I suppose. Pete the Pool Man says, I'm at the first pool in Cobham in Surrey. It's Armageddon. Blow-up sharks, whales, lilos discarded, sun cream bottles, beer cans, and chlorine levels stripped bare. It's going to be a long day. He says, I had to come here first as they have a retractable greenhouse-type cover, which turns into an oven as soon as the sun's up. Still love it, though, after 30 years. Well, it's a living, isn't it? It's a living. That's what it is. It's quite nice. But you're right, some of those places where they've got these covers that go over the top of them, it's sort of, you then get all sorts of things. Mensa's got 140,000 members in 90 countries. Do they get together and discuss things? I wonder what they talk about. I don't know. It's not for us, is it, really? I can tell. Yeah. Jenny says, Steve, in the 60s, my grandmother always made lemon squash in summer. She used at least 6 lemons, 2 pounds of sugar and 3 pints of boiling water. She put the rind, the juice and what was left of the lemons plus the boiling water and sugar in a bowl, stirred it well and left it to soak overnight. In the morning, she would strain the syrup and keep it in the fridge to use diluted when hot and thirsty. I do it every year. My mother used to make her own lemon. We used to sell it. My mother had a little company that sold her lemon squash. And it was hot, and we used to have bottles all over the place, and labels and everything else, and metal foil labels over the top of it. And it was, you could drink it hot in winter, cold in summer. Cloudy lemonade. They do it in Marks and Spencer's. They do a bottle of lemonade, which is just lemon juice, isn't it? It's got to be cold though. You've got to have it when it's ice cold. It's the only, I can't bear anything that's sort of kind of lukewarm. So I know exactly what that'd be good for, Jenny. It certainly would be me. And Karen from Ware says, watched the Railway Children yesterday. Daddy, my daddy, gets me every time. It's great, isn't it? It's great. Is it just me, says Stu in Norfolk? I don't know, dear. Look in a mirror. Have a look. If it looks like you, it is you. that was an old thing from Willie Rushton. And that radio presenter, Captain Kremen, he did Captain Kremen, Kenny Everett, and he was sort of playing this thing, I don't know who I am. And so Kenny Everett took out a mirror and went, that's you. You have to see it to believe it. Stu says, is it just me or are the mornings feeling a little bit darker? Possibly. To be honest with you, I don't know. It just seems the same to me every single day, but I might be wrong. I haven't got any windows. I tell you, I watched yesterday, actually talking of sort of not having any windows, I watched some early Star Treks. I know, I'm not even into Star Trek. These were really early ones, you know, where sort of one of them, Captain Kirk, went completely round the bend. Somebody had taken away Spock's brain, and they were on this other planet, and people kept going, and materialising, and then they vanished again. Imagine what fun you could have at a party. You know, 1 minute I'm here, the next minute I'm gone. But I've always wanted to be able to do things like that. But I know, as I was watching it, I'm thinking, you sad person, Stephen. What on earth are you doing watching things like this for? Because I've never really been into it in the past. I know people, you know, absolutely adore this sort of thing. Trekkies, aren't they? Trekkies wearing trackies, and they love stuff like that. But not for me. Not for me. There you go, look. My star sign for today. What do you think it says? I should tell you after the break. It's so exciting. It's almost uncanny. Guess what my star sign says from Russell Grant today? It is uncanny. Uncanny. It says here Pisces, because that's me. Stress-related illnesses could be the result of working too hard. Isn't that amazing? So how does it relate to me, says the producer. So funny. Strange way to resign, but there you go. If you've been doing a colleague a favour by taking on their duties, it's time to hand them back. Isn't that unbelievable? It's amazing, actually. Oh, well, you know, live in hope. Live in hope of trying to get through things. But very interesting. Very interesting. Well, I don't know what Mystic Meg says. Nobody ever knows what Mystic Meg says. Nobody. And a bit of summer for everybody. They've got a picture of Rochelle Humes. What are you doing? We're like, Michelle? No, Rochelle. They say, Cameron's written into the Daily Star to say, can we have a picture of Rochelle Humes in the paper? Well, haven't you seen what she looks like? I mean, blimey, you can't really miss her. This is, what does Mystic Meg say today? A time of wondering where love could go next ends as you create your own surprises. Part of this is a sense of pride in what you have to offer and the knowledge that romance your way is unique. Standing on a skyscraper. If you're single, someone with an unusual laugh is involved. Oh dear, not sure about that. Early morning inspiration turns to cash. Well, look at that. Look at that one. Early morning inspiration. Yeah, it's the lottery again, isn't it? That's what we like. We like the lottery. We like it. Nobody's won. Nobody's won it. We're still waiting. And so they're still raking in an absolute fortune because it's kind of stagnated at 191 million. They don't want it to go any higher. I don't know why. The American lotteries go for serious amounts of money. So I don't know why we can't do the same over here. Also, what else we got? This is Alan Shearer. Apparently is facing a ticking off from Gareth Southgate's wife after filming wildfires near the England manager's holiday home. Imagine Rebecca Vardy must be sweating a little bit at the moment for a number of reasons. And a union has accused the post office of denying around 2,000 workers a pay rise in order to ensure that managers get bonuses. Bonuses. We like a bonus, don't we, I think? And royal wishes for the birthday girl Camilla. She's 75. She can't still be called a girl. But Prince William and wife Kate said wishing a very happy birthday to the Duchess of Cornwall. She seems quite lovely. It's just, for some people they don't sort of take to her. I think she's great. Amazon Fresh is set to take on Tesco with a new price match promise. The chain's Tesco Club Card price match campaign starts today. Did I tell you that I went to Iceland the other week, and it was, what do they do? They have a system in Iceland. If you're over a certain age, you get a discount now. It's a Tuesday because the woman on the till said to me, I think you have to ask because they might not ask if they think you look too young, and you've got to take some sort of proof in there. So your freedom pass would be proof that you're over the certain age. And so she said, oh, are you over 60? It's the Pope Catholic. And so I got a discount. I thought it was quite exciting, actually. So I'm going to try it again tomorrow. I'm definitely going for this one. Peter Andre and his childhood bullies. He still apparently straightens his hair. Why would you want to straighten your hair? Why don't you just sort of leave it? It looks fine. He said, curls remind me of the racism I got as a kid. So he straightens his hair. Peter Andre is, I don't know how old. I've got no idea. Iceland shoppers over the age of 60 are entitled to a 10% discount in the stores every Tuesday when they shop in store. So you need to show proof of ID in order to claim the discount, which is something which shows your date of birth. So a driving licence, passport or senior bus or rail card will all be accepted. That's me. Even though my freedom pass does not work because they're inept and stupid and completely ignorant, even though I'm 68 and they won't activate the blooming thing because I have to prove who I say I am. Try the radio, love. That'll help you. Mind you, she didn't seem as though she understood anything that was going on, the woman I spoke to, and then she just deactivated it. I feel like suing them, actually. This is something I'm entitled to, and so I haven't got it. But, of course, nobody knows that in Iceland. I should just be showing it. It's as simple as that, just to get me 10% discount. I mean, it's not a huge amount, but it's better than nothing, isn't it? I haven't had to do anything for it, which is very good. What else we got? Love Island, I was not all right, Jacques, because somebody's now left. And he's come back, and we don't know what he's doing from now. But presumably somebody said, listen, how he was on the programme in the first place, I've got no idea. Why are they not checking people? This is the whole idea of these programmes where people are so desperate to be on the television. They're so desperate to be famous that they will go through hell and high water. And then at the end of it, it turns out that it's a disaster. They shouldn't be, they should have been vetted, and he shouldn't have been allowed on the programme. I mean, he feared his mental health was deteriorating so badly he might never recover. Shouldn't have been allowed anywhere near the programme. But as somebody wrote in one of the newspapers the other day, I think it was the Mail, they said, do they really care about these people, or are they just making a television programme? And I said, they're making a television programme. Because you don't know, do you? You have no idea on any of the programmes where people have been humiliated or people have been laid bare. But you only have to look at them to realise it's just a bunch of old tat. It really is. And they're all going, oh, yes, so now we're going to be a relationship when we get out of it. Of course they're saying that. They'll say anything. Dan in Bromley says, a tennis ball and a tennis racket cost a total of £1.10. The tennis racket costs £1 more than the tennis ball. How much was the tennis racket? I can't listen. I mean, my brain just switches off with it. Do you know the answer? You know the answer. Oh, okay. So wait a minute. A tennis ball and a tennis racket cost a total of £1.10. The tennis racket costs £1 more than the tennis ball. How much was the tennis racket? Oh, right. It costs so it's £1. Is it? No. That means the ball is not... Well, it was a free gift. A free gift. It was in Iceland. It was a free gift. You could either have that or a wok. Well, there's another Mensa one, is it? Oh, God. So don't do this to me. So it's £1.05 then, isn't it, for the racket? But who cares? I mean, I don't want to be... Mensa care about it, yes. Did you not know that one, Steve? Well, there you go. Steve, I'm a real Trekkie. Says Kim, been watching them since the 60s. In fact, the wonderful Leonard Nimoy turned up on Columbo the other day. Yes, I love the Columbo. We love Columbo, and I remember the one with Leonard Nimoy in. Definitely. I never interviewed him. I would love to have interviewed him. And Lindsay says, I joined Mensa about 30 years ago to prove a point to my husband, as I didn't go to uni. I didn't tell him, just left the magazine where he'd see it. I stopped paying my subscription after a few years, though. So please wish Edward good luck for FISM, as he leaves for Quebec this week, says Lindsay. He's representing the UK and is the first competitor from the UK for over 10 years. She says, look after yourself. Black Jakeman's lozenge are good for tickly coughs. It is a tickly cough. It's annoying, actually. If I didn't talk so much, I've got water, I know. Pointing things out to me. What did I think it was sitting in here? Delicious. Perhaps I've got some cough mixture as well, actually, which is for tickly coughs. I don't know how they work. Well, they don't work. That's the trouble, do they? That's why we spend a lot of money on medicines for colds and coughs and everything. But Edward, good luck for FISM. He'll be perfect, Lindsay, as you know. Oh, we go back many years. Many years. Goodness sake, do we ever. What else do we have? Oh, M&S are ditching the dates on fruit and veg. That's after on more than 300 fruit and veg products in a bid to reduce the waste. So they're going to remove the best before dates. So, I mean, does that really make any difference? You know when fruit... Well, exactly, you know when fruit's gone off. Fruit and vegetables make up 85% of its produce. And the company's committed to halve waste by 2030. So there you go. Apparently they're thrilled by it. Because you do know, I mean, stuff goes off. You know, you buy a bowl of, or a punnet of peaches, and they're hard. And then within a day, they've gone completely. You're just looking at mush. And bananas never seem to last long enough. And I do like peeling a banana. But they never seem to last as long as they should do. And soft fruit's a nightmare. Soft fruit like strawberries, raspberries. Raspberries go really quickly. Blackberries go very, very quickly. Blueberries go very, very quickly. Asparagus goes a little bit longer. Because I bought some stuff back and I forgot to put it in the fridge. And my coleslaw exploded in the bag. I've never heard of such a thing happening before. I thought, what on earth are they putting in the coleslaw nowadays? I just quite fancied coleslaw with something, you know, something interesting, but it didn't actually happen at all. But it doesn't matter. So Carol Kirkwood opens up about her fiancé. He doesn't want any publicity. So, as you can well imagine, actually, be too embarrassed to say, the girlfriend's the one who does the weather on the television. And Jess Conrad misses out on I'm a Celebrity. I had to explain who Jess Conrad was to the producer. He didn't know who he was, but he's very famous. The real Mo Farah is apparently a very cheerful, penniless student. That's where they got the name from, Mo Farah. So it was basically somebody pinched this poor boy's name, and they managed to keep it under the radar for God knows how many years. Years and years and years. Absolutely amazing. Here we all are, summer of 99, not if the council have a say. So they're obsessed with Mr. Whippy. There are other ice cream vans out there, but apparently the curb on the vans running their diesel engines to keep the ice cream soft enough to serve could make the beloved 99 harder to come by. So councils are making similar demands over lucrative pitches. They make a fortune. You won't find a poor ice cream man. I'd love that. Or actually, I've never seen women doing it. The only ones when years ago we had the ice cream wars in London. It was a nightmare. And where did they used to park up? Outside the museums. and the police would move them on, and it turned into pitch battles. It was really quite bad. I remember it very, very well indeed. Oh, the bison's back in Britain. Got to have something to wash your hands in. Sorry, it's an old joke. I couldn't resist it. It's the best you're going to get at this time of the morning. And apparently the TV licence fee is regressive, say the Lords, and it should be reformed. Oh dear, not sure about that. And apparently BBC presenters need to be cautious about sounding enthusiastic when interviewing. So says Justin Webb. Apparently, listeners can mistake it for expressing opinions. And you know the BBC are not allowed to have any opinions at all. Everybody else can in the entire universe. But if you work for the BBC, no opinions. I'm just nearly passed out, actually, because very kindly the producer decided to buy me a present. I thought, oh, maybe a new car, or a surfboard or something. No, it's vocal zones. So he said, they're actually quite strong. He said, remember to sort of breathe in. So I popped it in my mouth. My God, is it strong? It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. So what have we got? We've got 4 minutes past 6. It's Steve Allen's. Actually, they're very good. I'm just going to get a packet of that. But yes, I feel better already. Because you do need something. As I say, because the nature of the business is that you have to talk all the time. It's like singers as well. The amount of singers who have to sort of la, 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 and have to go all this thing. Strangely enough, radio presenters don't do that. We just take it for granted. You open your mouth and it all works. Although not so in my case. It does vary, actually. I was amazed how much money we spend on pizzas. This is on pizzas for Channel migrants. How much did they spend last year? A very odd thing to give people. So people have travelled all the way across the Channel, and they give them pizza for some reason. Apparently, the Home Office spent £39,000 on pizzas the other year, and the total spent would buy 3,900 of the $9.99 medium-sized pizzas such as Veggie Supreme or Texas Barbecue. I don't think the people who are arriving over here have probably eaten pizza before. So they give them pizza. I don't know whether it is. I'm really not sure. Apparently, they say that they think this is the need. Supposed to buying pizzas is to stem the flow of dingy migrants. But they've got to eat something. I don't know why people assume that they've travelled over here in a dinghy and they want to eat a pizza. I have to be honest, I did a show years and years ago, and with about 20 or 30 of us, so I just ordered pizzas in. And it was the easiest thing to do, actually. Out of all the different foods that you could order in, pizzas turned out to be the best thing for us, and everybody was very happy. And to be honest, but I don't have them very often. In fact, I really don't have them very often. Caroline says, I had the best Saturday, went for lunch at Little Italy. No sign of Tony, but his very charming father was there, Nino. Spent 4 very lovely hours chilling and soaking up Soho atmosphere. It's great, isn't it? It's great. You are literally, if you go to Little Italy, you're slap bang in the middle of Soho, and there's people, and it's a complete cornucopia. I think it should be pedestrianised. And literally, but they did do it, actually, the other day. They put tables, when it was Pride, they put tables in the streets and everything else. Yeah, during COVID too. And it was nice. But you watch the world go by, and I've seen the oddest characters. Mind you, I was probably looking at a reflection of myself in the mirror. But you get all these people there who are sort of obviously part of Soho's rich culture. And it is quite amazing. So I'm glad that you had the best Saturday and you enjoyed it, because you could sit there for days just watching the world go by, because Little Italy is directly over the road from Ronnie Scott's. So you watch all the people going in there, and there's also it looks, the whole thing should be pedestrianised. But the only problem is you've got to get all the people there to deliver all the product to all the shops and all the thing. So it's a difficult one. But I love sitting outside. We don't do it very well in this country. We're a bit naff, I'm afraid. The alfresco dining, they do it here. They do it here in sort of Leicester Square. But anyway, Steve, in 1972, Columbo was part filmed in London in the Royal College of Music. Yes, I remember it very well. Columbo jets in. Sky News have sent a man to a swimming pool. Oh, they have as well. Oh, how sweet. Look, it's leaking over the sides. I'm not sure about that. Where is that swimming pool? Is this a proper... He's in Reading. Reading? Good Lord above. That's still going, is it? I had no idea the swimming pool's in Reading. Is it in a shopping centre or something? There's somebody swimming in a swimming pool in Reading. There you go. 2 anomalies. Obviously, people very excited by that. The reporter looks a bit nonplussed, doesn't he? And where have they sent him? Reading. And you'll be doing a report on water. Sorry, you'll be doing a report on water. In where? Reading. Oh God. We should have sent Pete down there. Yeah, 3 years at journalism school. Qualified NUJ member, and talking about a swimming pool in Reading. It doesn't get any worse. Other stories that are running in the papers today. Apparently, a staggering. Staggering means bad. 17,000 flights have been cancelled at the last minute this year as the aviation crisis continues to scupper summer holiday plans. The worst offenders, EasyJet and British Airways. That's what it says, which have called off about 3 out of every 100 of their flights within 72 hours of departure. Why do they leave it to the last minute? I mean, do they not know how many people are on site and doing it? It's like, if all of a sudden I took ill, there would be somebody who could sort of cover. We would know that within sort of a matter of minutes. Budget airlines, Ryanair and Jet2 are among those with fewest cancellations, with just 1 in every 1,000 of their flights not taking off. See, I think that's 1 in 1,000. It's not bad. It's only 1. Holidaymakers have faced chaos at airports, and it's getting worse because actually most school summer holidays have now begun. So I'm assuming the kids are on holiday now. Are they on holiday? Because I get really confused. Because sometimes you go, they're on holiday, and then all of a sudden I go to Twickenham and there's hundreds of school children in their, not gym kit, but they're wearing clothes which would be more appropriate for this weather. Which if you go to France and you look at the school uniforms that the kids are wearing, they're wearing short trousers and they've got trainers on and jackets and all the rest of it. But it's basically to cope with the weather. Anyway, the travel editor of Which told Panorama what's reassuring is that it's not all airlines, it's not all airports. Before you book, take a look around you, what's happening in the airport near you and the airlines you're considering. But we have said that. We've said that before. If you are going on holiday, please check that your flight is taking off. I know that you only at that particular moment can you try it. Lots of schools in England don't break up until the end of this week. Right. And then, presumably, people are going... Ian Dale's cancelled his holiday, hasn't he? Because I think the flights were cancelled. Was it cancelled? So he's going to be here for this. Just in case you thought, at the ripe old age of 60, that he wouldn't be here. He will be. He will be, definitely. And he said, I'll just have to rebook again in August. I don't know where he was going, actually. It's funny. All the people I know are on holiday. Iberia. What else do we have? Edwina Currie, who entered Parliament in 1983, is spot on with her observation of the Foreign Secretary Liz Truss's blouse during the Tory leadership debate. She said it's an awful look. People liked those sort of things. They sort of do up a bow thing at the top. It's very much reminiscent of Margaret Thatcher, although she did ditch it, and after a while, and then she decided not to wear it ever again. Here's the couple who trafficked a young Mo Farah into the UK. Photographs show Mukhtar Farah and his ex-wife, Nimco, who the former Olympic champion claims brought them to Britain from Somalia when he was just 9. The couple have now split up and are now back in their native Somalia, where they've refused to talk to the media. I bet they have. God in heaven. Ridiculous. And the Love Island contestant with ADHD has said signing up for the show was the worst decision of his life. This is Jacques O'Neill. You see, again, if he knew that then, he should have said something to them. And he came very close to a physical altercation with his rival, who's called Adam Collard. I don't know who any of these people are. You have to forgive me. Posting on Instagram, Mr. O'Neill wrote, "I wasn't mentally prepared for how it was going to be at all. Underestimated it massively. The first 2 weeks were probably the happiest I've been in a long while, and the last 2 were definitely the worst I felt." And he says it broke me. His comments are now thrown into question how contestants are assessed as part of ITV's new duty of care protocol following the suicides of 2 former participants, and the host, Caroline Flack, a Love Island spokesman, said we have rigorous and extensive checks in place to assess islanders' physical and mental health in advance of being cleared. Obviously not. Obviously not. He says that we are respectful of Mr. O'Neill's decision, saying we would never put pressure on somebody to stay in the villa. Well, you can't. You can't, but he said he wished he'd never gone into it in the first place. So I wonder at what point they knew that maybe he had suffered from ADHD for quite some time. Not good. I noticed that Andrew Ridgeley was out with a girlfriend the other day, and she's done her story now, saying, as a girl I had a crush on Simon Le Bon, now I'm dating Andrew Ridgeley, I'm more than a little in love. You can see the word desperation, can't you, appearing, and this is what I have to do. And parents have slammed the Drag Queen Library Tour. Apparently there are a load of drag queens. Drag Queen Story Hour will hold nearly 70 classes for 3 to 11-year-olds in a summer tour. The group says the sessions teach inclusivity and encourage parents to get fabulous, but parents have blocked book tickets to stop them going ahead. Dozens have sent template letters produced by the charity saying classes are highly inappropriate, given that the images of men dressed as women are highly sexualised. So there you go. Drag Queen Story Hour is going on, apparently. A far-right group have booked 2,000 tickets to prevent the event going ahead. So by block booking all these tickets, but drag queens aren't sexual. I think we're going into a different realm here. I don't think we're too sure what we're talking about, seeing as none of us are drag queens.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, he says, trying to sound all excited then. I've just set this vocal zone thing out my mouth. Birthdays today, Vin Diesel. I don't know enough about Vin Diesel. He's an no, not 54, 55 he is. What's his real name? What's his real name? There you go. I didn't know this wasn't it. I just thought he was called Vin Diesel. His real name is Mark Sinclair. It sounds like a drag queen, doesn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, or a car salesman. But he was born Mark Sinclair. The stage surname comes from friends who said he was always full of energy. Oh, right. He starred in Saving Private Ryan and the Fast and the Furious films. Before fame, he was a nightclub bouncer and a light bulb salesman. So he's done quite well. Also, Kristen Bell, the US actress and singer's role as Anna, Princess of Arendelle in the Frozen films, helped them make them the highest-grossing animated films of all time, both topping $1.2 billion. Amazing, isn't it? Also on this day in 1959, July the 18th, the American blues singer Billie Holiday dies at the age of 44 in a New York hospital. A very sad jazz legend in her lifetime. Her long career had been tough and troubled, even at its end. Just 1 month ago, she was paroled in the custody of her lawyer on a charge of possessing narcotics. She'll never leave her bed, he told a New York court. At the time of her death, she had only 70 cents in the bank. That was what Billie Holiday left. Didn't Diana Ross portray Billie Holiday? I seem to remember Lady Sings the Blues was Diana Ross. And the reason I mention it is because I always remember thinking that Diana Ross was absolutely the best person to do it, because Billie Holiday descended into this spiral of drugs, and she was on just about everything. And I always remember she did this thing, "I'll thank you for your time and your money." And that was it. She was off her face most of the time, but to die at the age of 44 is very, very young. But it was a very good film, actually. Diana Ross was Billie Holiday, Billy D. Williams, Richard Pryor was in it as well. And, so many different people. It was interesting. She plays, and she did play to packed houses at Carnegie Hall, and her encore was "God Bless the Child," and she was later rearrested, unfortunately, on drugs charges and died at 44. I wonder if these performances are available. I wonder if they feature on YouTube. I don't know, actually. I'm always quite fascinated, but I used to listen to Diana Ross singing The Lady Sings the Blues, which was fantastic. So Jack in Brixton says, Steve, this is the last week for most kids at school, Steve. God help us. Oh, I don't mind when they're not around. The trains are very empty. It does make a difference. You know, normally the buses are sort of heaving with kids hanging. It's a bit a scene from Centrinians or something. It really is. Oh, Billie Holiday, Strange Fruit. I remember this song very well indeed, Reeling in the Years archives. This is from 1959. Do you know it's had over 5 million views, which is good. But I mean, she looked as though, it's funny, isn't it? So many of these singers, what I call torch singers, you know, the Whitney Houstons of this world, troubled. They're troubled. And you think to yourself, why, how you've got everything. You've got the world at your feet. You've got, a fantastic God-given talent. And yet for some reason they go down that drugs route. And I've seen it on so many different occasions that every time you read about another person in the music business who's died as a result of drugs, you sort of think to yourself, oh my goodness me, it's just terrible. What can you do about it? Answer, nothing. Nothing, because people seem to keep these things. I mean, I never would have even realised that Whitney Houston had problems in that department. Never would have thought about it. Other stories. 1939, from July the 18th, coal, gas and electricity for use in homes, offices and clubs will be rationed in the event of war. I don't know how many times you remember rationing. I remember petrol rationing coming in, because we all got sent the books out. As a result, we didn't actually ever need it, but I should have kept stuff like that. It was petrol rationing. I can remember when we had the electric would go off, and so they would say, they would conserve it, and they'd say 6 o'clock. We used to get the 3-day week, and all of a sudden they'd say at 6 o'clock the electricity goes off, so you'd have to make sure, you were getting yourself ready as quick as possible, because you couldn't do anything unless you had gas. But the electric just went off. Click, television off, everything. Completely useless. But we got through it. Other stories. Heat wave helpers for hot dogs. Apparently there is a cooling coat that you can get to put. So I think you put water in it, and I think it then sort of makes it a bit cooler for sort of dogs. Whatever it is, don't let them go out on the pavements, because they're very, very hot, and poor little dogs. Even cats don't seem to be faring too well in this weather, do they? Which is a great shame. So just be careful. I haven't seen actually, but I hope I don't. Even though I know that they all used to put in bowls outside shops and everything else, so at least they can get drinks, because they need water. In the 70s, the 3-day week started January the 1st, 1974. Commercial electricity users, in essence businesses, were limited to 3 consecutive days of power each week unless the work was deemed essential. Think hospitals, supermarkets. Favourite British pastimes were curbed, pub and restaurants were closed on the quiet days, and television channels were barred from broadcasting past 10:30. Past 10:30. In fact, that's why people used to go to bed. That's when there were more children born, because when you're into bed you go, shall we? There was nothing on telly. No, nothing on telly, because you can't watch it anyway. Amazing, isn't it? Another one that says, get some Cavonia. Now, these vocal zones are very good. They're very good. They're a bit stronger than I was anticipating, but very nice. Alison, thank you. You won't be swapping it for Prosecco anytime soon, but it's the only cough mixture that does any good. Well, I'm not sort of huge into cough mixture, because I'm going to get the sugar-free ones, because we don't want to get anything that sort of is going to sort of affect anything at all like that. I can't wait to read this book about Meghan and Harry, because they're not doing particularly well. And they don't seem to have done anything apart from he just plays polo. I mean, it's like being on permanent holiday for him, because there's nothing else for them to do. A picture of bone dry fields near Stansted Airport in Essex. And a boy of 16 is among those to have died while swimming in the heat. He was swimming with friends in Salford Quays. Police have also recovered a body at a reservoir in West Yorkshire. On Thursday, Emma Louise Powell died paddleboarding. Everybody's into paddleboarding at the moment. Have you seen these paddleboards? They're huge things. And they do them on the Thames where we are, in Twickenham. People go paddleboarding. In fact, my neighbours have been paddleboarding. I saw a woman walking down the high street the other week with 2 paddleboards, one under each arm, huge things, and the kids walking, just showing off like that, I'd have ordered a taxi immediately. Every family could be forced to pay a BBC tax, even if they don't have a television, according to a mad new plan. Peers say the £159 a year licence fee should be scrapped for a new telly tax based on household income. So, I can't see that going down well with people. Do they still prosecute people who don't have TV licences? I mean, they used to be sort of, they've got vans. Yeah, but they don't do anything, do they, the vans? I don't think so. All they go by is an address. And if they know your address, and they then check and see whether it's got a licence against it. I think they just do them automatically now, because they don't seem to have paid one for ages, but I'm sure they'd have been very quick to, they'll be round straight away. Kids in Scotland, Steve, are already off, says Craig. The walk into work is absolutely glorious without them hanging around. But I was always amazed that you get these poor little kids round my way who only look about 4'10", whereas the bag they're carrying is about 5'6", and they stagger on there, and you look at it, you think, you poor soul, what are they carrying? The answer is it's their gym kits, their cricket gear, rugby gear, all sorts of bits and pieces. But you do have to laugh. And I also still see parents taking their kids to school in the morning. Make them get the bus. Make them get the bus. Small wonder they're not awake. Small wonder. Line of Duty I've never seen. I don't know whether is it any good? Have you seen what? It's okay. Okay. Interesting. Still trying to find out what this is about. The 10, and I've suddenly realised what this story is. This is the 10 serving army soldiers, registered sex offenders. Now, do you remember we did the story on the programme about 4 or 5 weeks ago about 3 paratroops had been banned from a NATO deployment for filming an orgy on base. And this cropped up on the internet. But a Freedom of Information probe revealed the number of serving soldiers who were registered sex offenders. So all 10 kept their post under a loophole which was only closed in April. Before then, MOD policy meant termination of service was only an option for any sex offenders. So since March, those convicted face the sack automatically. It's absolutely unbelievable, isn't it, that these people... Apparently, ministers are weighing up further options on this one to find out where they go from here. So we shall bring you that one as soon as we can. Another traveller on the trains activated the alarm because they'd left luggage on a platform. So in other words, I still get people who are on trains, and you look up to the where they put stuff, the overhead sort of bag and area kind of thing, and you see somebody's coat up there, and you think, how can you not remember that you put it up there? I get annoyed with the people who sit with their bags as opposed to putting them in the overhead luggage thing. So they actually take up space. So people want to sit down and they can't because somebody's moved their cases in and all the rest of it. So, do you do that? It's outrageous. Very selfish. We shall have to make a mental note of that. M&S in a £5 meal for fall launch, because they do all their launches so you can get so many meals. And this one is a meal designed to feed a family of 4 to 5 being served up by M&S. Launching today, it includes recipes such as chipotle chicken thigh. I don't even know what chipotles are. Is it Chipotle or something? Anyway, they've also got streaky bacon potato cake with perfectly poached egg for £5. It's almost too cheap, isn't it, really? That's Chipotle. It's a smoke-dried ripe jalapeno chili pepper used for seasoning. Oh, see, I thought it was to do with chipolatas. I thought it was like a sausage.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your Universal Credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 25 minutes to 7. So today's going to be hot, but not as hot as tomorrow's going to be. But we will get through it. Please don't go swimming in reservoirs and all these other things. Steve, it's really bad news that the temperature could hit 40 degrees. He said, the good news is, if the tarmac roads melt as expected, at least there's a good chance that many potholes will finally get filled in. Thank you, Robert. And Graham the chauffeur says, I was lucky enough to enjoy a trip on Gloriana, which is the Queen's official row barge on Saturday on the Thames near Hampton Court. Yes, it's moored at Richmond, actually. An amazing one-off experience. Surprised at the number of paddle boats on the river. Yeah, we went on the morning that Gloriana came down from Hampton Court. I got back, and I think it was coming down at about 9 or 10 o'clock, whatever it was. And we all crowded on to a bit of the embankment down in Twickenham. And as it came round the bend, round the corner, it was fantastic to see. And it was just, we were all excited. Mind you, we were just as excited when Bushy Park was sort of hosting this huge cycle race. But Gloriana, it looked amazing. I mean, it's seriously, if you hadn't seen it, have a look at pictures. You'll find them quite easily on everywhere. Given to her for the Jubilee, and it's all these people rowing it. But to see it coming down, it must have been very similar to when Henry VIII used to come up from London in a rowboat to go to Hampton Court Palace, which would have been like this. They'd have been rowing. It would have taken them like 2 days to get up there, but it was very, very impressive. Very, very impressive. We thought it was one. We got very excited about the whole thing. We were taking pictures and I loved it. Absolutely love it. It was great. It was great. Swingers in cowboy hats and boots descended on a farm for a Coyote Ugly themed weekend. Private club JD's arranged a pool and urged revellers to dress as erotically as they dare. I'm not sure about things like this. What's going on at farms? They were not attending. Those not attending were warned. Alsatian guard dogs running loose. Stay in the vehicle and sound your horn. A swinger who visited on Friday wrote, had a brilliant time, met lovely people. A woman amongst the nearest neighbours a mile away said, each to their own. We haven't noticed them. They don't come in wearing T-shirts saying, we are swingers. I didn't even know things like that still existed. I had no idea. But apparently, apparently it does. And sort of people sort of go to it. But this was down on a farm. I love the idea. Stay in your car and hoot the horn. So presumably somebody can come and rescue you before the dogs rip you apart. It's very embarrassing, isn't it? Luxury car maker Bugatti, we did this story weeks ago actually, are offering customers a coffee. 50 quid a time. 50 quid a time. The company, famed for some of the world's most expensive motors, has opened its first coffee shop in Mayfair. So customers at the H.R. Owen Bugatti dealership can buy cappuccinos, lattes and flat whites at fairly standard London prices, £3 to £4.50. It's not bad, is it, really? It's not bad at all. I could quite sort of cope with something like that. It's not as good value as Pret. Not as good value as Pret. And so 191 million up for grabs again tomorrow. And although some people, actually, 5 UK punters became millionaires after matching all 5 balls and one of the 2 lucky stars. So they got £1,476,431.50. So it's been with us since June, this rolling over thing. But they haven't increased it. So it stays. So it's got to be won by next Friday. If not, it's spread amongst the next tier of winners. So there's a cap at 230 million euros, but we don't know why. I don't know why it just can't keep going. Doesn't make any sense, does it? So if it's not won by next Friday, so in other words, you've got Tuesday and then Friday, and if nobody wins it then they're going to knock it down to the next prize tiering. It's all very embarrassing, isn't it, really? It shows how difficult it is to win the blooming thing nowadays. It certainly seems to get worse and worse, and everybody's going, I'll buy some tickets. And we don't seem to be getting any further. Marvin and Rochelle Humes welcomed fans of the compact disc with open arms on their Saturday night show, The Hit List. I don't even know what it is, actually, but there's Jamie Lang on it. I thought we'd exhausted any talent that Jamie Lang had a long, long time ago. But they still sort of pop him in there. And Freddie Flintoff's hopes of speeding around Bangkok for a Top Gear special was stalled when he got COVID. The amount of people who are going down with it now, it is increasing. And here we go. Why every man needs to be trained. This is Paige Thorne repeatedly saying she doesn't want to have to train a man into being boyfriend material. And they've got a picture of Jacques. Now, Jacques is the one who's come back, isn't it? So I don't know whether this article in the Sun today was obviously done beforehand. So they've got lots of people here saying, I've met men who look 10 years older than their photos. So it's a case of why every man needs to be trained by the women on there. But some of them, they just seem to lose tempers with each other. One of them the other day, Gemma, whatever her face is, was sort of being taken to task by the boyfriend who's saying, you were flirting with somebody else. No, I wasn't, she went. She's obviously a little bit of a prima donna, actually, even though her father's Michael Owen, which doesn't make any difference to me as far as I'm concerned. And so he was sort of saying, the boyfriend, yeah, I mean, I don't know whether they put up these argumentative situations or whether or not it's the same as Towie, where they say the people are real, but the situations have been invented for your further viewing pleasure. And they might do the same here, but he was saying to her, the boyfriend was saying, you were flirting with him. No, I wasn't, she goes, and then she swore. And I thought, dear, your father's not brought you up very well at all, has he, really? But she's a little bit of a prima donna. She obviously rates herself as being something a little bit too exciting, as opposed to just another desperado on another desperado television programme where sort of people pretend they can't find boyfriends or girlfriends. And having seen some of the language, I'm not at all surprised. Steve, I'm totally with you about people on trains, especially those who put bags on the seats. Many a time I find people very selfish, and they often gave their legs wide open, slumped in the seats, knee-deep in the phones, and yet they can see that passengers are trying to sit down. Yes, I'm not wild, actually, Chris, on people sitting next to me unless they're wearing a mask. I'm not keen on something like that. Yeah, that's why I put the bag there, actually. But of course, the things that annoy me more than anything else are the people who take their non-folding bicycles onto the train and just take up seats. They just sit there. You know, and you think to yourself, why don't you ride it, love? That's what it's meant for. It's not meant for sort of putting it on. And they don't have to pay to take it on a train. Do you know that? They get it for free. Free. I think that, as far as I'm concerned, the bike should have to have a ticket. Makes more sense, doesn't it? Bike having a ticket. Well, why not? Unless they're so fit that they are. I don't mind somebody with a folding bike. I'm cool with folding bikes. But they're not allowed on during peak times. Pfft. You've ever seen anybody being turfed off a train? No, I wouldn't let them on the barriers. I wouldn't let them on the barriers. Mind you, I nearly got trapped in a barrier the other day. They sort of put my bag through just before I did, and then it started disappearing again, which is a little bit embarrassing. So, axed Brooklyn, what can he do? Nothing. But he has demonstrated how to make a bacon, sausage and egg butty. Really complicated for him. I should imagine that probably taxed him quite a lot. Do the other ones go to school, or do they not go to school anymore? Or are they homeschooled or something? Wonder what qualifications Brooklyn's got. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it, really? Mind you, I'd quite like to see what qualifications they've all got, seeing as they're so keen to tell us. So, these... Oh, do you remember they were saying the other day about, about the forecast? These hot temperatures, they thought, were going to appear in 2050. So we've actually got them in advance. Twitter users have flooded the platform to say, no, you got it wrong. Got it wrong. So it's now too hot for barbecues, and there could be a spate of garden fires. Be careful. That's all we can say, actually. Apparently, somebody from an insurance firm says homeowners must take care cooking up burgers and hot dogs. I mean, I don't really know how that works, actually, but I mean, who on earth wants to actually eat hot food on a day like this? Surely it's all salads, isn't it? So we want to be healthy and have salads? No? Or do we really want burger? In this weather, strawberries. Yeah, we want strawberries, actually. Maureen Lipman has blasted Wokes for trying to make everyone in the TV and film industry an actor. She's 76 now. She loves it. She loves it. She's really enjoying her time in Coronation Street, and why shouldn't she? Mind you, I enjoy watching Coronation Street. Not all the time, but I do sort of get there. Steve, I live near Yateley Common. Says Keith, and a fire started on Thursday with damping down, finishing Sunday. People be careful. What amazes me is the amount of people who bury stuff on beaches. Seriously, barbecues buried on beaches. Have you heard of such a thing? Dreadful. Steve, obviously a lot of tickets being sold for the Euro Millions big jackpot. Where's all the ticket money going, says Jim? Well, it goes to good causes. That's what it does. It goes to good causes. And Camelot, who've lost the contract, are obviously trying to make as much money as possible between now and the end. I mean, I think somebody will win it. I've just got a feeling somebody is going to get that money tomorrow or Friday. Yeah, that's what it says on my star sign.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to be company. It's 11 minutes to 7. There's a dreadful picture in the paper today. It's the mum of 2 who was savaged to death by her family's American Bully XL dog. I don't even know if it's one of these banned breeds. I've got no idea. But this dog also left her partner with serious injuries after he tried to save her. Joanne, who's understood to be the owner of the dog, it's not a banned breed in the UK, died at her home in Rotherham at 10 p.m. So it's not. It was her dog, and it savaged her. And she died as a result. She was mauled. I mean, it's just absolutely atrocious. I don't know how many dogs are on the banned list actually nowadays, but some of them you look at them and you think, this just doesn't look like a nice dog. Mind you, I've always said you don't get bad dogs, you get bad owners, people who don't know how to look after dogs. Yeah, this particular dog does look like a particularly bad dog. They look a bit frightening, actually. Very frightening. Very frightening. Bosses have warned staff against using the wink emoji. I do use emoji. I don't use them very often. Some people use emojis all the time. I don't. I might just do a thumbs up or a champagne or something like that. But in case it's taken the wrong way, older people add a wink when they're joking, whereas youngsters see it as flirty and sexual. Slightly bizarre, isn't it, really? Olivia Grace, the director of Slack, which ran the study, said younger people tend to view the winking face as feeling flirty and even as a come-on. Oh, dear. Don't use the aubergine. What's the aubergine? Is that actually the aubergine? Oh, right. That means something else as well, does it? Oh, Lord. It's not good. Apparently, fruit and veg emojis cause the most misunderstanding. Especially, oh, you're right, especially the peach and the aubergine. What's the matter with the peach? Can you not do... Is that like... Oh, right. Oh, dear. Apparently, to more than half of over 55s, the peach is just a fruit. But to younger people, it's almost always a juicy rear end. Meanwhile, derriere. You see what I say? It's a small wonder I'm out of touch with things that are going on. Meanwhile, the seemingly innocent aubergine is the rudest symbol ever. Is it? Oh, well, there you go. Apparently, Olivia said the findings are very clear. Be mindful when communicating with emojis across generations. Well, I shall have to stop sending this stuff to Nick Ferrari. I just thought it was quite... I'm just sort of saying, oh, perhaps you fancy aubergine bake or something tonight. I had no idea. But apparently the messaging platform surveyed 9,500 office workers. The people use this... See, I just thought I was just, I just do the thumbs up. That's okay, isn't it? Or fingers crossed. Or balloons. Or something like that. I have done winking. I have done... I shouldn't really do winking, should I really? Oh, I wonder why they're not talking to me anymore, these people. Talking to HR instead. I just thought it was perfectly normal. I just thought it was a cheeky little thing to do at the end of something. And I've done it to people I know. Do I do laughter emojis? No, I mean, I've had people send me them where tears are literally rolling down their cheeks, that sort of thing, because I've been particularly witty and funny. A rare occurrence, very rare occurrence. So I shall have to be careful in future then. I better not start doing any of these. But the aubergine, honestly, thank God I've never seen the aubergine. I really haven't. An enthusiastic busker. We don't see buskers so often now in London. I don't see as many as I used to see. Sometimes you get them outside railway stations. But apparently this one has been banned from a town centre after shop staff and customers struggled to hear each other. The council in Stafford have slapped the performer with a community protection notice. One shop worker says it's the volume. You can't hold a conversation with a customer. Another worker said, I don't like her. She's loud and she does an awful version of Valerie. There's one, actually, I can't remember where it is, whether it's this country or somewhere else. And it's a guy who's singing and he's got a reggae backing track. And this woman stands right in front of him with her fingers in her ears. She's a bit simple, obviously, as you can imagine. And in the end, they have to come. There was another one at Covent Garden who interfered with the buskers there. And they had to call the police to get her removed. She's obviously something the matter with her. And you start thinking to yourself, don't go to these sort of places. People want to go there to be entertained. I don't understand why, people don't. Postmen, apparently, there's a shortage of postmen and postpersons, which is a little bit worrying. Connie from Stockwell says, surely we'll be getting severe thunderstorms after this very hot weather. Well, there is that. Is it tomorrow it rains? Or is it Wednesday? Well, we're not even sure about Wednesday rain now. Do we think it's not going to rain? Wait a minute, let's have a quick look. What have I got for you? Friday when it goes down to 23 degrees, so positively freezing. 23 degrees on Wednesday. Look at that, Tuesday, 39 degrees. Then it drops down on Wednesday. It'll be positively icicles, won't it? Down to 27 for Thursday, Friday 23, Saturday 24, Sunday 26, Monday 25, Tuesday 20. So it's hanging around the right place, but 39 tomorrow. I wonder why. What am I looking at? Oh, today 40. I wonder why it is. What's sort of done that? What would sort of, is there some logical reason why I'm supposed to know that it's 40 degrees? Double it and add 30. So 80, 100, 120, 110. 110 degrees. Oh, God. I wish I owned an ice cream factory or something like that. Yeah, undo another button on the shirt. That'll be exciting, isn't it? What else we got? What else we got today? The Queen and the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge have led tributes to the Duchess of Cornwall. She's fitted in really well. Really, really well. Unlike Harry and... what is the name of that woman? Boxing legend Frank Bruno has revealed he was badly bullied as a kid. But he said it was a special school, but it was basically Borstal. He said, where I went. He said it was home to 60 of the naughtiest kids in London. There were all sorts of wrong-uns in there. Another had been caught with a gun. That's Frank Bruno's idea of a wrong-un. Somebody caught with a gun, slightly. But anyway, he said people used to shove a spoon in his tea and then hold it against my neck. Not surprised he took up boxing. And Breaking Bad's Bryan Cranston takes a swing. He was at a celebrity softball game in Los Angeles. They like things like that over there. They all seem to be very happy. And Donald Trump's fundraising campaign's been accused of exploiting the death of his first wife because he announced Ivana had died on a post on his own Truth social network last week. An image of his tribute was included in an email to supporters from Save America PAC, the political action committee that Trump founded. So, mind you, I was surprised that she died. She fell down the stairs, apparently. Whether that contributed to her dying, I've got no idea. But I was a little bit disappointed because she was a bit of a character. Steve, have you seen the busker who was singing Small Town Boy and then the real Jimmy Somerville came and sang along with him? I haven't, but I shall be looking out for it later. I like that idea. Quite a lot. So I've seen a few other people like that where you get kids coming up and they've started playing on a piano and then somebody who really plays the piano well comes along and plays and you think, that's quite good. I go for stuff like that. So what have we got? So Big Zoo, he got a couple of awards, hasn't he, at BAFTAs, I think. He got a couple of things for his cooking programme. And he swapped his oven gloves for gardening gloves and for a good cause. He's taking part in Mandela Day, which marks the late South African president today. He's among a host of artists appearing on YouTube's Black Voices series, The Mandela Project. I remember when they all went out to make a garden for Nelson Mandela. They took Charlie Dimmock out there and Alan and Tommy as well. But and it was quite good because they said whether it's still there, I've got no idea. I assume it must be. Well, I hope so anyway. And Jess Conrad has missed out on appearing on I'm a Celebrity, but he's landed a role instead on Doctors. He said, I didn't get to Australia, but I made it to Birmingham. how old is... See, you don't know Jess Conrad, but I promise you, he was big star in his day. And how old is he? He's sort of singer, actor. He's no stranger to acting. He was in Are You Being Served in the 70s. He also appeared in Last Laugh in Vegas, where they took a load of people out to Vegas to see if they could sort of make it out there. He's 86, but he's one of these people. He's sort of, if I called him a showbiz legend, that would be about right, because he doesn't, he's been in the business a long, long time. Lives out at Denham, or he used to live out at Denham, and still looks absolutely immaculate. He's one of those sort of people, sort of a bit like a Lionel Blair type. Little bit like a Lionel Blair type. I've got to go. I just realised I'll get home before the heat gets to me. Whew. Might have to sit on the platform at Waterloo with a mivvy or something. Morning. God, it's freezing. Honestly, I'm so cold. All these people. Actually, it's funny. Everybody's saying the same things. Finding it difficult to sleep in this weather. And I've said, actually, I think if you've got a fan in the bedroom, turn it off, because you need to learn to sleep in heat. Because if you have a fan in the bedroom, you tend to lie, don't you, on top of the duvet and all the rest of it, and you wake up and a bit chilly. So I don't have a fan in the bedroom. I have got one, but it's not actually out the box. I do have the windows open, yes, and the curtains are drawn, because you need to keep the heat out. Because otherwise, but that's just the way it goes, isn't it? Listen, who cares, for goodness sake? You've only got another day of it, which is today. And then I think it drops back a bit, the temperature. But the thing that makes you feel cooler is looking at water. We're looking at water and please, please, please don't go swimming in it. Thames or otherwise. Not good. 4 young people dead already. Although, as somebody pointed out to me, and I suppose they were right, they said, look at all the elderly people that die over the winter months when it's freezing cold. That's far in excess of 4 young people. But they're always young people who die during the summer, as they dive off bridges and they do all sorts of bits and pieces and tombstoning and stuff like that. And you think, please don't do it. One of them, they're still waiting to try and find the body. Dawn Neeson, up early this morning, as indeed she should be. And she says, beautiful, 25 degrees on the balcony at 3:30 this morning. But long day, but worth early start for another exciting... She's doing the Jeremy Vine on 5, Jeremy Vine Extra. Obviously, Steve Allen shows on LBC, she says, so he can help me decide what colour jacket today. Oh, I think it's got to be something... Oh, you see, the producer says white, Dawn. Producer says white. Because I think white suits you. And I think that you could put something like a red blouse underneath, or a yellow blouse or a green blouse, and then white over the top. Just throwing together a little fashionista statement, only because I'm wearing a sort of a very, very layered... I bought this shirt a few weeks back, and it's a bit leery. I haven't had the chance to wear it. It's only because I put it on this morning, because I was debating whether or not to go and water the plants. I had a look at them. They all looked okay. So when I get back home, then I'll water, which is good. But it's nice to get up early in the morning. But it's the sleeping bit. I know how people feel. I know exactly what you feel about it. It's a case of, oh, God, why can't we sleep in this weather? And you do a lot of this side, then that side, this side, and that side. And, covers off, literally. I mean, I found myself wrestling with the duvet on the floor at one point. The duvet was on the floor, I wasn't, which was good. Do you know, Charles, the other day, Prince Charles was out with Camilla. He didn't even take his jacket off in the heat. He still had shirt and tie on. I mean, perhaps he just doesn't feel the heat at all. But only another day of it. Today's going to be hotter than yesterday. And then you've got, then we go back to sort of what they call relatively normal temperatures. So I trust you're all being good about it and just putting water in the fridge, which is the best thing. So today, 38 degrees, sunny and a moderate breeze. Tomorrow, 27, dropping substantially. Thursday, 26. Friday, 23. Saturday, 26. Sunday, 29. Monday, 27. So we've seen the last of the high temperatures. So that's good news, isn't it, after today? Just got to get through today. But as I say, I always put 2 bottles in the fridge. Drinking bottles, so they're sort of there for me. I can drink one. When I take one out, I put a hot bottle in there, and it chills down a little bit. We got sent some lovely drinks, some very nice drinks, actually, which the producers spirited away and put in the fridge. I didn't even get a chance to sort of go through it, but it's tins of Gunner. And you can put gunner with all sorts of things in. The gunner has been described as the... Oh, wait, this is the description. This is why it ties in with me and the Groovy Gang. The only real Hong Kong cocktail. That's on Wikipedia. And Gunner's Cocktails have spent 3 to 4 years developing product and carrying out rigorous test marketing with key customers. You can put it with gin and have a Gunner Sling, or tequila and have a Gunnerita. But the Gunner Sling with gin... Gunner Saint, garnished with a slice of pineapple, cherry optional. And if you're pushing the boat out, maybe at Henley or Cowes, add a shot of Cointreau. Because they sell it here at Cowdray Park, Hurlingham Club, Guards Polo Club, Royal Lymington. They sell it all over the place. And we got sent in a case of it. Can't wait to try it a bit later on. Yeah, we have to try it the last hour, actually. Give it a chance to really chill down. Very nice. There you go. Dawn Neeson says, loving the white jacket idea. You see, because I know what suits you. It's funny, isn't it? I know is your idea. Oh, honestly, I'm arguing already, Dawn. I'm sorry about this. But she likes that idea. Because if you've got a white jacket, then you put on different colours underneath. That's the block colour, but the white jacket over the top, fantastic. And that way you've got sort of, lots and lots of different outfits, literally just by check. Why does Prince Charles wear the most awful sunglasses? Don't you think a manufacturer should send him some sunglasses that suit him? Because he was wearing a pair the other day. They're so old-fashioned. He's probably had them since about the 1950s. It's like the Queen. She wears sunglasses, but they don't suit her. Can't they? Oh, God, non-stop this morning. Why don't they find sunglasses? Mentioned by Dawn Neeson. Now, Steve Allen Show suggested white. And so we should. But listen, we know what it's like for people. We know it's not great. Gary says, replying to Dawn Neeson, Jeremy Barnum 5, so we go for a nice bright colour today, a nice orange or yellow. Yeah, I think yellow's quite good. I like green. I like a leaf green underneath a white jacket. I think that looks quite nice, actually. Tina in Coulsdon says, I crashed out earlier, was up most of the night, feeling tired now. Might go to bed. It's cooled down quite a bit. Yes, the throat is a lot better. Yesterday was good, but then it needed to sort of wear it in. And I left all my tablets in the car. And I brought in a box of chocolate, toffee crisps and all sorts of bits and pieces. Of course, they're all melted. The whole lot was melted, but luckily they're all individual, so I've left them out there hoping that they'll stiffen up a little bit, which would be quite nice. Ian says 9 theatres and out of London by 11, hopefully. That's the plan. I know how you feel. The trouble is, it is good, though, isn't it, when you've got air conditioning? I know we moan about it. We only get 2 or 3 hot days in the year, and we moan about it like there's no tomorrow. But I got on the train yesterday. Oh, no, the train yesterday was cancelled. The train was cancelled due to a breakdown in it. So I'm terribly sorry, the 7:28 Windsor and Eton Riverside has been cancelled. And I remember thinking, oh, bugger. I had to take another train, which is okay. It just means it stopped everywhere, whereas I'd walked as far as the right platform, and I just missed the Reading train. Had I picked up my skirts and run a little bit quicker, I might have actually got the Reading train, but I missed it. So we'll have to wait and see today if I can manage to get that one. Because there's a Reading train, it goes about 7:20, and you've got to get your skates on for it. You really have to. I can't necessarily get that one, which is good. Morton's number 10 bid hits the buffers, as indeed we thought it would. Sarah, Duchess of York, what does that woman do? Oh, she lives with Prince Andrew, doesn't she? He's a good man, you know. No, he's not, dear. No, he's really not. The top Tory cop, boss, gets banned for speeding 5 times in 12 days. I mean, 12 weeks, that's what you call really thick. Also, they found the sound engineer for the Beatles' iconic rooftop gig. Have you ever seen that on YouTube? It's very good. They did it in Savile Row, and it was on a very tall building, and it was organised at such short notice. It's held together with bits of tights and things like that, which we didn't know about. Children as young as 8 years old are dieting. Well, only if they're overweight. I mean, not just normal kids. Why would they want to diet at 8 years old? Really? Pressure. What pressure is on an 8-year-old? So don't eat sweets, don't have this. The families of the Love Island stars teaming up to tackle trolls. One of them, is it the fish shop man or something, has been getting death threats. And the family have said, listen, he can't see these. You see, what I would do, I wouldn't have any hesitation in this one whatsoever. You don't sort of just block these people. You take it immediately to the police. immediately to the police. They have a complete department inside the police force in England and Wales and Scotland as well, I should imagine, to deal with people who send death threats. And you get them into court and you make sure they lose their job. You make sure you get them into prison and you destroy them completely. It's very easy to do. Very easy. Just literally go to the police station. Just literally go to the police station, you know. And, you know, I speak as somebody who knows exactly what the form is, because over the years, you know, people have said, you know, have you ever had anything like that? I said, yeah, I did have one like that. They said, you want to prosecute and take it further? And I've gone, no, let's wait and see if they dare write again. You know, because I'm more than happy to prosecute, more than happy. The company are more than happy to prosecute as well. And you destroy them. Because once you've got their names and faces in the papers, that really means, because most of them have got quite a few screws loose, but you have to make sure that they do suffer, which is very good. Bring back masks to save the NHS from COVID. So I think that'll happen more probably in the winter. And also tourists being warned about taking a dip in the sea because of sharks. And sharks go for feet. Did you know this? I didn't. I mean, there was one bloke, he's paddling close to the shore, and there's a shark right behind him. Some of these things. There was one bloke the other day, he had a basking shark behind him. Now, these are the ones who open their mouths, and they're huge, and they literally take in krill and all sorts of bits and pieces. They're totally harmless. I mean, I'm not saying you can sort of, you know, have a relationship with one, but, you know, they're quite a nice idea, I think. The cafe closed down. It's in Wimbledon. I'll tell you what it's called a bit later on. After rat droppings were found all over the kitchen, including chopping boards. It's been closed down with immediate effect. Immediate effect. I remember seeing a thing on restaurants in Manchester some years ago on the television. Food dropped on the floor and then just picked up and run under the tap again. And we had a dirty kitchen. Oh yeah, a dirty kitchen at our place years and years ago in Richmond. Mice all over the kitchen. You would literally turn on the lights in the early hours of the morning, and there would be hundreds of mice running all over the unit. Really disgusting. So you've seen a basking shark. They just open their mouths and swallow, as they say. Prisoners being served up posh boeuf bourguignon. It's some sort of experiment, the experiment being, let's see if we can really waste loads of money. Eamon Holmes labels the shy bloke a hypocrite. Yes, good old Harry the hypocrite, and his wife as well. Why take private flights, you know, when you could take private flights? Louis Theroux, known for winding people up. I'm a bit bored now with Louis Theroux's interviewing technique. So do you not maybe... Oh, stop acting, really. It's a bit tedious. Legalising cannabis linked to a rise in fatal car crashes, and people waiting for hours just to get hold of an ambulance. Not so good, is it, really? Archie's family have launched a fresh court appeal. I'm not holding out much hope for it, but at the same time, my heart bleeds for these people, this poor family, who've got a son who, to all intents and purposes, looks as though he's asleep. But they've said that they can't bring him back. But the mother is saying, no, he's definitely responding. And the hospital is saying, no, he's not. No, he's not. I know it's a fantastic thing to think of, but they're saying, really? I mean, they don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. They don't want to sort of turn him off. But it's that thing in Steel Magnolias, isn't it? At the end, she has a bit of a breakdown over her diabetes, and she becomes brain damaged, and she goes into hospital, and they get to that stage where the husband, not the parents, but the husband, have to sign a form to say we're going to turn her off on the life support machine to see if she can survive by herself. And the same with this little 12-year-old boy. They will turn it off, and you will literally just watch his life will ebb away. That's the thing, that, you know, and it will, the machine will just, he cannot survive by himself, and that's what they will prove. For the parents, I feel absolutely gutted. Absolutely gutted. I mean, put yourself in that same position. You would be fighting every step of the way. He squeezed my hand, he did this, I'm sure his eyes flickered, and you think, it's not, you know, they've already been to court once. Second time might not be the good side of it, I'm afraid.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
And then there were four. They're down to four now, and we're sort of losing people left, right and centre. And you try and pick out which one. Another one goes out later on today, by the way, just in case you were interested. Probably not, really. And Steve, okay, night's sleep, apart from the fire on Woolwich Common, which made my apartment smell like a bonfire, so having AC was handy with the window shut. Yes. And Waj says, I hate the heat wave, can't wait for the rain. I don't know where it's going to be, this rain. We had a few spots of it the other day. I know it was odd, because I looked at the car and thought, wait a minute, there's a couple of spots of rain. And then Lynn texted me and said, oh, look, we just had a couple of spots of rain. I said, all right. I said, I thought it was me watering the plants. Darren in Colchester, I've been wrapped up in a blanket. I moved my couch to the garden and slept amazingly. Yes, very nice indeed. And Ian says, can you say, hello, darling, to Sylvia from the Garrick? She's a spiker. Woo! Now, wait a minute, is that the Garrick Club, or is that the Garrick Pub? Or is it the Garrick Theatre? Oh, is it Ian the Ice Cream Man? Oh, right, Sylvia at the Garrick. Woo! Hello, my darling. So that was a phrase by Charlie Drake, the worker. And, They didn't like him at all, actually. He was very difficult. He was one of those sort of people who, you sort of see people. I mean, everybody's got stories in this business. Even Dawn Neeson has got stories, I bet you, of people that you've met who are sort of, artistes, and they have another side to them, which doesn't make them as pleasant as possible. I was talking about a friend of mine the other day, and I shall not identify this person at all, but it turns out, quite unbeknownst to me, that they have a huge cocaine problem. And I had no idea. I couldn't quite work out what this person had done with their money. And I remember thinking, but they must have earned a fortune over the years, And somebody said they have a bit of a cocaine problem. And I remember thinking, and I said at the time, isn't that strange? I've never mentioned it to this person, maybe because it's nothing to do with me. It's like somebody saying, oh, I think maybe you drink too much Prosecco, or maybe you do, perhaps you're eating too much chocolate or chips or sausage and batter, none of which I've been doing recently, but it doesn't matter. And I remember thinking, it must be awful if you get yourself into that situation, and then you look back years later and you go, if I hadn't spent that much money shoving half of Columbia up my nose, I could have had this. Very odd. I told you, you don't get anything out of it. It's like somebody likened it to me years ago to renting a place. It's a case of, at the end of your tenure, you don't own the property. And that's what my parents said. So they helped me buy my first place years and years and years ago. They did it for my brother, and they did it for me as well. And they paid for the solicitor's fees and all the rest of it. Oh, do you remember I told you I had all of a sudden had a complete disaster? I have a company which, because of the new HMRC tax situation, you have to channel your money through. So I invoice Global at LBC, and it's all totally legal. You don't have any choice in this one, unfortunately. And then they deduct tax at source and then send you on the rest of it, but you've got to pay it into a limited company. So we buy a limited company off the shelf. Anyway, what we completely forgot to do, and it was as much my fault for not reminding the accountant, or the accountant who's sort of up to here with the work, we forgot to, and my friend at Metro Bank, who's very high up there, opened an account, because trying to open an account in this day and age, a new account, is very difficult. And I've got other accounts. I've got quite a number of other accounts, and we sort of keep an eye on them and all the rest of it. But we needed this special account, so very kindly Metro Bank opened one up for me, because I've known this young man for years and years and years, and so opened it up. Anyway, my brother was doing some transfers and bits and pieces, and he said, I can't access your Metro Bank account. And so I said, oh. He said, yes. He said, it says, try again later, there's been a problem, and all the rest of it. And what it turned out to be, of which we were blissfully unaware, and this is where the ignorance came in, we'd forgotten every year, if you've got a limited company, HMRC sends you a thing, and you just basically write back and go, nothing's changed within the company. It's exactly the same as it was before. The director is still exactly the same director, and all the rest of it. But unfortunately, they then think there's something amiss. So they freeze the bank account. Now, the bank account has money that goes in, and then we distribute it to my other accounts and stuff like that, and pay bills. So I went into a complete panic, thinking that we can't get into the account. There's money in it. It's not like there's no money. But whilst you're trying to re-establish it, they transfer the money to the Treasury. And you've then got to get it back from the Treasury. There'll be other people listening going, oh, my goldfathers. And so I quickly phoned up the bank and spoke, because the man who set up the account is on holiday at the moment. And so I spoke to somebody else who's in the same branch, and she said, well, listen, leave it with me. She said, then she phoned me back and she said, can you do like an email saying, please, can you put the account on hold? And then once we've re-established it, because I don't want to lose the company, I'm going to keep the company, then we'll make sure, because I didn't want them to transfer the money to the Treasury, because then you've got to go through another procedure to get the money back again from the Treasury, which is a bit confusing. But anyway, she wrote to me yesterday, bless her heart, and she said they've agreed to just hold it until the paperwork has come through. And I thought, thank God for that. So well done, Metro Bank. Well done, Metro Bank. And they, so what we're doing, the accountants sent off the bits of paper, they will send them to me, I then take them to my brother, we then sign them, and we then send them off, and then we're back to normal again. Because it's just so annoying. So annoying. But, as I say, there's a lovely lady called Abigail Shepherd who sorted it all out for us. So thank God for her. Because it's one of those things that if all of a sudden something upsets the apple cart, I'm thinking, wait a minute, I've got all my money in this particular bank account, and we get paid, I think, on Monday, and so, but I can't sort of access the money until we've got control of the account again, which we will have, I promise you. So well done to Abigail, who was the saving grace. She starts off the sending me the email by going, hi Steve, hope you had a nice weekend. I thought it had been a bit traumatic, actually, not really. But now it's got an awful lot better. So that's good. But you have to remember these things. If you've set up a company, then every year they will write to you to say, is everything exactly the same? And if it's not, they think there's something going on with the account. So they then freeze everything. And that's when you start getting a bit panic-stricken. A little bit panic-stricken. But it doesn't matter. We get there eventually. What else we got? Petrol will be £10 a tank cheaper in just 2 weeks. Yeah, Jackanory. Believe it when I see it. And the heat dangers may be higher for women. Women could be affected more by the heat. I mean, I did go out yesterday because I did get panicky about the plants. And so I had a good drench of everything, and I felt a lot better about it. And then when I get back this morning, then I shall do it all over again and just make sure that it works perfectly. Because I don't want to kill plants, but as Darren said, have you got somewhere where you can go locally to buy a plant if I kill any of the others off? She's got herbs on a wall, loads of herbs, about 6 herbs, and they seem to dry out like there's no tomorrow. So we watered those properly, and it was very good. The dreary one, Harry, his new Sermon of Doom, what he knows about these things you can write on a grain of sand. And Frozen versus the Lion King, who will win the song contest? I don't know. I like all the songs from the Lion King. I love that. And Frozen. I thought Frozen was brilliant. Idina Menzel singing Frozen just was my ultimate. And I went to see her in Wicked, because she starred in Wicked when it first opened over here. Still top show in the West End. And happy birthday to David Lammy. David Lammy is 50 today. I think he's 50. I'm sure well, if he isn't, I've managed to sort of reduce him down a little bit. So congratulations to David Lammy, celebrating his birthday today. And if you're celebrating your birthday today, many happy returns. I hope you have a lovely, lovely time and you manage to get all the presents. All you really want is an air conditioning unit. You don't want anything else, do you? There's nothing else that you need. Or failing that, an ice-making machine. An ice-making machine would be a good present, I would have thought. I haven't got one, no. I always wanted one of those big upright fridges, and you open the door and it sort of dispenses either crushed ice or the other things as well, ice cubes. Yeah, cubes or crushed ice. I don't mind. Not particularly bothered either way round, which is good. More of your texts and emails in a moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Another jackpot up on the Euro Millions, 191 million. That'd go well, wouldn't it, really? I could cope with something like that. And apparently, to ease the pressure on A&E, put sunblock on. Can you believe that people don't put sunblock on and they go out to A&E and go, oh, I got burnt? I'd be going, well, that's your fault, isn't it? Go away, you're wasting time. Surging by lunchtime yesterday, 999 calls. Some hospitals had to cancel ops as theatres got too hot. Professor Mike Tipton from the University of Portsmouth said a lot of hospitals are likely to get filled up with people with sunburn. Because it can be very bad. I don't know if you've ever had sunburn. Oh, my godfather, it's terrible. Not a great idea to go and sit exposed in these conditions, but people do, and they don't bother putting on sunblock or sun cream or anything else, and they put little kids out there, and they don't bother, putting them with sunglasses on or anything else. You've got to cover up. It's a simple way of doing it. Harry's fears for the world. Why don't you just mind your own business, pal? We're not interested in what you think. You're an ex-member of the royal family. You're of no purpose whatsoever. Piers Morgan, uncensored, says Harry is not fit to sew one of Mandela's bright shirts. To be honest with you, I don't know what on earth Harry's doing these things for. I suppose because it makes a change for him playing polo, doesn't it, really? And that's about all he does, really. But throughout the speech, Harry remained resolutely grim-faced. I think he thinks that he's he knows what he's talking about. But he doesn't. You wait till this book comes out. Oh, my God, well, this is going to blow it all wide apart, isn't it? And I noticed that Meghan smiling, Harry looking stone-faced. Stone-faced. We'll wait and see what happens, shall we? But it's interesting that Harry giving his painful years speech, accompanied by Meghan wearing thousands and thousands of pounds worth of designer gear. Seriously, what a pair of hypocrites.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 27 minutes to 5 is the time. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. I trust you're well. Blooming freezing in my studio. Do you want to come and sit in here? I tell you, you want to cool down? This is the place to be. It's like sitting in a fridge. So Harry, dreary old Harry and boring old Meghan lecture us on poverty and climate. She's wearing a £1,400 black Givenchy pencil skirt, pair of heels worth £605 and a £1,250 Mulberry handbag. Yes, dear. Real poverty, isn't it? So nice to know that you're embracing it. Really good. But Piers Morgan talks about it. He said, when I first heard Prince Harry was making a speech to honour Nelson Mandela Day, my first and indeed only thought was, why? Of all the 8 billion people on planet Earth, is there anybody less qualified to invoke the memory of one of the greatest men in history? Exactly. The last person you'd pick would be a failure like Harry. The one who's, well, anyway, I think you know what it is. Piers says, you live in a £10 million mansion in California from where you and your wife trash the families on television and ruthlessly exploit your royal titles. Yeah, they've got no talent whatsoever. James Corden had a bust-up with another cyclist. He was thrown from his rented bike. I've never rented a bike. I don't think I've ever... No, I don't... Yes, I did. Yes, can I ride a bike? Of course I can ride a bike. What a strange question to ask. Actually, I think I did it once when they first brought the bikes out. I rode one round Leicester Square. When they had a bike there, we actually went and got a bicycle and I rode round on it when they first arrived in London and you could go and rent them. Yeah, there's a video of it. I don't know where it is. It could be anywhere. Could be anywhere, absolutely anywhere. Drag queen, Patsy Queen, whoever that is, I've got no idea. Everybody seems to be a drag queen nowadays. That's all it is. Every time they turn on the television, there's another drag queen. And this one led the celebrations when a giant Greggs opened in London's Cinema Central. Hundreds apparently queued for the Leicester Square launch when the blue carpet, a nod to the firm's logo rather than red, and the first 200 inside got free food and bubbly, so they invited some drag queen nobody's ever heard of to open it. Just over here. But they did the other one down on the Strand with no fanfare at all, and that one opened within about the last 3 weeks. That's big, isn't it? Well, it must be if you can get 200 people inside. Food and bubbly. Wonder what time it opens in the morning. Does it open early? Is it an open early one? 6? Blimey, at that rate, Joe, we can have you sent over there to go and get some hot sausage rolls. That'd be quite nice. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Hot sausage rolls. Thank you very much indeed. What else we got? The 3 rush to fight Rishi. And Penny Mordaunt down 1. I mean, I'm speechless for these sort of things, mainly because I wouldn't give you threepence for any of them. Kemi Badenoch, 58, up 9. Liz Truss, 71, up 7. Penny Mordaunt, 82 down 1, and Rishi Sunak 115 up 14. I mean, it's like foregone conclusion, isn't it? I mean, that's what I'm only guessing, but, you know, never say never. Never say never. And a domestic abuse charity, has said it's alarmed by the Love Island boys' behaviour. Refuge tweeted, the misogyny and casual sexism is extremely concerning. The double standards, gaslighting and coercive control by the men is hugely problematic. It comes after Women's Aid voiced concerns as gaslighter Adam Collard returned to the villa. ITV says, here we go, this is where the claptrap comes from. Welfare is our greatest concern and we have psychological support on hand at all times. None of the islanders have any means of defending themselves against these highly damaging labels. To be honest with you, they're becoming more revolting the more days go by. It really is deeply unpleasant to watch. Love Island star Luca Bish's family have been in tears on online death threats sent to him. I tell you, nothing prepares you for this. Nothing prepares you for it. The 23-year-old fishmonger's sister Claudia, who's manning his social media while he's on the show, has pleaded with the trolls to stop the abuse. That won't make any difference. You need to go to the police. Yes, could you please stop? And they're going to be going, two fingers up to you. They couldn't give a toss. You go to the police. Don't faff around writing to a newspaper. You go to the police and you say, I want to make an official complaint. This is these people. You show them the abuse that he's been getting. And the police follow it up. They go round, they arrest somebody, and they put them in court. OK? Don't mess around with it, because you'll be sitting there till the cows come home, because ITV obviously haven't told you this. I'm telling you what to do. Claudia said, I've been sick from crying so much at the death threats. Please, 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 please stop messaging abuse. They're going to do it even more. OK? These people are stupidly thick. They don't know what they're doing. They're a bit sick upstairs in the head, OK? They think they're being really clever. Getting them in court is clever. That's what you should do. Stop wasting your time talking to the newspapers about it. You know, you go and you get the police involved with it and you make an official complaint. And if the police don't do enough about it, then you sue. You've made an official complaint. You cannot issue death threats to somebody. We have laws in this country. Let's see these people. I'll tell you, once you found them, they'll be going, oh, I thought it was only a little bit of fun. No, get them in court. Make sure they lose their jobs. Make sure they go to prison. OK? Death threats to people? Good God in heaven, honestly. Where do you think we're living? Get it sorted out, and you get it sorted out now. So don't keep writing to them going, please, please, please stop. This is what I say. People have no idea how the media works and how these trolls work. You know, the people who sort of write things and think that you can do it. Once we found them, it's very easy. You remember we had that other woman? She got caught out, a rather stupid woman, the one who trolled the McCanns. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of emails she sent to them, calling them all sorts of names under the sun. And then she was doorstepped by somebody from Sky. And she ended up taking her own life because I don't think she realised. I mean, she obviously wasn't, you know, and they were saying she's a Christian. I thought, what the God's name that's got to do with it? What has that got to do with it? Mind you, I saw somebody the other day. It was on YouTube. What was it? It wasn't the, you know, you've got that Baptist church in America where they sort of go out there and they troll the funerals of Westboro Baptist Church, a bunch of people who are so sick. You've never seen anything like it. They really are. They're so sick, it's an embarrassment. They're nothing to do with Christianity. They're nothing to do with churches. They're nothing to do with God. They're nothing to do with anything else like that. They're just pieces of filth. And they used to target soldiers' funerals and gay people and things like that. And yet you only have to look at them to realise there's a little bit of action going on in that Westboro Baptist Church. Thank you very much indeed. And then they had these... They were on the Oprah show. You've got to watch it because it's really quite interesting. I was fascinated to watch a man and his son sitting up there. The son looked about 10 or 11, probably could have been, I don't know, it might have been 12. And he was preaching, but doing hellfire and brimstone. He quite clearly had been brainwashed by his father. And the father was saying, you should read Isaiah. It says here, this, you know, man shall not lie with... Oh, go away, you dreary old bores. These people, there's something the matter with them. But when you actually get them, and you get people who pick it like Westboro, then you basically, you know, people just don't have to put up with it anymore because these people are sick. It's not their fault. They're just sick. Simon Rimmer has been blasted for installing gender-neutral toilets in his new diner. He's the co-host of Sunday Brunch. Twitter users blasted its lack of single-sex loos, with one saying men and women were awkwardly shuffling around each other, wondering if they were in the wrong place. Simon said our decision was not taken lightly. Well, there's a place to avoid. I wouldn't want to go in there, thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. He says, because I just don't want to go into a toilet. They do it abroad, and it's the case if you go in there, you don't really know. I mean, we're not used to things like that. You know, he's just being PC. That's what he's being. He's opened a diner. But Simon says, our decision was not taken lightly. We have trans and non-binary customers and staff. How do you know? I mean, do you quiz them when they go in there? Is there a form you fill in your restaurant, Mr. Rimmer, which says, excuse me, what are you? Are you non-binary? We should know about these things. He says, we also have a separate accessible toilet for any person who finds the unisex toilets unacceptable. So in other words, you've accepted the fact that some people will find it unacceptable. So they've now got... I mean, why don't we just turn over the restaurant to toilets? Just make the whole restaurant one giant toilet. Bad publicity you got there, Mr. Rimmer. Very bad publicity. 18 minutes to 5. You can tell the voice is getting better, can't you? Oh, my God, I tell you. I'm on fire this morning. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? I've seen this before, Phil. He says, I think it was from the Queen's Inn Hornchurch. It was from every theatre. The Steve Allen Bitches Back souvenir brochure. Yes, we sold them at all the shows. We had them at Fairfield Halls in Croydon. I was mean and moody. I was so airbrushed, I looked like Thunderbirds. So airbrushed. Steve Allen's Bitches Back Tour souvenir brochure. I don't even think I've got one. These things pop up all over the place, actually, which is very nice. 5 original Winnie the Pooh drawings by E.H. Shepard, which featured in the children's character's first book in 1926, are up for sale. How much? 5 original Winnie the Pooh drawings. How much? 5 original Winnie the Pooh drawings. 20 grand. Good guess. 170. Don't you wish you'd bought them? £170,000. Wow, amazing. Also, British clubbers told of their terror at being caught up in a bloody gun and knife fight at a holiday beach venue. This is in Marbella. Apparently, some woman was dancing with a pal when a battle erupted next to her at the Chic Opium Beach Club. Nothing chic about it, I would think, by the sound of it, if this is what they've got going on. And it was a gun and knife fight. Everybody panicked. Somebody says, I landed on 3 shisha pipes and was left sobbing on the floor in agony from burns to my feet and thighs. Dear Lord. A female Brit expat said, the talk is there was a fight between rich Russians and Arabs. A friend of mine went on holiday once to... Where did she go to? I can't remember where she went, actually. And it was full of Russians who were more than happy. It wasn't Russia, no. It was one of these seaside resorts where the Russians were the ones who held the key card because they were willing to spend £25 on an ice cream. She went there thinking it'd be very good. She was priced out of everything. She couldn't afford the spas. She couldn't afford to eat. So what she used to do for breakfast is she'd save all the rolls and then spread them out over the day. It was so expensive. Only catering for rich Russians. You know, the ones, you know, they all look like Godzilla. And they basically the sort of people who've got loads of money. It makes you wonder where they all got it from, doesn't it, really? Bish Bash Squash. I've had a glass of squash for ages. And so they've done a review on different squashes. And there's one here from Sainsbury's, Hubbard's. And it looks quite nice, actually. I'm always worried about the colour in orange. I don't know whether these places have ever seen orange juice. I don't think I'm allowed squash. I don't think so. I used to love, though, I had it years and years, not for a long, long time, barley water, lemon barley water. I used to think that was quite good for me. And they've got all sorts of ones here. They're not very expensive. For a big bottle of it, it's like 40p, 50p. Seems quite reasonable. But not for you, Stephen. Another avenue of pleasure denied me. God in heaven. Michael sent me in a picture of his baskets. Mine are bigger than yours. Much bigger. And I do like hanging baskets, but you know what you need to get those going, kicking them off? You need to get some Tomorite, because they're not going to go much bigger than that. But the Tomorite will make them spread out. I should have taken a picture of mine, actually. Mine are pretty spectacular at the moment. In fact, they've gone completely, which is absolutely lovely. We do like stuff like that. The biggest fear I have in the hot weather are power cuts, because how could I and my family cope without my fans? Says Connie in Stockwell. Yes, I mean, power cuts. We all worry about that, don't we? Also, slept like a baby. Says Pete the pool man, had a cold shower and straight to bed at 9 p.m. I've only 11 pools today, but they're big ones in the St George's Hill Estate, Weybridge. Lots of gates, keys and codes. It takes forever. He says that survived yesterday and I have a great tan, plus no Tom Cruise in the news. He must have heard us. Yes. Actually, just going back to this so-called club in Marbella, Opium Beach Club. Talk about pretentious, okay? They say here there was talk fights between rich Russians and Arabs. An Irishman was shot in the chest. They have a VIP area where tables have a minimum spend of €5,000. Stringfellows used to be like this. If you wanted to sit at one of their tables downstairs, and they had a couple of, about three tables, there was sort of tables you could sit up against and things like that, though you had to drink spirits on the tables, and you had to buy bottles of spirits. You couldn't just buy, a double whiskey or something like that. So you would get some rich Arab who would sit there all by himself on a table surrounded by bottles of booze. It was the saddest thing I've ever seen. Apparently revellers there at this club here, the Opium Beach Club, says revellers included the King of Spain's nephew. It's that vacant. Couldn't even get the King of Spain. They just got his nephew. Place to avoid, I should imagine, as 5 people were shot. Watched a programme called Somebody Feed Phil on Netflix. I think he does a culinary tour of London, featuring the likes of Jay Rayner, Nigella Lawson and Lady Frederick Windsor. The food looked delicious. London looked fantastic, says Sue. All in all, very uplifting. Somebody Feed Phil. I quite like that idea. Sounds quite good, doesn't it, really? So that's Phil Rosenthal taking viewers on a goodwill eating tour of the world. He's joined by friends and family, visits cities like London, Tel Aviv, Mexico City, New Orleans and Bangkok to get a taste of the local cuisine and culture at each stop on his journey. I was reading about Mexico. I don't think I want to go there. It sounds far too dangerous. Far too dangerous. They were saying the other day the drug wars that go on with all the drug barons is quite dreadful. A place to avoid, I think. BBC Breakfast, somebody called John Kay. I don't know if he's a reporter or just somebody who helps out backstage. I'm sure. Oh, he's the presenter, is he? Oh, there you go. He's made an impact already. Was spitting feathers after a bird pooed on him after his first day as a main presenter. He was delivering a segment on the heatwave from Cambridge, but was forced to stop due to the droppings. He asked Carol Kirkwood, have you got any good tips for removing bird poo from linen jackets, because I've just been splattered by a pigeon. Oh, Carol laughed. Very helpful, isn't it, really? You've just been splattered. Perhaps next time, Carol, it'll be on you. That's something we could all wish for. And apparently it's good luck. No, it's not. No, I promise you it's not good luck. It's absolutely disgusting birds who, just do things like that, and it's not very good. It has happened to me once in Vienna. And I was sitting outside on the Kirtnerstrasse having a nice cup of coffee with a friend of mine one Sunday morning, having finished work. And all of a sudden I was wearing a suede jacket and I said, oh, suede, I know the worst thing. And I said to somebody, have you got any toilet paper? And the other person said, don't be silly, it'll be miles away by now. Old ones are the best, aren't they just? Yeah, but you do get, but there's nothing lucky about it. And then that other poor one who used to be on the BBC and now disappeared to Channel 5, somebody called Don Walkin or something, anyway, whatever he is. He apparently couldn't find his clothes to wear the other day. See, the trouble is already people have forgotten that he just reads auto cue. He's Mr. Bland. There's nothing you could do about it. They make such a big deal, don't they, about people on the television reading the news. It's only being able to read out loud. It's not complicated. Can you read big words? And the answer is some of them, no, they can't. No, they can't. Lovely to see Dermot O'Dreary the other day swearing on This Morning and then not doing a proper apology, which he should have done. It was left up to Alison Hammond, because obviously the language that emanates from Dermot's dreary mouth, I'm afraid, is not something that we want to hear very often. Jan says, you've evoked memories about the Bitches Back tour. I had to keep the brochure on my desk as ladies would come in to talk about you and ask what you looked like. Some thought I was your wife. She said, there's no point in denying it. Oh, happy days. 15 years ago that was, Jan. 15 years ago. 15 years ago. Ask any of the original people who came to the original shows and how many shows we had and how many sold out. Oh, wait a minute. All of them. Every single one of them. Every single show sold out within a short space of time. Fastest selling was the Queen's Theatre in Hornchurch. We sold that one out so fast. I think we were less than, it was something like 30 minutes. You went to the Beck Theatre in Hayes. Yeah, that was quite good, actually. That was quite good, the Beck Theatre. They were all about 600 seats, except Fairfield Halls in Croydon, but that was 15 years ago. It was like going on tour. It was very interesting, very, very interesting. And lots of people, and we had all sorts of fun and shenanigans and things like that. I don't think I've got the strength to do it again. Well, we do it, actually. We do it, because we do it at the Leicester Square Theatre. I mean, I'm hoping that we'll have a show there for Make Some Noise, but nothing's been firmed up yet. So we will let you know in due course. So La Dolce Vita goes on for Sarah, Duchess of York. I don't know what she does for a living. Couldn't really care less, actually. I think she's about as boring as they come. I think her dreary ex-husband and the 2 children, just boring, I'm afraid. We don't need any people like that in the royal family. I wonder if it will change. After the Queen goes, God forbid not for many, many years to come, I wonder how it will change within the royal family. I wonder whether or not, Charles will put his foot down. I think he could do. And I think William certainly will. So there's no chance of Harry coming back to this country. They don't want him here. They really don't. And he's embarrassed the royal family. I think what they'll do is slim it right down. There's lots of branches of the royal family. And also, Andrew, I don't know how he's surviving financially. I think he bought a lease on the place where he lives. And for some reason, Sarah Ferguson, who must know so many secrets, don't you reckon so? She must do. It's as simple as that. Otherwise, I can't think of any reason why he'd be sort of letting her share the house. She's got one wing and he's got the other. Although she doesn't actually do anything. Not that we've discovered. She did do Weight Watchers, and then she did try various other things, and then she wrote about sort of a helicopter, didn't she? Was it Budgie the Helicopter or something? Which looked remarkably similar to something else. And then she apparently wrote a book a short while ago, but she didn't write it because it was ghosted. And so the 2 of them were down on the actual sort of, the writing of this book, because she doesn't really have any discernible talent. There's no discernible talent at all. It's just that she was so desperate to look after her girls, both of whom apparently have jobs, but nobody's ever seen them doing the jobs. But there's something about Andrew that people find a little bit creepy, I'm afraid. Alan says, firing on all cylinders today. Psst. Cooking with gas, mate. Cooking with gas. He says, you're making me laugh. Well, that's the way it should be, isn't it? That's the way. Because yesterday we did the voice test, the voice test, me, which is very good, and then it got tickly stage, and then strangely enough, I got home yesterday, and I needed a haircut, so I went and had a little trim, which is, it makes you feel better because if it's hot weather. Not that I noticed, but I did go out later on to pick up a few little bits and pieces, and by God, you could feel the heat. So I was quite grateful to get back inside, but then I had to drag myself off the settee because I put my feet up, and that's the nice fatal bit for me. And I had to drag myself out there to just sort of water the plants. You've got to do it, otherwise they just keel over and die, I'm afraid. And they do use up more water in this weather than at any other time. So neighbours are still good friends. Guy Pearce and apparently Jason Donovan still call each other by their character names. Told you I was there. When the Neighbours cast came over, they brought over a few, and we did an appearance. I went with a friend of mine, Rob Goldstone, and they were at Hammersmith Palais, which is long since gone, I'm afraid, and they got mobbed. They got absolutely mobbed down there. Jason Donovan was there. It was fantastic. I mean, it really was. It was just absolutely brilliant. And you couldn't fault it. And then all of a sudden it finishes, and I don't like it when things finish. Because that's what we all grew up at, is it? Neighbours, everybody needs good neighbours, with a little understanding. I didn't watch from the start, no. I can't remember where I came in on it. I just remember, I don't think I ever followed any of the storylines. I think I just sort of, watched little bits of it. So I couldn't actually sort of tell you what any of the storylines were. Then I watched Home and Away, and there were various other programmes. I remember Helen Daniels dying, yes. I remember Mrs. Mangle. And Helen, the perfect blend. I thought they were great, all the characters. And that's what was so lovely about it, because we just assumed Australia was sort of a small... There's Mrs. Mangle. Didn't she have a dog? Bouncer, that's right. The best of Mrs. Mangle. All these characters, and they were characters. They really were, and I thought they were lovely. I loved all these people. It's like Prisoner Cell Block H. You know, Lizzie. We remember all these people. I mean, she had a real lived-in face, and they were trying to find out on one of the programmes who was singing, you know, used to bring me roses. That was a theme tune from it. It was the most boring piece of music. But they found the woman who actually sang it, and I think they also turned up on a Royal Variety performance. It was so big. It was so big, and they brought them all on, and the crowd went mad. They went mad, and then, you know, Jason Donovan and Kylie became sort of, you know, the hot couple. And then all of a sudden songs were written for them, and they both had recording careers. Jason Donovan, too many broken hearts in the world. There's too many dreams can be broken into. I used to love all his stuff. I thought it was great. Absolutely fantastic. Anyway, we take a short break for the news at 5. If you just joined us, welcome to Tuesday, July the 19th. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast. Russell Crowe takes his family to the Colosseum because apparently he starred in a film called Gladiator. I don't think he'd have survived 5 minutes, actually. And especially when I discovered, after sort of watching a bit of the film, that it was all green screen. He never really fought a lion or a tiger at all. It was all a little bit depressing. He was basically fighting nothing at all. Bit of a sort of a weight on that one. What else we got? Josie Gibson likes working with Vernon Kay. And a Star Wars plastic toy, unpainted, could fetch how much at auction, do you reckon?
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Tuesday, July the 19th. July the 19th. Honestly, do you know, it'll be Christmas very shortly, just to really depress you. So this rare, unpainted Star Wars plastic toy could fetch how much at auction? £300,000 for a bit of plastic. A bit of plastic. I can't believe it either. It is absolutely amazing. Steve, water outside plants early in the morning only or late in the evening. I watered my geraniums at 4:15 this morning, and every morning in the heat. No idea why, but one of your listeners will know. Well, actually, out of all the plants that you've got in the garden, the geranium will be the most hardy. I've got a geranium plant at the moment. It's about 5-6 feet tall. And it's spread and all the rest of it. I've had it for the past 4 years. It's survived over winter. Lindy started cutting it back and looking after it and all that. It's huge. It's seriously huge. It is just covered in blooms. But to deadhead it takes forever and a day, which I've got to do today. I've got to deadhead some plants. Shane says, Steve, Neighbours finishes next week on Australian television. I think it's Thursday. Thank you. I'm not sure, actually. Neil says, coming to the end of an exhausting night shift. You're keeping me going. Best show on the radio. Well, what are you listening to? Always like to find out. Steve, I preferred Home and Away. Better theme tune. Home and Away. Home and Away. You know we... That's the one that goes in it. You know we belong... Oh, here we go. Together. You and I forever and ever. No matter where you are. You're my guiding star. And from the very first moment I saw you... There was such emotion, I'm walking on air, just to know you are there. Hold me in your arms, don't let me go, I want to stay forever, closer each day, home and away. Wasn't it that one? I used to like it as well, but somebody told me that Home and Away was filmed in winter. So, in fact, they used to freeze to death when they used to have beach scenes in Home and Away. Apparently, it was freezing cold. Freezing cold. That's why they all had little goosebumps. It was a joke. Warren says, Steve, can I come out of my air-conditioned room? Is it all over? No, after today it will be. After today it'll be over. So don't put... All those people who rushed out and spent fortunes on air conditioning units and all the rest of it, and all you had to do was sit in a bath full of ice cubes. Which is quite nice, isn't it? Quite nice. The crazy heat stopping trains. Didn't stop my train. They just cancelled it yesterday. There was something the matter with it. They said it's broken or something. I assume somebody had lost the key to sort of wind it up. Yeah, it could have overheated or something like that. But had to wait for a little bit of a while. An angry army wife's banner exposes her love cheat husband. He came back from Somalia, and she's put a big sign up outside the house going, he's been cheating with this other woman. That'll teach him. Won't be doing that. And parents in despair. Oh, despair. You know why? Hundreds of schools closed at short notice. Kids loving it. Round my way, all the kids are in their shorts and stuff like that. So they look cool. They look like, you know, a friend of mine, when I was in Austria, you get the kids who go to school in the morning. Well, throughout the summer, they're all wearing shorts. You know, because it's too hot. It's too hot. And in Rome, exactly the same. When did I last wear shorts? 1863. When did I last wear shorts? I used to go to school. I've got pictures of me in shorts at school, yes. No, you can't see them, honestly. HR, hello. Luckily, I've got them on speed dial. But, no, I did wear shorts for school. I was the only one. My mother said there was loads of wear in them. I think what it was loads of wear in my knees. Little blue and red knees, middle of winter. Imagine going to school in the middle of winter with little blue and red knees. It was not an attractive look. Yet nobody took the mickey out of me, because otherwise I'd beat them up. Nobody messed with the Allen, let me tell you. Steve, re-prisoner cell block H. I saw Carol Burns, who played Frankie Doyle, and are playing Croydon. Vivian Gray, Mrs. Mangle, retired to Sussex before she passed away, says Philip. I know. I don't like it when all these people go. I feel that people should live forever. But that's the advantage of having things like YouTube and all these wonderful sites that spring up, and they've got clips and interviews. So in other words, even if I passed away tomorrow, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of Steve Allen programmes to download. So, you know, I could still be going in another 10 years, even though I wouldn't be here. And don't worry, I will be checking. I should be checking the audience figures just to make sure we're still doing the 1 million downloads every month. I don't want to miss out on this kind of thing. But that's the advantage. If you're on the radio, I mean, imagine if you're not on the radio, you know, and you're not on television, you don't do anything, there's no record of what you've done. Even if you're on stage, sometimes there is no record of anything you've done. But if you've been on television, then, you know, people have got things. And in mine, you could keep my career going forever and a day. The producers said, we will never forget you. Right, lovely. It's very sweet, actually. Don't believe a word of it, of course. We shall never forget you. They will say that. And we'll visit your grave as often as possible just to make sure you're dead. You could see that now, can't you? And Steve, to be correct, they're not geraniums, they're pelargoniums. Geraniums are the hardy plants that are perennials to put in the border, and they come up every year and you cut them back in the winter. Pelargoniums are not hardy. Well, these are geraniums. These are geraniums. Absolutely. They're very hardy. And they've been with me in this pot for ages. Ages and ages. Steve, did you know that Ian wore shorts to work yesterday? I know, I was nearly sick. I couldn't believe it. I don't know where he gets shorts. Ian Dale was wearing shorts to work. Having told off his staff for wearing shorts to work. Having told Corey off for wearing, and he's had to apologise. He's had to do a public apology and eaten humble pie because he wore shorts to work the other day. You know, and you can sort of sit, I don't know what colour shorts he's wearing. Look at, oh my goodness me. Where does he get these shorts from? Perhaps they sell things like this in Norfolk. Perhaps there is a shop. It does look like he's wearing his pants, doesn't it? I know. But he says, I've let myself down, I let the family down, I let the country down. Having ridiculed Corey for wearing shorts at work in a moment of madness, I did the same. I wish to apologise to my colleagues who had done nothing to deserve that. It won't happen again. Of course it will. He'll be doing it today. He'll be wearing shorts today. Honestly. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, Corey's then replied and gone shorts and proud, hashtag. The trouble is, unfortunately, Corey does look like a reject from It Ain't Half Hot, Mum. He looks like he could be one of the gunners in the jungle, you know. Much higher standards on this programme, let me tell you. We won't have people wearing shorts. I don't like it. You know, I've been known to send people home before. You know, just in case we have a very posh visitor popping in. And, well, I don't know. It could be anybody, couldn't it, really? But I don't want somebody to walk in and go, what are you wearing? Yeah, bad, I know. Don't worry, I've noticed. It won't happen again. Otherwise, he'll find himself working other places. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. The top cop boss who gets banned for speeding. What do we say? How many times was it in 12 weeks? 5 times speeding in 12 weeks. This is a top cop. A top cop. I mean, seriously, it makes you feel like writing to them going, excuse me, wait a minute, I got pulled apart for going 7 miles over the speed limit. You know, and this one, I mean, really, you just give up, don't you, really? Delia Smith says she had no idea a cake she baked would end up on the cover of a Rolling Stones album. It appeared on Let It Bleed. She said, it was only when I got there I realised they were shooting a Rolling Stones cover. That's quite a good idea, isn't it? I quite like that idea. Surgeon 999 call-outs and a guardsman. They must have been suffering at Buckingham Palace the other day with their bear skins on and everything else. Really bad. Roads melted, train tracks buckled and hundreds of schools shut in 40 degrees heat. So they've managed to find girls in Bournemouth and, wearing their sort of bikini type things. And then they can have a picture of them, which is quite nice. Do you know the most expensive country in Europe to buy a pint? £8 a pint in Norway. That's what they charge, £8 a pint. Around 600,000 Brits visit the land of fjords and Vikings every year. Not that I think Vikings ever used to drink pints, you know. They were too busy doing their sort of pillaging and all the rest of it. But the scale is at the opposite end of the spectrum. In Turkey, where 2.5 million Brits holiday every year, a pint in Turkey is how much? Pint in Turkey, £3. Good guess, 1.48. 1.48. Let's go to Turkey, eh? I don't drink pints. Doesn't really help, apparently. A spokesman for On the Beach, which did the study, said Turkey is likely to be Brits' #1 affordable destination. A lot of it's down to the price of beer. Wow. Czech Republic, how much? Pint of beer. £2.50. Good guess. Good guess. It's 1.50. 1.90 was a very good guess. And Romania, how much for Romania for a pint of beer? 30p. What a low opinion. No, it's 1.55. 1.55. Iceland. How much was Iceland for a pint of beer? You think that's quite expensive, do you? How much would you think? £7. That's actually not bad. It's 6.90. Oh, very good. And Sweden. For Sweden. 5.80 is very good. 5.75. Very, very good indeed. The UK is the 9th dearest, where a pint costs an average of £4.10. Thank God I don't drink pints. Thank God I don't drink pints. It could be absolutely terrible, isn't it, really? I love the story of the drunk in the paper today. Beer used to be banned in Iceland. I'm not surprised. I mean, a century ago, Iceland banned all alcoholic drinks. Within a decade, red wine had been legalised, followed by spirits in the 1930s, but full-strength beer remained off-limits until March 1989. I wonder why. I suppose because, really, there's absolutely nothing to do over there. Nothing, so people just got drunk, you know, and that was it. We'll have to find out, but I mean, look at them. Look, raucous drunks in Iceland. Woo! Let's have a little drinky-poos. This is a drunk who lay in front of a resort hotel in protest over staff refusing to let him into his room, was moved on by the police. He had the wrong building. He was in Bournemouth. He tweeted, sorry, officers have dealt with an intoxicated man. They've returned him to the hotel he has a booking for over the road. So he lies down in front of the wrong blooming hotel. Yeah, I'm not moving until I get my room. You're over the road, love. That's the trouble with drunks, isn't it? They're so stupid. Morning, nice to be company. 17. No, it's not. It's 18. No, 17 minutes past. I can't tell the time this morning. Getting worse and worse. Listening to you, says Sunil from Mumbai, which is actually cooler than the UK. Unheard of. I bet. Goodness sake. Darren in Ruislip is out watering the vegetables, the pots and the flowers. Yes, I mean, you have to. Let's have a quick look at Mumbai. 28 degrees today, thundery showers and a moderate breeze. I can cope with that. Tomorrow, you've got 30 degrees, rain, 30 degrees on Thursday, 30 degrees, in fact, yeah. So today, 28 degrees. You've got thunder and lightning on Sunday and Monday. 29 degrees respectively. So that's okay, isn't it, really? But today we're going to hit 40, something like that. Is it 40? Yeah, we think so. So just be aware. See, it's lovely. I feel sorry for all the people who are sitting in their cars with the windows down, breathing in all this hot air and the smog and the fumes and all the other bits and pieces, because I just love the air conditioning side of it. The better it is for me. Wayne, the trolley dolly. Morning, Wayne. Loved hearing you sing the Home and Away theme tune as I woke up. Brought back great memories of being at school in the 90s. Thanks. I'm rushing home to watch it. Thanks again. Happy Day said, glad you're feeling a bit better. Yeah, I am feeling a lot better. I mean, by this time yesterday, we were suffering with the throat, but I did my vocal zone. And one of our other presenters, who was working for Radio X this morning, he said, when I said to him, I said, I've got this bit of a chest thing going on here. And he said, you want vocal zones? I said, well, surprisingly, I have vocal zones. I didn't buy any yesterday. It was too hot by the time we got to the afternoon, and I thought I can't be bothered to trudge down High Street to go to the chemist. But I will get some today. I'll get round to it. I'm just a bit slow in these sort of departments, but it doesn't matter. I'm getting there somewhere. Steve, you reminded me of sitting Lily Savage in the stage version of Prisoner Cell Block H in 1995 for my 25th wedding anniversary, says Naomi. I got divorced shortly afterwards. Shouldn't laugh. The trouble is, it is interesting, isn't it, when you sort of see people who they appear to have the perfect relationship, and then all of a sudden something happens and they go, and we just sort of split up. And you think, oh, it's a shame, because I want things to go forever, but I'm old enough and ugly enough to realise that they don't. Jill in Ireland says, 32 years ago, a lot of the Neighbours cast came to London to celebrate their 5th anniversary. At that time, I was a paparazzi photographer. I was hanging around the foyer of the Dorchester Hotel. A guy saw my cameras and said, was I there for the Neighbours lunch? Of course I said yes, and was shown to a function room. I spent a wonderful 5 hours with them all. Anne Haddy, Helen Daniels, and I stayed in touch for years. Luke Carpenter was my first boyfriend in 57. He's English. We're still in touch, says Jill. I'm really going to miss the programme. Oh, Jill. But at least you've got great memories. At least you've got great memories. I mean, that's what I think is fantastic. Dave in Plymouth. My son is flying back from New York and I'm following his plane on the Flight Radar app. Very geeky. You are a geeky person. I have seen Flight Radar. I used to have it fixed up, and you could click onto one of these planes and it would tell you where it was going and what its number was, and it would tell you how many people are on board. So there's one here which is coming in from Singapore, scheduled 10:35 p.m. and scheduled to arrive. So it was scheduled 10:35, 5:30, estimated now 5:44. 5:44. It'll be landing, probably on the top of this building, I should imagine, which is quite nice. It's very clever, this app, isn't it? I like this one. Yeah, all go to Heathrow. Do you know, I sometimes look at Heathrow and you can see all the planes going in that big circle. You know, where they sort of do it because they have to get rid of fuel. They don't want to land with a load of fuel. They're doing it there, yeah. All of them. Look at that. It's clever, isn't it? I didn't realise how many planes there were up in the sky. And how do they stay there? Are they on string or something? How does this work? Wayne will tell me. Look at that. I mean, that blimey is very crowded, isn't it? Is that how many planes there are at the moment? Good God in heaven. I'm surprised they don't have accidents. They're literally on top of each other. Aren't they? That is just amazing. Absolutely amazing. All these different planes coming in and going off to different places. It's lovely, isn't it? I do like aeroplanes. I prefer trains, given the choice. Steve says, Johnny in Brighton. I had a friend from Denmark, a very expensive country, visiting here in Brighton. She couldn't believe the price of living. £6 a pint on the beach. I know, but you pay for that, don't you? You pay for being on the beach and having an ice cream or something like, that is the problem. Steve, set the alarm for 4:15, says Chris, to get the windows open until 7 a.m. Now sitting in a relatively cool garden, drinking tea and listening to you before battening down everything for the day. Well, listen, a cup of tea is the best thing that you can do. I nearly bought a loaf of bread yesterday. I know that seems a little bit bizarre because I don't buy bread very often. I nearly bought it. And then I thought, I'll go and get some butter. And I thought, I'm not paying those Lurpak prices. Definitely not. And, yeah, £9 or whatever it is. And then I thought, because I could just do with some toast, but with me, because I don't eat it very often, I have it as a bit like a treat. And so I buy a loaf, which they slice for me. And then I have a couple of pieces of toast, and I throw it away. You know, I think they do smaller loaves. A small little toasting loaf in M&S, which has got about sort of 10 sort of slices in it or something like that, which is still too much for me. Still too much. And so I do get guilt, you know, sort of having toast. And then I nearly bought crumpets yesterday as well. I looked at sort of buying crumpets, and I thought, no, you can't buy crumpets because they took ages to cook in the toaster. And then you've got to make them, you know, got to be sort of, then you put the thing, and then you've got to put, what do you put on the top of them? I put peanut butter, crunchy peanut butter on the top of crumpets, which is not good for me. But it's nice. I do like it, but I can't have it very often. It sends me round the bend, I'm afraid. So, it doesn't matter. Oh, look, here she is, Denise Van Outen, flogging another dreary aspect to her relationship. Why don't these people keep these things private to themselves? Because it all goes all a bit pear-shaped, doesn't it? She shared snaps with reality star and property developer Jimmy Barber. He's another one who's been on television programmes, and so she's helping him in his quest for fame. And it'll end in tears, as indeed they all do, and she gets ever older all the time. But they travel to Marbella for her brother's 50th birthday. It seems Denise has moved on from Eddie Boxall, who she dumped 8 months ago. Yeah, it didn't take her long to find somebody else, did it? Very quick. And he's already been on reality programmes as well, so, you know, out the frying pan, as they say. Cass says, listening earlier than usual, joined in with the singing, loved it. Wish me and the family luck, off to Gatwick, and hopefully we'll be in Edinburgh by 9:30. A little bit cooler than London. Cass is an advanced novice spiker. So you think you're going to be there by 9:30? What time's your flight then, if you're heading up there? It's only about an hour and a bit, isn't it, I believe, the flight. That should be nice. The trouble is, I can remember sitting on planes, and the first thing you do when you get on the plane is turn the air on above you, don't you? You turn that on, so you've got, yeah, you swivel, that little swivelly thing, and then you inadvertently push the button, and along comes a stewardess. Hello, can I help you? And you go, is it possible to get sort of a glass of ice, water, or something like that? I'll have a look. Oh, shut up. I'll have a look, you know, and so they disappear off. Morning, boss, says Phil Vickery. Wonder where he's cooking. Wait a minute, he's up. No, it might be too late for him actually this morning. He's normally up earlier, isn't he? Where are you doing? Where are you this morning, Phil? Where are you off to this morning? He's got to be off to somewhere. Oh, I bet it's baking out there at the moment. Is it hot out there? Can you feel the heat out from the window? I know we've got the window open in there. I don't have a window in my studio. We're saving up for it. Is it boiling? Oh, yeah. I think that they should have a big freezer downstairs with lots of lollies in it. What's he doing? Don't throw yourself out the window. So unnecessary, isn't it? Honestly, nothing can be that bad. I promise you the programme improves. It'll get better. Don't throw yourself out, really. You don't need to do things like that. Yes, very humid. Very humid. Steve, good morning. You can put bread in the freezer and just take the slices you need, says Dominic. Yeah, I know. But the trouble is, if I've got it, I tend to eat it, and I don't want to. I went out yesterday, I had a craving, and I bought a cake. I bought a fruit cake. I didn't eat any of it. It's still sitting in its plastic. Joe in Wallington, morning Joe, says it's £7 a pint at Lord's Cricket Ground, but you can get £1 back if you can be bothered to return. It's just non-stop. If you can be bothered to return the glass. I like that idea, taking it back. And, oh, look at this. Phil Vickery, Wimborne in Dorset. Wimborne. He says, live cooking from a blueberry farm. Wow. A blueberry farm. I like blueberries. They sometimes sell them in Twickenham. Paul Cooper's got them. You get a box for like £3. Old box. What are we going to make? Well, smoothies, I should imagine. Smoothies. Blueberry pie can be quite nice. That'd be nice with some cream on, wouldn't it? That'd be very nice. Let's have a look at Wimborne. Oh, it's very pretty, Phil. 18 of the best things. Oh, it's very nice. Oh, look, they've got a model town there. And look, they've got a thing there which looks like it's some sort of ancient burial site or something like that. Very pretty. Wimborne Minster I'm looking at now, which is not as big as you want it to be, but still looks very pretty. Very pretty. Wimborne in Dorset. I've never been, but now that Phil Vickery's given it the seal of approval, we like it. You can go there. You can go to Kingston Lacey. Well, it's a nice house. Wimborne Model Town and Gardens, which is lovely. Countryside walks. Oh, look at that. You see, I just see a road with all those lovely cypress trees either side, and I think that's great. But who the hell can be bothered to walk that far? I couldn't do it, I'm afraid. Wayne the Trolley Dolly again. He says, when we use runway... so technical. When we use runway 27 left and 27 right to land at Heathrow, we literally do fly right over the studio. Will you stop it? I keep turning it down, and it makes no difference. Phil says, one of Mum's recipes, blueberry shortcakes with creme fraiche and lemon zest. Making your mouth water now, isn't it? No, that's opal fruits, isn't it? Made to make your mouth water. Yeah, if you just throw any our way, Phil, seriously, honestly, be forever ever grateful. But anyway, we literally do fly right over the studio, banking over Westminster to line up with the final approach over Ealing and onto the runway. I often look down and wonder who's on air. There's an aircraft movement every 90 seconds at LHR. I can see Twickenham too, and I think of you. That's cool, isn't it? Yeah, because sometimes I'll be on the patio, naked sunbathing, and, and the plane will be going overhead, and I often think, do you know if somebody's got a pair of binoculars up there? Yes, it's flying a little bit low, isn't it? What are they doing? Wait a minute, pictures. Hello, thank you. I quite like the idea. Fancy knowing 27 left and 27 right. I like that. Dexter says, and I thought I was the only one that put peanut butter on crumpets. No, unfortunately, we are a lost cause. We are a lost cause. There's something nice about it. Steve, just freeze your spare bread. Defrost when you need it. Stay cool, says Julia. Thank you. And one that says, just come in from sleeping in the car for the last 5 hours. Thank God for air conditioning. Yes, I mean, I'm an absolute godsend. Most cars have got air conditioning, haven't they, now? I mean, there's newer cars, yeah. I mean, I sort of don't look on it as a luxury anymore. Just look on it as a necessity. I don't care. Seriously, I don't care. I wanted the other day, I went to Marks and Spencer's when I got off at Twickenham, and I thought I'll treat myself to a bacon roll. Well, they're obviously not bothering with things like that in this weather because they're two of the hardest rolls, and so I left them there. They didn't have any croissants at all. But they might as well have closed that place down. It's a waste of space. Seriously, absolutely annoying. It really is. Not that I complain. As you know me, I hardly ever complain about things.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 26 minutes to 6. I was just saying, actually, I watered some plants on the patio the other day, and I just left my socks on, and I didn't realise the patio got so hot. Seriously, don't want to be doing that ever again, thank you very much indeed. Gareth from Banbury says, Steve, I've just got off the plane from South Africa at Heathrow Airport. Who's left the heating on in the UK? It's boiling. I know, we were just checking, actually. It really is. It's a bit hot out there. Love Island's, they call them stars. They're not stars, they're just dreary people with no lives. Billy Brown and Danica Taylor. I think she does something with a pole or something. They sent temperatures soaring in the bedroom with some sex action. Oh, God, honestly. How trashy. How trashy. Sex action. The Randy pair claimed they got carried away in the heat of the moment. Smiler Billy boasted to the boys the next morning that the salon was open, which is the Islander code for action. Oh, I'm going to be sick. Honestly. Talk about... your parents must be so delighted. So delighted. And they enjoyed manicures, which is a secret phrase that they use. Dammy Hope said, did she play with your pipette? Oh, Godfather, really, honestly. I think people like that should be banned from television for the rest of their lives. They're far too cheap and trashy. Ekin Sue proposes to David as the Snog Marry Pie Challenge returns to Love Island. It really is just trailer trash, isn't it? I mean, it really is. There's no saving programmes. I thought Fatal Attraction... was it Fatal Attraction? No. Is it Fatal Attraction? The naked one? Naked Attraction. I thought that was a bit sad and tragic. for a lot of people who want to take all their clothes off on television. Love Island just basically tries to sort of tart up people and pretend that this is sort of perfectly normal to watch on television. As I say, parents must sit there with their hands over their eyes, I should imagine. It's a drama, isn't it? It's a case of, we can't find anybody. I've got to find a boyfriend or a girlfriend. And then they go, we had some action last night. And you think, God, heaven, I mean, really? Oh, dear me. £191 million. The jackpot has got to be won by this weekend. If nobody bags the top prize in tonight's draw, it'll be shared out on Friday. Camelot said it promises to be an amazing night. No, it won't be. No, it won't be, because let's face it, it's been amazing for weeks and weeks and still nobody's won it. They make it almost impossible to win. You would think that they've bought every sort of combination of ticket, but quite clearly they've not, because nobody's won this blooming thing yet, which is a bit embarrassing. A posh pub is in most of the papers today, sparked a bun fight when its menu said customers must pay £2 to remove ingredients from its burgers. You have to fork out £21.50 for the George Burger at the George Hotel and Beach Club. But the menu states any removal or addition of an ingredient, £2. It means punters who opted for a plain burger and bun, with the rest taken out, could be charged £35.50. I don't quite get that, but that's the way it goes. David wrote on TripAdvisor, back to the price is very expensive. £21 for a burger. When asking for the burger without the bun, says Wasey a good bun, we were told it would be £23 if you don't. Food critic Patrick Kidd fumed online. £21.50 for a burger in a pub is immoral to start with before you get to adding £2 for removing the lettuce. Last night, a spokesman for the hotel says the surcharge notice has been an unfortunate instance of an employee misinterpreting a discussion about extra toppings. Well, it's just you get rid of them then and find somebody who can read. He said the new menu had been printed saying there is no charge to remove any of the toppings. So, there you go. But they do whole grilled lobster, garlic butter, fries for £5. See, that sounds quite cheap, doesn't it? A George Burger, aged cheddar cheese, bacon, lettuce, cotton onions, fries, £21.50, and then any removal or addition of an ingredient, £2. And you can get a steak as well, dry aged Hereford sirloin steak, 9 ounces. What's that? You don't think that's £5 for the lobster? For a whole grilled lobster? You think it's 50-something? No. Is it? Oh, I thought it seemed a bit cheap, actually, for a whole lobster. Can't even buy the blooming things for that. Yes, you're right. It looks like it could be £55, doesn't it? For whole grilled lobster with garlic, butter and fries. You can buy a whole lobster for about 20 quid. If you're buying them, well, you can get them in Costco, you get them in all sorts of places. I should imagine even in Sandy's in Twickenham, you could get a whole lobster there for 20 quid. I would think so, or crab or something like that. Unfortunately, I can't eat it. It makes me feel a bit... I'm too picky, aren't I? That's my only problem. I don't know. No, you crack the claws open and go, oh, no, thank you. But, no, what else do they do on their menu? Is there other things that we had on the menu? I did bring lobster into work, yes. Dead and live. Dead and live. We brought the both in for the producer. Which was like, what else did they have on their menu? There was a picture of their menu, and I looked at something else. I don't like it when they only sort of show you little bits of the menu. There you go. The place is called. Wait a minute. I've lost it now. George Hotel and Beach Club. It's on the wherever it's up. On the Isle of Wight, I think, or something like that. George Hotel and Beach Club. It's in Yarmouth, Isle of Wight. So they had other things on there. That would give us an indication of how much we think they're charging for lobster. Perhaps that's why it sounds quite reasonable. If they're charging 55 quid for lobster, that would make, £23 for a burger about kind of right, wouldn't it, really? I think so. But the new menu has been printed. They've got sirloin steak and bits and pieces. It sounds quite nice, actually, doesn't it? So have we got it? No, but just what have they got? There you go, little bits and pieces. A grilled whole chicken. Blimey. How much do you think a grilled whole chicken is? Bearing in mind, I can get a whole grilled chicken from Costco for about £4.20. They're charging £32. That's even more expensive than Nando's. 15. They've got roasted lamb shoulder in Moroccan spice, 38. It's not cheap, this place, is it? They've got roasted turbot. Oh, we can't see that one, actually. That looks as though it's quite expensive as well, doesn't it? That does seem quite expensive, but there you go. But no, there is no charging. But we think 55 quid for whole grilled lobster. Seems an awful lot of money, doesn't it? Yes, I'll stick to Costco. Much cheaper, I think, in the long run. A mother says her son has suffered lead poisoning. He was eating contaminated mud from the garden. He has a rare disorder, this little 3-year-old, that makes him want to eat rocks and mud. Seems a bit odd, doesn't it, really? But anyway, the mum for 2 said it's heartbreaking. She says blood tests have confirmed that the toddler was suffering from high lead levels, and she's demanding a council house switch. A Bristol City spokesman said they're keeping the situation under review while an investigation continues. You can't just start giving people new houses because their son's got an eating disorder. Oh, this cafe that's been closed down after an official found rat droppings all over the kitchen, including on chopping boards. A tip-off over rubbish piled up at the rear led the hygiene inspectors to Brazuca's Point Cafe in Wimbledon. The cafe had also failed to register as a food business. I don't know what they thought they were. And there were no hand-washing facilities. It was ordered to stop serving food immediately. Merton Council said officers had protected residents from potential food poisoning and infection, which can cause salmonella and Wells disease. Imagine they didn't even have anywhere to wash your hands. What a disgusting, filthy place. I wonder how many of you had eaten there. A little bit late by now, isn't it, really? On my way to Osterley Park for a 4-day de-rig after filming Bridgerton, says Big Frank. It's going to be hot. Carry on slurping. Oh, it wouldn't stop. Absolutely not. People love it. They really do. Steve, why do people need to be told not to walk dogs or leave them in hot cars? I don't know. There was a dog the other day had to be rescued from a car. The owner went away, left it sitting in the car on the heat from yesterday. These people should be prosecuted. You know, for basically, animal cruelty. Picture of Harper Beckham posing already. I don't know why her mother's allowed this. She's an 11-year-old girl. I thought the whole idea is we have to sort of protect children. She's wearing the same outfit that Victoria Beckham put on, which is like a Versace kind of thing. And she's sort of running her fingers through her hair and everything else in a sort of a provocative pose. She wrote, I don't know where she gets it from, with a laughing emoji. Well, she gets it from you, dear. Where do you think she gets it from? You're the mother. James Mays says his new Italian TV job turned him into a blob because of all the pasta and pizza he scoffed. Well, it doesn't seem to do the Italians any harm, does it? They don't seem to be sort of going around looking like blobs. May is 59. He says, if I ate Italian all the time, I'd just be a tub of lard. Well, I know loads of people who sort of... I don't know. He's making Our Man in Italy. He said, I just got fatter and fatter. He said, no, I was the fattest I'd been for a decade. So there you go. Wayne again, picture from aircraft. Here's a picture of the turnover Westminster onto the final approach at Heathrow. Do you not think, Wayne, it looks so much better at night time when you see London all lit up at night? I think so. But anyway, he said the yellow arrow points to Leicester Square. I never get sick of the views. P.S. being really technical, we say runway 27 left and 27 right, as opposed to 27. Always happy to answer aviation questions, he says. It's very pretty. There's something nice about London. It isn't that's pretty, isn't it? When you fly in over London, I used to fly in sometimes in the winter, and it did used to look lovely. Still looks lovely. Must do. I still work in it after all these years. 40, whatever, how many years it is now, 44 years or something. Whatever it is, it's well worth every penny. Feed the birds, tuppence a bag, tuppence a bag. Woody saw the light. This is Fatboy Slim and Zoe Ball's lad, reveals his spiritual side. And apparently Woody will be DJing. So he's been on television a few times, hasn't he? I can't remember what he's done, but I'm sure he's done little bits and pieces. Gogglebox. Oh, is that what he's famous for? Gogglebox, with his mother. These people have very strange relationships with their parents, don't they? I've watched a few children of the offspring of people. And what did I watch the other day? Alan Carr doing some quiz show. Higher, lower, higher, lower. That's, not really, no. Josie Gibson has met a lot of A-listers on This Morning, but she actually gets starstruck sitting next to Vernon Kay. Don't worry, dear, you're not his type. So you should be fairly safe. The pair are joining forces again for a stint fronting the ITV. They've got loads of people. They're all doing little bits and pieces. Ruth is doing it. I think Josie says, I just really gel with him, but I get starstruck with Vernon. That's the embarrassing thing about it. That's how she talks. I can only tell. I think she comes from Norfolk, doesn't she? Is it somewhere like that? I believe so, yes. Yeah, she talked like that. And she does. Yeah, we'll find out after. It's so exciting, the things we're finding out on the programme this morning. And it's only Tuesday. Great picture in some of the papers today of the deer in Richmond Park in the pond. There's a man swimming in the pond, very unwise. Don't swim in public ponds and jump off bridges and things like that. 4 people have died already. 4 young people have died. So people you'd think would be strong enough. But there's a picture of this man swimming in one of the ponds in Richmond Park, and he's surrounded by deer, because they were in there to obviously cool off. Must be lovely. Must drive them mad, I should imagine. Absolutely crackers. What else we got in the papers for today? Well, apart from the heat, you know, honestly, they've never had it so good. Look at all the deer. They just can't wait to get in, can they? They cannot wait to get in the water. But there's another picture with them swimming with this bloke. I mean, to be honest with you, it's far too dangerous to go anywhere near these deer. These antlers can kill you. It's as simple as that. We've had people before in Richmond Park, otherwise known as dim people, dim, stupid people, who've sort of taken their dogs off the lead. You know, and you don't do that. You absolutely don't. There we go. Oh, there you go. This is a deer that is attacking somebody in one of the royal parks. These people are immensely stupid. You know, these things they're big. They're big. They're, you know, if they think you're going to come anywhere near them while it's rutting season, think again. An immensely stupid person. So, 16-year-old youth died in a lake yesterday, just hours after a 13-year-old schoolboy drowned in a river. And now the number of confirmed fatalities in the current heatwave has been taken to 10. 10. They also say a 14-year-old boy is believed to have drowned in the Thames at Richmond in West London. I mean, just what could you do but tell people don't go anywhere near it? You can sit there and dangle your feet in the water, but don't get in it. Unless you're really intelligent and you think you know what's actually lurking beneath the surface. We drain the River Thames in Richmond. I think it's probably about once or twice in the year. They pull the plug out. And I know it seems ridiculous, doesn't it? And it drains, and you can walk across from one side to the other because and they literally have to go and rescue shopping trolleys, all sorts of things. Because if people then start jumping off bridges, you've got to know it. If you jump onto a shopping trolley, there's a very good chance you're either going to be breaking your legs or you're not going to be surviving it. Yeah, use your brain, please. Hot it might be. You know, have a nice lolly, have a cup of tea, do something. Oh, there's that nice picture, isn't it? Sky have got this thing about showing you a picture of Tel Aviv and trying to pretend it's West London, you know, to watch that burning sun. Emergency teams have launched a search for a 16-year-old boy at Bray Lake in Maidenhead. Sadly, they could only recover his body. Superintendent Michael Greenwood said it's a tragedy with somebody getting into trouble. Also, the body of Robert Hattersley, 13, was hauled from the River Tyne. On Sunday evening, his parents said it's impossible to put into words the heartbreak. Robert was kind and loving. He brought a smile. Please stay out of the water. You can't emphasise it anymore. It is dangerous. Very dangerous. Also, swimming in disused sand pits and places like that, you know, places where, you know, sometimes there's no water there, but people get dragged under by current and all sorts of things. So please don't. Please don't do it. It's one of those things, isn't it, really? Sunak and Truss appeal for unity as rows axe TV debate. I don't think anybody's emerged with any grace in the TV debate. They just argue. They're like petulant children. It really is, you know. I mean, Sunak and Truss have sort of pulled out of the Sky News debate, I think, because they know the way things are going. So they've cancelled it. What can you do? What can you do? The Queen has seen her annual income go up to 24 million, a rise of 1.7 million. Do you think she seriously sits there and goes, "We've done very well this year, haven't we? Very well." Yeah, for a cow. She's not going to be doing anything like that. But she's used, apparently, we hear, the Duchy of Lancaster to help fund the offices and activities of other members of the family. It was also used to bail out Prince Andrew, we're told, for his payoff. The boost over the 12 months to March this year came thanks mainly to strong demand for its rental property, particularly industrial units and city centre offices, because the Queen's Duchy of Lancaster has got property in London, Birmingham, Liverpool, Manchester, Basingstoke, Blackburn, Harlow, Redditch and Swindon. In March, it completed a major office refurbishment on the Strand, which had been let to 8 occupiers. 8 occupiers. Isn't that amazing? So I wonder if she keeps an eye on it. Do you think she sort of sits down there and goes, who are we renting to at the moment? Perhaps they could shove Andrew into one of them and keep him out of Windsor Great Park. What else? Biographer Tom Bower's new book, Revenge, Meghan, Harry and the War Between the Windsors, suggests that Meghan alienated Harry's Hooray Henry pals when she dared challenge their sexist, transphobic, misogynistic bants. If true, who can help but admire her guts? Somebody wrote to me a short while ago and thinks she's a princess. Sadly, she's not. She's just very common. Very common. She's not a princess at all, I'm afraid. Never will be. Also, Dame Helen Mirren, cock-a-hoop at 76. She has Dame Maureen Lipman has signed to carry on playing Evelyn Plummer in Corrie. Do you know, you could have offered me $1 million. I wouldn't know the name of the character at all. I wouldn't have known the name of the character. She's also fed up with people being snooty about soaps and points out that the street is full of quite exceptional actors working with very little rehearsal, hardly any. They have no time for rehearsal. It's like, what is my motivation? Read the script. Okay? 6 episodes a week they're actually banging out. They don't earn huge amounts of money, not compared to what you're expecting and the audience. Talking about Marks and Spencer, Steve, the other day I bought a pack of their cheese and Marmite rolls. I've never even heard of cheese and Marmite rolls. Are they little? Cheese and Marmite rolls? I haven't tried them yet. I don't know what to put on them apart from butter, says Kim. So are they just bread rolls and they've got nothing in them at the moment? It's sort of cheese and Marmite pinwheels we've got. We don't have any rolls. We've got pinwheels. I wonder if perhaps you get different... Oh, what are those? It's a cheddar cheese muffin. Oh. Look, that's sort of a roll-ish, isn't it? It looks quite nice, doesn't it? I don't know what else you put in apart from butter, though. Bit of cheese, I suppose. And a little bit of butter on top of it, I suppose. Stay safe, says Sarah, who's from Thatcham, just taking Roy the dog out before he gets melty. It's hot and muggy here in Thatcham. Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine. It's not good, is it, really? Not so good. Also, Britain's gun licensing laws branded a shambles after an inquest heard a father slaughtered his family with a shotgun he bought after lying on the firearms application. Amazing, isn't it? People just tell lies nowadays, and you can get away with all sorts of things. And barristers, do you know they're still on strike? Did you know they're still on strike? I thought they'd finished their strike, but apparently not. So they're going to strike for 5 more days. So there you go. And legendary DJ David Kid Jensen has revealed how his showbiz pals got him through his darkest days when he was first diagnosed with Parkinson's. He's 71. 71. Unbelievable, isn't it? Hope for all of us. Hope for all of us. And an NHS nurse has won £38,000 after being fired for taking too many days off due to migraine. Now, as I say, I've never had a migraine or anything like that, but this lady, Carol Mackenzie, complained her severe headaches were exacerbated by wearing PPE. During the pandemic, the senior nurse also suffered from depression. She worked for University Hospitals of Leicester NHS Trust. Her claims of unfair dismissal and failure to make reasonable adjustments also succeeded, so she got awarded £38,000. I don't know, you can do your job if you suffer from depression. If you're a nurse, I mean, that would be the worst job that you could possibly have. Bungling parcel companies being told to raise their game or face a crackdown. I've got a parcel arriving tomorrow. It's the UPS parcel. I'm so excited. So excited. I just hope that, it arrives when I'm sort of around. Because, I mean, luckily the temperature has dropped, so I don't mind sort of waiting. Because sometimes you sort of wait in for these parcels and they go, oh, no, we're not going. It'll be delivered up till 10 o'clock. This one's narrowed down from Canada. And there's a 3-hour window. I'm working on how many Haagen-Dazs ice creams I can eat. Did you have one the other day? What, from Canada? 8 a.m. delivery? Oh, 8 till 6 p.m. Oh, God. You see, I think that's wrong. I can check mine. If it's from Amazon, it'll say it's 4 drops away, or whatever it happens to be. And I think that's quite useful. But, yeah. I sometimes think perhaps I should nominate somewhere else where you can go to a local garage or something and pick it up. But I don't know, not to be at the moment. Not to be at the moment. What have we got a picture of here? 43 degrees of people sunbathing in North Tyneside. They must have done this with a drone, because the camera's looking down on them, so they can't, it must have been a drone. And today you will fry in 43... Oh, today is 43 degrees. It's not good, is it, really? Sparking more health fears. Yesterday, 38.1. They say the heat wave is due to return next month. Well, let's worry about that when we get to it. Not going to worry about it beforehand. Guy Pearce has told how he and Jason Donovan are still great mates and call each other by their characters' names. Well, they kind of grew up together, didn't they? So why not? That's the way it works nowadays, which is very good. Looking here, cars on fire, passengers on the tube, swigging as much water as possible. And crews fighting a recycling plant blaze. And Charles and Camilla go out there. Charles wearing a suit with a shirt and tie. Seriously, perhaps he just doesn't feel the heat. But so here we go. This is there's a lovely picture which has been sent in by Phil of his dog William enjoying the heat wave, sitting in a little kiddie swimming pool because his feet must be hurting, I should imagine. They've got little paws and little pads, and they suffer quite badly. The burning question is, what can be done? There's fires all over the place, and what can we do? They say build houses adapted to deal with warmer climates. I love the way, did you see that plane that was on the television the other day, coming into a seaside resort and scooping up water from the sea and then flying off to drop the water on top of the forest fires and stuff like that? Dear me, honestly, terrible. And so, Archie's family launching their fresh court appeal. But Andrea Williams of the Christian Legal Centre said the families fought courageously to get to this point, taking a stand. We stand shoulder to shoulder with them. If the appeal court goes against it, there's not a lot you can do. This will be the second time as well. And parents are facing crippling childcare costs in the summer holidays, with bills doubling to £900 to cover the 6-week break. So it's the end of this week, isn't it? All the kiddie winks are off on holiday again, having a little bit of fun and hoping to fly off somewhere. We can only hope. We can only hope.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to July the 19th. Welcome to, well, after today, the temperature might get back to some sort of normality, but apparently it comes back I'm going to sneeze. I've just got this feeling I'm going to... Oh, there we go. We're back to normal. Thank goodness I got so worried because I only sneezed once the other day. I don't know. Can it be hay fever indoors? Is it possible to get hay fever indoors? Where does it come from? Does it float through the atmosphere or something? Is it in... Well, I don't have any outside here. I'm in a hermetically sealed room with no windows that I can open and get stuff in from outside. Perhaps it comes in the air conditioning. Is that what it is? Well, I should be sneezing permanently, shouldn't I, really? But there you go, you can't have everything. So, happy birthday to David Lammy. Everybody's celebrating birthdays. David Lammy is 50 today. 50 today. Parents in despair. So I'm assuming if they did this yesterday, they're going to do it today, aren't they? Hundreds of schools closing at short notice. I'm assuming that the kids are going to go, we don't want to go to school. I mean, they break up at the end of this week. Does it really make any difference as we go back to normal tomorrow? Well, as normal as it can be tomorrow. What was the other one that I quite liked? Russell Crowe taking his family to the Colosseum. I love the way, I mean, it's such a non-event story. So, because he was in Gladiator, they go to see the Colosseum. Haven't they seen it before? Go and get a DVD. There's a very good DVD, actually, on the Colosseum. And it'll show you inside, and you can get to see all the places where you can't go as a tourist, but they can take cameras down into it. So, in fact, when you see the Colosseum as is, remember, it used to have a floor. Now all the floors opened up and you can sort of look down into it, and you can look at all the cages, because they used to put the animals in there, and then the cages would be wound up into the arena. So people, I mean, basically it was a theatre of death, the Colosseum. It wasn't built for, any sort of little Shakespeare plays or anything like that. It was basically so that they could kill as many people as possible. And so you would go there for your lunchtime. Some people would go and sort of have an ice cream, and if you wanted to go and watch a few people being executed, you'd go to the Colosseum. And you'd sort of sit there and they go, okay, round one today. This is, I'd have been there. I'd have been cheering them all on, whoopee, and all the rest of it. I'd be like Nadine Dorries shouting at, at people in the House of Commons. You do worry about her, but there you go. You can't have everything, can you? And so they would then sort of just basically, they got rid of more animals in the Colosseum than anything else. I mean, literally it ran into hundreds and hundreds and thousands of animals because they were looking for new ways of killing people. And if you were lucky, if you were a gladiator, you did live to fight another day. Not all of them, but an awful lot of people did live to fight. They had gladiator schools, and it was an entertainment. It was an entertainment for the people who must have been bored out of their tinies. You'd buy yourself a packet of nuts and a mivvy, and then you'd sit there watching people being set on fire. And that would be about as good as it got, or failing that, people tied to posts. I don't think they had ice lollies in those days. I think they just had sort of beech nuts or something like that. Imagine if they had ice lollies. That could be so funny, couldn't it? But no, it was a theatre of death. And when you look at the DVD, down below there were lots of cages and rooms and everything else where the gladiators would wait until they were summoned to appear. They could flood the whole of the Colosseum, and they could put battles in, ships, could sort of float across the arena and stuff like that. But it was basically to provide entertainment for the Romans, who obviously didn't have enough in their lives to keep them busy. So that's where Russell Crowe went the other day, and they were sort of saying, oh, this is, but he wouldn't have done it because they didn't film in there. I think it was all made, it was green screen, I think, the whole of it. To be honest with you, I was never a huge fan of Russell Crowe anyway, but taking the whole family back there must have been sort of slightly strange. This was sort of, it's like sort of Frozen, isn't it? A little bit like Frozen. Louis Theroux has admitted buying cannabis for his mother when he was a teenager in the late 1980s. The documentary maker says an early draft of his mother, Anne Castle's memoir, told how he gave her some of the hash he bought for himself. Lord above, honestly. But his mum rewrote this book before it was published in 2021. He says, I feature in it, sort of, as her drug dealer, among other things, getting in the ganj, which I think is okay. I'm assuming that's ganja, isn't it? All right, thank you. His brother Marcel had feared Louis would be branded a drug dealer. Louis said, I just picked up a little. I'd buy a bit of hash for myself and then give her some. How would you know where to go to buy this? I mean, I wouldn't have the faintest idea where to go to buy ganj or stuff like that. But obviously Louis Theroux seemed to know all about it. He sort of talks about it as if you pop down the local, supermarket and go, I'll have a quarter of an ounce of that one there, please. It looks quite nice. There was never any reason why his mother took it. It doesn't say whether it was for medicinal reasons or whether it wasn't. Slightly odd, but there you go. A dad who woke up paralysed 4 years ago has fought back to become a champion bodybuilder. This is Dale Wilson, who was unable to move his arm or feel his leg. But doctors found no obvious cause. His speech suffered. He lost his job and spiralled into depression, so somebody took him down the gym. He comes from Cumbria. He's now won several national prizes. He's a fitness model and personal trainer. I worry about people with this fit. It can't be normal, can it? And he says, I wanted to show my boys anything is possible in life. Stepping on stage at the competitions was an amazing feeling. People can't believe it's the same person. I'm not at all surprised. I mean, it does, when you look at a picture of him, what he looked like, and then he's one of these people who's got no fat. You know the sort of person, don't you? You really get fed up with them. They're just lean, mean machines. And a sound engineer for the Beatles' iconic final rooftop gig had just a day's notice, which is why the mics were covered in tights. Alan Parsons was sent to buy the hosiery to keep the wind at bay ahead of the concert from 1969 at the Apple Corporation's building here in London. It was a cold, blustery morning, he said. I got a very strange reaction from the shopkeepers. He said, I think they thought I was cross-dressing or was going to put them over my head and go rob a bank. It was an extraordinary day. We ran cables up the stairwell from the basement studio to the roof. The band played for 42 minutes before the police told them to turn it down. Typical police, isn't it? Little Mr. Miseries. Oh, I think you should be turning this down now. I can remember seeing all the police up on the roof, and you think to yourself, but it's gone down in history, isn't it? It's quite, it's quite something, that concert on the roof. I love it. I absolutely love it. I mean, to think, I don't know what they heard. I've got no idea. But there they were up on the top of the building. Loads of pictures, and the police up there going, I think you should finish now. You know, prophets of doom, as they say. Darren in sunny Harwich says, I'm a driving instructor up at 5 a.m. for a 7 a.m. driving test today. Had air conditioning on all day yesterday and 2 frozen bottles of water. It was lovely. A 7 a.m. driving test. It's a bit early, isn't it? 7 a.m. I mean, I'm not even awake by that time. Steve, these drownings are very sad and tragic, but the advice, if you see somebody struggling in the water, is not to go into the rescue. Yes, I mean, there is a way of doing it, because a lot of people who, find themselves in difficulty lash out and do all sorts of things. You've got to literally take them by the neck and pull them backwards. That's the only way it's the only way to do it, and that's the most natural thing to do. But the other thing to do is stay well away from water. You know, you do see people. We had people the other day in London jumping off Tower Bridge, and I remember thinking, wow, far too dangerous. So don't go in lakes and rivers. You don't know what's under if you know what's under the water, fair enough, but if you don't, then don't go anywhere near it. Terrible. They're going to turn the story of rogue trader Nick Leeson, who brought down Barings Bank. It's going to turn it into a TV drama by the makers of The Thief, His Wife and the Canoe. Story Films will now chart the rise and fall of banker Leeson in a 4-part series. I'm not sure it's that interesting enough to go a 4-part series. 1 part would be quite enough for me. But he was the one. He's a plasterer's son, came from Watford. He hid losses of more than £800 million in the mid-1990s in Singapore, which then led to the collapse of one of Britain's oldest merchant banks. So it's the man who broke the bank. That's what it was. And so it's a gripping tale of 90s squandered talent, fear, fraud and disgrace. Because Rogue Trader was made into a film with Ewan McGregor. And it was also the subject of an Inside Story special documentary for BBC Two. After serving time in prison, Leeson is now a debt counsellor living in Galway. Story Films has not yet revealed which channel will be screening the drama. Interesting. I didn't see the drama about the canoe. I couldn't care less about the Canoe Man. Did you see it? Was it good? Oh, good. I thought it might be, but it just didn't sort of interest me in any way, shape or form. I might think about the Nick Leeson thing, but they haven't got sort of that far down the line, unfortunately, at the moment. Excuse me, quick. Being lovely and cool in the studio this morning. You're all welcome to pop by. Not. Can you imagine? How to lose weight and feel great. Don't eat as much. Do exercise. It's every time I see it, my heart drops whenever I see pieces in the paper and they go, and this is what to do. It's a healthy, fast recipe. And this is breakfast. Blueberry yoghurt with nuts and seeds. Your heart drops, doesn't it? Who wants nuts and seeds and blueberries? Well, apart from Phil Vickery. Dinner, Moroccan meatballs and zoodles. Have you heard of... You got some of those in the fridge? I quite like meatballs. I mean, you can do quite a lot with meatballs. I'm not sure what zoodles are. Have you ever heard of zoodles? I've never heard. I suppose, all it is, I can't have Moroccan meatballs. It's lamb mince. Oh, we've got that Gunner, haven't we? We've got these drinks, Gunner, which you can find in all these exclusive places. And what it is, it's an effervescent mix of ginger, bitters and lime. And we put them in the fridge earlier on. We're very excited. Do you think it's chilled it down by this time? Do you think so? Wow, so exciting. We got sent in a case for Steve Allen and the Groovy Gang, and we're willing to give it a try. Apparently, we are told, actually, this is the only real Hong Kong cocktail, which sounds, so it's equal parts of ginger beer and ginger ale with a measure of wine. It's non-alcoholic. All in favour of that idea, non-alcoholic. I mean, can you imagine drinking at this time of the morning? That would just be ridiculous. Well, you probably can, actually. I suppose if you're flying from an airport, then you would be going to the airport and you would be having alcohol. 5 a.m. pint in Weathers. Have you done that? Oh, have you? Oh, God, no, I couldn't do that. I really could. The only thing I'd be happy with is sort of vodka and tomato juice, and even then I'm not too sure I could cope with that at this time of the morning. But we're willing to give this Gunner, 1842, the original, a bit of a try. I quite like the idea. And so it's grown-up kick. So you can mix it with your favourite spirit, but you can have it as just something non-alcoholic. Yeah. Have you been playing with your bubble machine? I certainly have. I love it. I think it's great. Although somebody actually said, aren't you a bit old to be playing with a bubble machine? I thought, you're one of the life's miseries, aren't you? You're one of those people who just really doesn't enjoy life at all, whereas I embrace every aspect of it. So if I want to get my bubble machine out and have a good old... But you saw the photos. Look how cool it looked. Well, here we go. We better try this, hadn't we, I suppose? If it's non-alcoholic, I don't want to do anything that's going to make me sound all, woo, like that. Ooh, there we go. Have we tried it? Is it nice? Cheers. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it's quite sweet, isn't it? It's a lot sweeter than I thought it was going to be. Oh, I feel all woozy. Is it fizzy? Is it less fizzy than you thought? Sorry, we have to do these taste testings. You like it? Oh, there you go. You like? Well, apparently you can add gin to it or vodka or anything else. So that'd be quite a good mix, actually. I think it's also quite nice cold. It's amazing how good our fridge is. It's managed to chill that down. But I can feel a bit of ginger beer. Can you taste ginger beer? I can taste a bit of ginger beer as well. Good Lord above. So there you go. Yes, you think it definitely works better with alcohol. Typical producer, honestly. The man who's been to the airport at 5 a.m. in the morning, so throwing... wasn't even flying. He just went to the airport just for the hell of it. So it's called Gunner. Gunner. So now you know. Strictly pro dancer Graziano Di Prima has married her fiancé Giardi Lini in Sicily. I'd heard about this the other day, actually. And do you remember we were talking about bison, who've been allowed to roam through British woodland to help tackle the nature and climate crisis? I like bison. I mean, because I remember seeing them years and years ago in America. Oh, you poured it all out. Oh, right. Nice. He likes them. You could take some home then. There you go. You're in the groovy gang. There's gin. There could be gin in it. I don't know. I feel a bit fizzy. A little bit fizzy. But yeah, so they've got all these bison back in Kent after 1,000 years. And I can remember on the plains of North America, there would be thousands and thousands and thousands of bison. I mean, really were. And it's the chance to experience, they say, in these woods near Canterbury. I mean, I hope they can't just wander away, can they? I don't know what they eat, but it's part of a £1.2 million project to manage the woods. So for the first time in 1,000 years, not that we remember 1,000 years back, it's all back. And it's quite good, actually, really. Lawrence says, Steve, hot tea. Oh, here they are. Look, we've got the film. Are these... our bison look a bit different, don't they? They're quite big creatures. So they've released 3 to see if they can act as natural ecosystem engineers and restore the wildlife. They appear to be peeling, don't they? They're big, though, aren't they? You don't realise, actually, how big these things are. That's the male there. They've got collars on as well, so presumably they can track them. And the 2 females are from a wildlife park in Cork, and so they've allowed them into. They're just actually. It's only when they get big that they look like bison. When you see them as a bit smaller, they just look like cows, don't they? Or wildebeest or something like that. But they've got a very distinctive face. I mean, they are the largest land animal. They were extinct in the wild a century ago, but now they're sort of being reintroduced throughout Europe. I think that's quite interesting. I'm glad when we do stuff like that. They tried to introduce, was it beavers? Did they try to introduce beaver back in again, I believe? I remember reading that somewhere. And Lawrence says, hot tea really does cool you down in warm weather. Absolutely, it is a proven fact that hot tea, or, tea at the normal temperature. I don't like saying hot tea. I find that a little bit worrying. What do we got here? This is... oh, look, there you go. Beavers reintroduced to London after 400 years. This is to 40 Hall Farm in Enfield. I've been there, actually. And there is Dr. Roycin Campbell-Palmer, beaver restoration lead at the Beaver Trust charity, says, we're delighted to be returning beavers to live in such close proximity. There is a picture in one of the papers today of a beaver that goes into somebody's house. And it's eating the cat food, I think. Or is it an otter? Can't remember. Otter, I suppose, because of the weather. And, it sort of goes into somebody's house. They do. I don't know why. J-Lo is no more after Jennifer Lopez took Ben Affleck's surname when they tied the knot. So let's hope that that's the end of it. Let's hope that's the end of it. Rishi Sunak remains the front runner after the third round of the Tory leadership contest. You've got another one to lose today. So, and then there were three. Even I lose track of how many there are at the moment. I don't know what I'm following. I'm not following because I'm not believing everything that they're saying on the television debates, or not. Mr. Neil says, morning, Steve. I'm waking up this morning in sunny Mercia Island. Cool, fresh sea air breeze. It's wonderful. And I've just ordered, he said, a seafood platter. Seafood platter. Where is Mercia Island? I've heard of it, and I don't know why I've heard of it. It sounds... Scotland, is it? Sounds lovely. But he's ordered a seafood... Oh, look at that seafood platter. That looks... See, now... It's in Essex. Well, you've ruined it completely now, haven't you? A minute ago it was Scotland, now we've moved it to Essex. The seafood platter's something to behold, isn't it, Mr. Neil? Looks lovely. And that beach is a bit of a trick. Do you know, you could live on that, couldn't you? I mean, it's on that beach, they've got beach huts, and there's nobody there. Absolutely nobody there. So it's near Colchester. Beach huts now, you can rent them by the day. Some councils will rent them to you by the day, and they look very nice indeed. Very nice, and it also gives you somewhere to change, doesn't it, really? But Mercia Island, very nice, and I like the look of that. That looks super, definitely. Steve, European bison are different to American bison. They're smaller and have smaller heads, says Stephen Strode. Paul in Brentford, you know the difference between a bison and a buffalo? Can't wash your hands in a buffalo. You're barred. And Marion in Benfleet says it's because the tea makes you sweat and the air against the droplets cools the skin. Oh, we know why it is. As I said, we were trying to explain to people the other day about, it's his some lovely photographs of above. One is Twickenham, Whitton Stadium, the other is Central London. If you look close, you can see Winter Wonderland in Hyde Park. Where? Where am I looking at? Where's Winter Wonderland? Oh, there! Oh, it doesn't look as big, does it, when you see it like that? Good Lord. That's amazing, Mark. Thank you for that. I think London's great. I do think it's great. But isn't it funny that Winter Wonderland looks like it's been crammed into a little spot? Whereas when you go there, it looks enormous. I've not been, actually, for a couple of years now. You have to book. I don't like the booking. Mind you, whether you booked because of COVID, I can't remember. And they might have dropped that, so you could just sort of wander in, which makes it a lot easier. I don't like having to pre-book things in it. Not a fun fair. I think fun fairs, you should just be allowed to sort of wander in, which is quite nice. Billy says, Steve, I'll be one of those having a 5:30 a.m. pint on Thursday when I fly out to Ibiza at a painfully early flight time. Oh, how is it that people can drink at 5:30 in the morning? I could eat a breakfast. I could eat a cooked breakfast and stuff like that. I've never drunk a pint in my life anyway. So the only thing I drink, unfortunately, is either Prosecco, and I couldn't even do a Prosecco at that time of the morning. That would be a bit, even by my standards, a little bit too early, I suspect. The FA are to trial a heading ban in under-12 football matches. So... Dawn Astle, daughter of England and West Brom star Jeff Astle, who had dementia, said, we want our children to play and enjoy their football, but they must be kept as safe as possible. So they're going to trial this heading ban in the under-12s, which seems quite normal, doesn't it, really? Because lots of old players get dementia, and that's mainly through heading the ball, I think. So there you go. Neighbours star Kylie Minogue had a rival for the role of Charlene Mitchell. Annie Jones was up for the part as the love interest for Scott Robinson, Jason Donovan, on the Aussie soap. She tried out for Charlene, but the producers ended up casting her as Jane Harris, a.k.a. Plain Jane Superbrain. Annie pictured left in the role, and below, as she is now, says, I auditioned for Charlene, and then it was something like 3 days later they rang me. They said, actually, we want you to audition for another part in the show. And then Kylie got Charlene and I got Jane. So Channel 5, Friday, July 29th will be the last episode. How it finishes, I've got no idea. I've got no idea. There's something to do with Jason and Kylie, isn't it? Don't they go, we're home, or something like that? We'll all be in tears. We'll all be in... Oh, sorry, I've just spoiler alert, yes. Knock, knock, ring, ring, we're home. Yes. So what have you been doing? Oh, I don't know. I've been a pop star and everything since I left here. Very exciting. Mercia Island, says Jules, rhymes with Jersey. So, I can't get my head around that one at all. Mercy, Jersey. Does that sound the same? No, it doesn't sound at all right. Actually, it sounds even more ridiculous than when I was trying to pronounce it. Ukraine's president has fired his security services head and chief prosecutor over alleged Russian collaboration. Zelensky sacked Ivan Bakanov, head of the domestic head of the security agency, the SBU, and Irina Venediktova, who's the prosecutor general. I hate it when I have to read those names out, honestly. You get so confused by them. I mean, so I've discovered actually the worst names, or the ones that are most complicated, are the Thai names. I've watched newsreaders on the television reading out Thai presidents' names and things like that, and I thought to myself, I bet you've rehearsed that. I used to have trouble saying Martina Navratilova. That was my thing. Whenever we did tennis, I would look at it and go, Martina Navratilova. And I used to think, oh, please, God, make it simpler for me. And some of the other ones, how the tennis people do it, I don't know. I should have asked Andrew Castle. But no, some of the Thai names are very long and complicated. They do run quite a bit.
Having a strong email password can help protect you from cybercrime. But there's an extra step you could take this festive season to make your email even harder to hack. Just set up two-step verification on your main email account to get double the protection. Go on, take your email security to another level the next time you log on. That should do it. Search Cyber Aware from the National Cyber Security Centre.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Final Hot Day. Final Hot Day. That's the way that we're going to get through today, because they said it's up to, what do we say, 40s, something like that. But it's a case of after today it goes back down again, and boy will we notice the difference. Boy, will we notice the difference. Steve, says Jamie the Skip, regarding beach huts. I remember my mum holding a towel around me and panicking. Oh, I remember when you're about 12, 13 and the mum puts the towel around you and holds it while you're taking your pants and trousers off and putting on your swimming trunks. Why we didn't just put our swimming trunks on anyway and go down to the beach, I've got no idea. But we did it under a towel, and it kind of worked. Kind of worked, except occasionally your mother would be talking to somebody, wouldn't she? And you'd be going, Mum, because she'd let the side, slip down a little bit, showing a bit of thigh or something like that. Kim says, I couldn't resist a wee shot on the kids' slide and swings at the local park the other day. Embrace your inner child and never let it go. Keeps your outlook young. If you like bubbles, go right ahead with your head held high. 1 million listeners can't be wrong. You're absolutely right. No, I mean, to be honest with you, I never understand why sort of people want their life to whiz through so quickly. I want to hang on to childhood as long as possible. I don't care, even at my age. You can't really be a child, but you can still do silly things. I mean, there's no hard and fast rules about this. It's like, all of a sudden you get to a certain age, you go, of course, you need to change your clothing. What do you mean? Well, you need to have a look at your wardrobe. Maybe you're sort of dressing too young. Pipe and slippers. And I remember saying that to my Auntie Enid, and she said, I shall carry on with my pipe and slippers. I don't care what anybody says. But it's a case of, you look at people. I'm sure there must be a shop where you go to when you get to a certain age and you walk in the wardrobe and then you walk out the other side and you're wearing sort of old men clothes or something like this. Mr. Ben, isn't it? That's what Mr. Ben is. But I just don't I don't see any reason why we have to sort of change our outlook on anything. I think it's quite good to be sort of young and youthful. Although somebody once called me an old man. I was a bit disappointed by that. They called me, out of all, but I can't remember who it was. It was some yobbo on the street. Steve Buster from Colchester says it's pronounced as the River Mersey in Liverpool. Mersey Island, so as in Mersey Island. And its most famous boys' oysters. which is sold worldwide. Unfortunately, when the tide goes out, the beach is pretty muddy, but a couple of nice places to eat, such as the Coast Inn pub. Everybody's got the pronunciation for this blooming island. Pronounced Mersey Island like Mercy Island, says Lewis from Mersey in Essex. Wish we'd not started this one, actually. It's typical Mr. Neil. He's now started. There'll be a row, won't there, really? And Steve says Dave in Barkingside, sitting in 23 degrees at this time. Mersey Island in Essex, pronounced exactly the same as the River Mersey in Liverpool. So there you go. And they do oysters. See, I've only ever had oysters once, but these West Mersey Wild Pacific oysters, sometimes referred to as Mersey oysters or Colchester oysters, are wild and sustainably fished from traditional oyster beds in intertidal waters of the River Blackwater estuary, Mersey Island, Colchester, Essex, England. Have you had oysters before? No. You see, I'm not really... I mean, no. Something about them, isn't it? I don't know what it is. I told you before, somebody said to me it's an aphrodisiac. To be honest with you, the last thing you'd be thinking about is any rumpy-pumpy, thank you very much, or ladies and gentlemen, with all this fish. And you're supposed to you cut it and then you swallow it, don't you? And apparently, if you're very clever, you swallow whole. But if you want to make the feeling last, you chew them. I'm so sorry. I probably put you all off your breakfast this morning. Probably going, is that Steve Allen talking about food? Yeah, yes, oysters. We're just tuning in. And I think you squeeze lemon on them as well. And don't they move? Don't they move? Because the lemon sort of attacks. It's the acid side of it. Am I getting that wrong? That's what I thought it was, actually. I thought there was something that sort of goes on, and so they're still connected until you cut that membrane thing, and then that's it, killed. Apparently, I mean that's how what I thought it was, but I've only ever tried it once in my entire life, and certainly shan't be trying it again, thank you, anytime soon. Funny, isn't it? Some people absolutely can. It's like I used to be very envious of people who'd go outside pubs in the East End, and there'd be a Cockles and Welks wagon there, and you'd have a little tub full of cockles and there we go. Look, see, somebody's opening up an oyster. This is called shucking. Oh, blimey. It's called shucking, I believe. I'm right, aren't I? And Chris Lowry says, I used to buy oysters from Mersey Island. Delicious. I think we've started a trend. And so you have them, and now, are these alive? Or is it just... And so you put them on the... I don't know what people have. I'm sure you put lemon juice over the top of them. I've got this... I don't know why I've got this... And also, aren't they going to have bits of sand in there or something like that? You get a lot, don't you? You get 6. There you go, with lemon juice and Tabasco. And you just tip it into your mouth, and then you then you'd be sick. And to be honest with you, I've never done anything like it. They do look a bit slimy, don't they? Not my sort of thing. But I mean, listen, if they're I got sent in a big basket some years ago of Whitstable oysters, and people in the office were devouring them like there was no tomorrow. I couldn't believe it. I was absolutely amazed. And I've tried frog's legs as well. I didn't like those either. I'm just a bit squeezy about things. There's a woman called Drink Driving the other day. She was called Drink Driving. And she claimed she only got drunk seconds after she parked the car by, this was her excuse, she put vodka into her eye. She squeezed vodka into her eye. I mean, I've heard of some daft things. Anyway, Chelsea MacDonald was twice over the limit when police tested her moments after she got out of her car. She insisted she'd been sober at the wheel and said she and her friends poured vodka into their eyes after she parked to get drunk faster. She comes from Merseyside. She denied drink driving but was banned for 18 months after a trial at Sefton Magistrates Court in which her lawyers called her defence ridiculous. I've never heard anything like it, actually. There you go. Chris Larry says, I chew before swallowing. See, I've heard of this before. You do sort of prolong it. So you can either just tip them back and then swallow them, or you can chew them. I feel even more queasy than I did at the beginning of the programme this morning. Funny, isn't it? But listen, that's what people want to do. We should rely on the sea, shouldn't we, and take full advantage. It's probably really... Look, I mean, put it this way, I don't know anybody healthier than Chris Lowry. Chris and Steve, about the healthiest people I've known. We went down to Chelmsford ages ago. There's a little crowd of us ages ago, wasn't it? A few years back, and we went to a local pub, and I said, "Shall I get some chips in?" You know, bowls of chips are very, very Chris and Steve looked at me like in horror. Chips? Yeah, have some oysters instead. So much better for you. Eamon Holmes has branded a publicly shy man a hypocrite after he gave a speech about climate change at the UN. The telly host says he gets private jets everywhere. It's a bit hypocritical. Yes, of course it is. They think they're being very clever. But they are not. I've got a lovely mansion, actually, for sale. Oh, that's quite nice. Where's that? This is our little hut in Hastings. He says, would love to get there today, but work comes first. That's a bit nice, isn't it? That is a bit nice. What have you got? I mean, you've got everything there, haven't you, really? That looks lovely. Very nice. I like it. I do like a beach hut. It looks like the end of a caravan, this one. But here is a mansion in Nottingham. It's got its own network of caves underneath it. I want to see pictures. So it's 1.75 million. It's a luxury home in Nottingham's Park Estate, and it's been dubbed the coolest house in Britain. It's got this thing is driving me mad. Goodness sake. But yes, so it's a case of a luxury home in Nottingham's Park Estate, but it's got its own caves. Why would it have its own network of caves? It's a bit of an odd thing, isn't it, really? I mean, can you go there? Here we go. What lies? Oh, here we go. It's very modern, isn't it? It's very big. It's very big for 1.75 million. My God, this sitting room is huge. And so it's hidden directly under the sweeping hall in the modern living room. And they're 19th century caves. Okay. Oh, my goodness. They were designed by Alderman Thomas Herbert. This is a 3-story property. And you've got your own caves. I bet that's nice and cool. And there's also, these were column caves designed between 1850 and 1876. And he's got full-size statues of gods, druid figures and other things as well. So it comes with an indoor pool, quite a lot actually. An indoor pool, a garden room with views of the terrace and caves, galleried landing, study and a snug. You get an awful lot, don't you, for your money. I think that's really quite cool. Caves under. There was a place that came up for sale in France some years ago. You'd have loved it. Ladies and gentlemen, you would absolutely love it. It was a castle of the Black Knight. And I forget where it was, but it came up for sale in France. And this one comes with dungeons right underneath the castle. And they used to have jousting tournaments there and stuff like that. And I thought that would be good. And of course, there is that famous place up north where the man who owned this big mansion didn't want to be seen by the servants, so he had tunnels dug which you could get a carriage and horses under, which could take him from under his house to the outskirts of his property. Tunnels are still there, which is good news. Morning. Nice houses apparently on Mersey Island, Steve. Nice place to live. Usual story with parking issues if you go there for the day. Same with everywhere, isn't it? If ever you've got a beach, as you all know, because loads of you seem to go to the beaches yesterday and clog them all up and all the rest of it, that's when they start making their money. What I want is somebody to sort of gift me an ice cream van, and I'll just go and sit down there and just sort of sell ice creams all day. I quite fancy that idea. And Jane says, Steve and the crew, really enjoying today's I can't speak, honestly. Enjoying today's show, thank you. Malty the dog. And, Steve, is that your WhatsApp chime, says Lawrence. No, I don't have WhatsApp. I really don't, actually. Mersey Island, the company shed is renowned for fish and seafood. Trendy, but good fish place. Fantastic place to visit. You must go. You must go, Steve. My friend's parents used to go to a beach hut after school. Gave a feeling of holidaying more than just after 2 weeks. Great investment. Yes, not cheap, though. John in Hornchurch says, I've had oyster cheese bake on Mersey Island. They're delicious and easier to look at and digest than oysters on their own with lemon. And Anthony from Grantham says it's riddled with caves under the Park Estate in Nottingham. People used to live in them many years ago as they were easy to mine and to cut. It's the area immediately around the castle, which isn't a castle. Yes, I know the area quite well, because Dale used to be at Radio Trent. Steve, following your advice, freeze your hot water bottle, so cool all night. Just got my second one out of the freezer. How big's your freezer? Enormous. Apparently the tunnels says Benjamin, are now used by the MOD for training. Bill Bryson covered it in one of his books. There's all sorts. I mean, I'm a big fan of underground places. You know, with sort of tunnels and things like that. I'm always fascinated. Absolutely fascinated. Sorry? I love the tubes. I'd love the tube. Which is very good. I'm always fascinated. You can go on tours down to the tube. I wanted to go down to the Kingsway Tunnel, which is great. It's all but they do tours down there occasionally. And also, if you want to know, London, especially if you're coming to London for a day out, and I wouldn't recommend it today, it's going to be way too hot. But the Transport Museum in Covent Garden's very, very good. They've got tube trains in there and buses and kids. I mean, it's good for kids and adults as well, especially when you sit there, remember, especially when they've got a bit of a tube train. And I was talking to a friend of mine, I said, you could smoke on the tube trains. You could smoke on the tube trains. I can remember standing on a tube with a cigarette, and then you just stub it out on the floor. It's odd, isn't it, really, when you think about all those things that, we wouldn't dream of doing now. We really wouldn't. But I feel sorry for anybody today coming into London, because it's going to be hot, or apparently already the producer stuck his hand out the window. He did one of these sort of, little, just to make sure it's okay. When we said it's really hot, I said, well, don't put your hand out the window then. That's like, he's become very threatening. There's a restaurant in an old tube train now too, is there? Oh, right. Oh, yes. Oh, that looks very nice. A 6-course Latin American-inspired menu on a Victoria Line tube carriage. You see, I think that's adventurous. I think that's really, the more unusual things you can do, the better they are, and the happier you will be, because it's something different. But all these people are too young to remember when the tube looked like that. That's the trouble. So when you get people of my age and anybody over the age of 60, who is sort of can say, I remember the tubes going down in the lift and doing all the rest of it. And the tubes used to have steam trains. No, well, I mean, in the early they did, yes. And so that's why the problem was the carriages were open. And you used to get all the bits and pieces, in your eyes and everything else. So, yes, they did used to have trains that pulled them along. That's what it was. I mean, Marylebone Station is a classic example. You imagine, you couldn't see anything because there was smoke billowing out and all sorts of bits. Oh, it was terrible. Absolutely terrible. But that's how it started. You go to Marylebone Station and you can see what it used to look like in the early days. Must have been something else. But I mean, people must have absolutely stunk of smoke and all the rest of it. But that's how we got around. And lovely it was too. I hope today it's not too hot for the guardsmen outside Buckingham Palace and all the other people who have to sort of stand there and just swelter in the heat, because they can't go anywhere. And so what will happen is that there's a picture. It's actually on quite a number of the papers this morning, and it's of a guardsman who's being fed water. Because I don't think they're allowed to touch water. They've just got to stand there, and the policeman is giving him a drink of water. Because these guardsmen, it isn't until you see them with their bare skins off, you realise how young they are. They're really young people. It's like whenever you see them at Horse Guards Parade, they're young. These were in their early 20s. But as the Daily Stars say, and you thought you were having a tough day, they've got to stand there. I think what they do is they sort of kind of speed it up a little bit when all these people are sort of standing there. I think they just do half an hour. And, I mean, you're in a uniform. It must be an absolute nightmare. But looking at the temperatures, it's going to be good. It's going to be good today. It's going to be hot, but it doesn't really matter because tomorrow will be better. I'm just more interested in the fact that petrol will be £10 a tank cheaper in just 2 weeks' time. Like, that's going to make a difference. But, I mean, at least it's a start. But they could have done it ages and ages ago, and they didn't. And that was the problem. They just go, we want to do something about this. Well, you've had 12 years to do something about it. So why have you not done anything about it? And the answer is incompetence. So petrol being £10 a tank cheaper, that's assuming you can afford to put a tank's worth of petrol in. Most people can't afford to put a tank's worth of petrol in. Bills have started coming in. I've noticed all sorts of bills going up in price. And for some families, it's going to be quite something. Quite something. I mean, if you want to ask questions of a minister, why don't you speak to Matt Hancock? Matt Hancock is in today for James O'Brien. You can ask him questions. You can ask him questions like, why have we not done this? Why have we not done that? Why has this not happened? Because they don't seem to have answers. I mean, maybe today they might have the answers. Because every day, you know, for James O'Brien this week, it's somebody different. And so today it's Matt Hancock. So just be brave. But you'll have him for 3 hours. And it's him by himself. It's not sort of, you know, just guesting. Tom Tugendhat will be on tomorrow. But today, Mr. Hancock, and we'll all be asking the same questions. Why has this not happened? Why do people then always say to us, as if we're idiots, don't worry, lessons have been learned? You think, you've had 12 years. Why do we keep going back to the beginning again? Every time we have sort of, another thing, they go, right, we're now going to do this. You think, but could you not continue on from where we left off last time? Rest of the week in for James O'Brien, Tom Tugendhat's tomorrow, Jeremy Hunt is on Thursday, and Wes Streeting is on Friday. But today, Mr. Hancock, and I'm sure he'll be looking forward to taking your calls. They always do, because it's their opportunity to find out what the public are thinking and what the public are saying. Gemma Feller gets death threats. And here we go, the Queen's Guardsmen sweating in those bearskin hats. They must be baking. I remember seeing something at Windsor Castle, and they took their jackets on, and all they're wearing underneath their jackets, which are quite tightly cut, is just a T-shirt. And the sweat pours off them. It really does. It's not so good. So Russell Crowe making sure his kids were entertained with a groaner of a dad joke posted from the Colosseum. He said, I've gone to see the old office and all the rest of it. And he's filming in Rome. How old is he now? I don't know how old. He's 58. His girlfriend's a lot younger. And he's got sons Charles and Tennyson. See, Charles sounded quite normal, and then you get the name Tennyson thrown in, which is sort of adds a little bit extra to it. So the guard's been getting the drink from the police officer, which actually is a very nice thing to do. And the commuters sweltering on the trains, because most of the underground, in fact, I think all of the underground, does not have air conditioning. And it's some lines do, but only the new ones. The old ones don't have anything at all. But all the trains that I've been on, the good news is we've got air conditioning, and I quite like the idea of air conditioning. I don't sit there freezing to death, but at least I sit there and don't moan about it. Steve, says Ellie, I don't know people who work outside like builders. I don't know how they're coping in this sun. So could you give a shout out to all the undertakers who have to stand for hours in three-piece suits in the blazing sun? I don't know how they do it. I don't know, but that's what people do for a living. And we have to be eternally grateful that people do things like that for a living. But the temperature's slowly climbing up at the moment.